Saturday 13th May 2282. Festival Field, U.A Arena. Our final twist of the event will be the only student who didn't get to participate today, the Okami hero, Amaterasu. Katsuki and Shoto grimaced upon hearing this, even as they plummeted to the water below after being knocked off the hill. Katsuki was able to quickly recover with his explosions and flew back up, while Shoto had to be saved by Setsuna. "You're the second twist." Katsuki frowned. Izumi grinned wider, and Midnight began to explain. For the second twist of the event, Amaterasu has been tasked with trying to eliminate whoever is on the top of each hill. She'll fight until she's dethroned the highest ranked person on her current hill, then move on to the next one. She won't attack anyone else though, so pick your poison. Settle for second place and be safe, or risk it all for number one. Seriously. Setting a hero on them seems kind of unfair, don't you think? Asked one of the disqualified Gen Ed kids from Mineta's team. Don't worry, we've evened things out a bit. Take a look at Amaterasu's wrists and ankles. Midnight said. Everyone obediently looked and saw that Izumi was wearing a kind of wide silver band on all four limbs, lined with black metallic plates of some kind. Those bands are special restraint devices created by MHA. They're called high-density weights, and are ultra-compacted weights that reduce speed and drain stamina without impacting range of movement. Each one weighs about half of the user's total body weight, so since Amaterasu is wearing 4, her weight has essentially been tripled. Izumi giggled, it's one of the few times I'm grateful to be so small. Still, these weights are really effective. I'm going to have to work efficiently. Midnight nodded. Principal Nizu thought it was unfair that Amaterasu didn't get to take part even though she was a student, so he cooked up this final twist for you all. Can you survive against a full hero for the last 5 minutes? Let's find out, she cried, starting the final timer. The instant the timer began again, Izumi leapt off the black hill top, since it technically had no one else on it at that moment, and landed on the water. To the shock of everyone outside of her own family, Izumi didn't sink and instead walked on the surface like it was no trouble. In her secure pouch on Izumi's waist, Ishiko smirked at all the shocked expressions, hee. This is Izumi's Nuragami art, Path of Pisces. By mixing waterspout ink into water and also coating her feet with it, Izumi can make the water repel her and allow her to stand on it instead of sinking. In her last life, Ami needed a holy artifact to gain this ability, but Izumi recreated it with ingenuity, she thought proudly. Izumi ran along the water to the red hill, where Himiko and Toguro were currently holding the peak. Both of them paled as they saw her approach, and with a twitch of her finger, Izumi caused a pillar of water to rise up beneath her, yelling, "Nuragami art, climbing carp," as it launched her onto the hill. Toguro tried to attack her with his blades but Izumi blocked with her divine retribution and was about to push him off the hill with a parry from her mirror, but Himiko desperately transformed into Tsuyu and leapt down to the second place position, using her tongue to grab the mantis boy and drag him down there with her. Izumi huffed and turned to the other hills, but before she could even jump in the water, everyone on the peaks climbed down to second place. Oh come on. Izumi pouted, do you really think you can avoid fighting me if you go down to second place? I attack the top-ranked competitors, not the hill tops themselves, so even if you're all on second place, I'll still fight you, she yelled. She was a bit flattered that the others didn't want to risk fighting her, but she was also annoyed, she wanted to participate too. Seeing as all the hill tops were unoccupied, Izumi looked to Shoto and Katsuki, who were still hovering in the air around the black hill, thanks to Setsuna and some explosive propulsion. Katsuki looked her in the eye for a moment, before growling and shouting to Ijiro. Shark tooth. Harden yourself, he ordered. Ijiro obeyed, and it was a good thing he did it so quickly, as a moment later Katsuki blasted both Ijiro and Monoma off the second place platform and onto the third place one. Ijiro yelped in surprise and Monoma screamed indignantly, having just barely been able to copy Ijiro's quirk again at the last second. What are you doing, bro? Ijiro asked, seeing Katsuki land on the second place platform and lean against the hill with his arms crossed. Katsuki growled, I'm not fighting her like this. I don't want a half-assed opponent. Izumi gave a wry smile as she looked at her high-density weights. So long as she wasn't at her best, Katsuki wouldn't accept a fight with her. Facing her while they were both at full power was important to him, so important in fact that he was willing to accept second place now rather than take first and risk fighting her when she wasn't at her best. Izumi was kind of proud of him, it showed he was willing to give up a perfect victory for something more important, even if the more important thing only matters to him in this case. Below her, Toguro frowned. Wait, didn't Blasty want to fight Amaterasu? This might be his only chance, and he's giving it up, he asked, confused. Neither he nor anyone outside of 1A knew about the exhibition match for the winner of the festival, and 1A only knew thanks to Shoto hearing rumors and spilling it in the prep room. Himiko answered him, Katsuki hates fighting people who won't, or can't, give it their all. In a real fight, he'd suck it up and crush his enemy, but in a competition like this, his pride won't accept a victory if his opponent wasn't giving it 100%. Of course, not everyone was of the same mindset, and with a hand signal to his teammate, Shoto was put down on the top of the black hill, looking challengingly at Isumi. He was the only one on the top of a hill, which made him her new target. I'm not afraid to face you, Amaterasu. I'll take you on here and now. Shoto declared, standing defiantly. Izumi grinned, alright then Shoto, let's see how you handle this, she said, jumping back down onto the water. She created a small cherry bomb and flicked it at Shoto to stun him. The boy blocked it with a spike of ice, but the ice itself still achieved Izumi's main goal, which was to obscure his vision. While Shoto was unable to see her, Izumi released her path of Pisces and slipped beneath the water, using waterspout to swim swiftly behind Shoto then shoot up out of the water with another climbing carp. Izumi would have been able to get a sneak attack against Shoto, if Momo hadn't spotted her beneath the water and shouted a warning to him. The boy spun around and unleashed a wave of ice, freezing the geyser of water created by Izumi's climbing carp and even managing to freeze Izumi's legs too. Of course, Shoto knew this wasn't going to be enough and quickly tried to expand the ice over her arms before she could clash her bangles and make fire to melt herself out, but a tendril of water whipped out from the pool and grabbed him from behind, yanking him off the hill again. Shoto froze the tendril to stop Izumi from controlling it, then managed to squirm his way out of its frozen grip, thankfully it wasn't too tight, and used his ice to make a bridge from the frozen tendril to the top of the black hill, which he promptly expanded to 3 times its normal size with his ice. Shoto had done all that in seconds, and his moment of distraction had been more than enough time for Izumi to use Inferno to melt the ice holding her down. She then used more fire to melt her frozen tendril in the ice bridge Shoto had made, but opted to keep the icy platform. It would make things easier for her too. You're very good with your ice, Shoto. But I think you've overdone it a bit. After fighting Kaken for so long, and then all this? Izumi gestured to the platform, then to Shoto's right arm. You need to warm up soon, I can see you shivering, she said, her smile softening as she looked concernedly at Shoto. The boy grit his teeth to stop them from chattering. He really had overdone it a bit. Izumi had caught him off guard with her arrival and her control over the water, making him react in a less controlled manner than normal. How are you able to control all this water? I haven't seen you use blue ink even once. Shoto asked. He knew how her powers worked, he'd checked her fan page and even quizzed Izumi herself during their rare private conversations. Haven't you noticed, Shoto? Doesn't the pool look bluer than natural water should? Even reflecting the sky above, the shade is a little different. Izumi pointed out. Shoto's eyes widened. You laced the entire pool with ink before the event? Sort of. The arena floor isn't actually designed to flood, and isn't connected to any plumbing. Principal Nizu created the pipes with overhaul, and when the water poured in, I was the one controlling it with waterspout. I'm cheaper than a water pump. Naturally, my ink is still in the water. Izumi explained. But to control this much water, how much energy did you spend on the ink? Shoto asked. He was stalling for time, hoping the warm spring air would help the chill in his right side wear off. Izumi smiled and produced a single drop of blue ink from her finger, not as much as you think. A single drop of waterspout imbued ink can control roughly 1 liter of water. I probably dumped a few liters of ink into this pool, she said, now enough stalling. If you want to warm up, I'll be happy to oblige. With a clash of her bangles, Izumi summoned a wave of fire that she formed into 3 fireballs before shooting them at Shoto. He dived out of the way, his experience with ice allowing him to be sure-footed even on the frozen peak. He touched the ground and created a wall of icicles, which Izumi blocked with her mirror, before swapping the mirror for Tsumagari. Glaive style, 3 shears, she called, slashing apart the ice and leaving Shoto exposed again. She then dismissed her glaive and switched to her rosary. Pointing her finger at Shoto like a pistol, Izumi used her free hand to stamp some red ink onto each of her rosary beads, before igniting them with Inferno and rapidly firing them at Shoto. Celestial combination, holy star Gatling, she cried. Shoto panicked and tried to make another ice wall. 2 of the projectiles shattered against the defense, but succeeded in weakening it enough for the remaining flaming jewels to burst right through with their heat and force, before their trajectory curved ever so slightly at Izumi's will, and slammed into his left side. The boy cried out as 4 of the beads shattered against them, bruising him and inflicting minor burn damage, while also staggering him with the force. He recovered quickly, but Izumi had turned into a wolf and darted around his broken ice walls and gripped his left ankle in her jaws, before tossing him off the hill with a twist of her head. Shoto winced at the pain in his arm as he shouted, "Tokeichi." Quickly, the sharp-toothed girl shot her hands out to catch him, but instead of dropping him back on the hill immediately, she dragged him up to where her head was. "Todoroki, are you okay?" she asked with concern. "I'm fine, put me back into the fight," Shoto demanded. Setsuna scowled, "Don't be in such a rush. If you lose, Momo, Hananuki, and I are screwed too. Recover on one of the lower platforms and then retake the peak at the last second, while Amaterasu is busy with someone else." Shoto shook his head violently, "No. I'm not going to back down," he yelled. "I refuse to accept second best. I'll win with Mom's power and no one else's," his mind raged. Setsuna opened her mouth to argue, but decided not to waste her breath. Even if she dropped him on a lower platform, Shoto would immediately shoot for the top again. He was determined to win after failing to take the top spot in the first event. In that event, he'd underestimated Toru and lost the lead because of it, and Setsuna had a sinking feeling he was about to do the same with Amaterasu. Reluctantly, Setsuna set Shoto down on the peak of the Black Hill again and quickly departed before she was caught up in the fight. Izumi, now in demigod form again and holding a ball of fire that she just used to melt the remnants of Shoto's ice walls, smiled at him. "Ready to go again, Shoto?" Shoto didn't speak, and instead answered by sliding forward on the icy part of the platform and lunging to catch Izumi with his right hand, intent on freezing her. Izumi responded by throwing a small cherry bomb in his path, then hitting it with the fireball she'd been holding, causing it to explode in a large burst of multicolored flame. Shoto was undeterred though and charged through the flame, the cool of his ice offsetting the burn from the fire. Once he was within touching distance of Izumi, he thrust his right fist forward to freeze her with his punch, and Izumi ignited her own right hand and punched back. Their fists collided, a hiss of steam filling the air between them as their elements clashed. Shoto tried to overpower Izumi with freezing ice, but she responded by pouring more ink into her flame to make it equally powerful. The two teens pushed against one another, Shoto struggling to maintain his attack as his ice rapidly cooled his already chilled body, while Izumi was barely bothered at all, as the flames of Inferno had no effect on her unless she wished them to. Izumi began to turn up the heat even higher and slowly started to push Shoto back. "You're weakening, Shoto. If you keep this up, you'll have frostbite and burns," Izumi warned, a genuine look of concern on her face. Shoto growled, "I'm not giving up." Izumi shook her head, "You won't have a choice. Soon, you'll reach the point where you can't fight anymore due to the cold, and then that's the end of you. If you want to even stay in this fight, let alone win, you know what you have to do," she said softly, her eyes flicking towards his left arm. Shoto's eyes widened, and rage began to build up inside him. "You know I can't." "You can, Shoto. You just won't," Izumi retorted, pushing her fire up a few notches to really push Shoto to the edge. "You know why," he grimaced, struggling against her flames. Izumi nodded solemnly, "I do, but you're wrong, Shoto. I understand the reason for your pledge, but it is only weighing you down. Forget endeavor, and accept yourself. It's your power." Shoto suddenly roared in anger, and pushed his ice to the maximum output he could manage. The shout of rage and the sudden exponential increase in the amount of ice Shoto was making was enough to startle Izumi, and her flames wavered. That moment of weakness cost her, and she was soon launched off the hill and into the water by the miniature iceberg Shoto had just summoned. She was only barely able to cast Path of Pisces before she hit the pool. Panting to catch her breath after the sudden drop in temperature knocked it out of her, Izumi looked up at Shoto. That huge amount of ice he'd created had put a toll on him, leaving him trembling violently from the cold, with patches of skin on his right side iced over. He was in a dangerous place, hypothermia and frostbite would claim him soon, and he couldn't safely use any more ice. Izumi frowned, "You're in pain, both inside and out. You can't continue as you are. But you can keep going, if you use your left side to thaw yourself out, can't you?" Shoto winced as he shook his head, unable to get his chattering jaw under control enough to talk. Izumi growled and her eyes turned silver as her wolfish instincts began to kick in. Everyone is giving it their all. To win, to achieve their goals and dreams, to make it to the top. And you think you're going to win with only half your power. Izumi roared, allowing her power to build up around her. "You said you wanted to fight me, didn't you? Then stop wasting time. Give me everything you've got," she demanded. Shoto grit his teeth, "What are you planning?" he managed to choke out, his heart beating a little faster as he saw Izumi firing herself up. Did that bastard pay you off or something?" he demanded, forcing his shivering to slow with raw willpower. Izumi's eyes widened for a moment, then her expression became furious. "You think I'd accept anything from that guy? Are you so blinded by your hate and your pledge that you think I'd do that? Damn it, now I'm mad." She slapped her hands against the water and began using waterspout to gather a huge portion of the pool and begin shaping it as she wished. 8 massive spouts of water shot out in a circle around her, then began to bend, coil, and slither around at Izumi's will, becoming like snakes made of water. At the tip of each spout, Izumi carefully shaped the water, using her ink and artistic ability to shape each one into a very specific shape, one that sent a wave of shock through everyone in the arena. Katsuki gaped, "No way." Himiko's eyes widened, "She's using that." Up in the stands, Sakuya scowled. I don't know what Todoroki said, but he managed to seriously piss off Izumi. To make her use that move. The Todoroki family looked concerned for Shoto, while Dabi grimaced. "What now, little brother?" he whispered. There was an eerie silence in the arena as Izumi completed her technique by condensing the water on the surface of the 8 water snakes into ice, losing direct control over it but still having enough water beneath the ice armor, and gaps between the pieces, to move the snakes fairly fluidly. Her voice was the only sound in the arena as she announced, "Noregami art, Yamata no Orochi." A gasp went through the audience and competitors alike. Izumi's ultimate waterspout technique was a watery recreation of the 8-headed demon serpent himself, complete with plates of ice for armor and topped with shaped ice chunks for heads. Izumi glared up at Shoto. "I'll show you what it means to give it your all," she yelled, before manipulating the 8 heads of her water orochi to attack Shoto. The boy yelped in surprise as he had to dodge the lunge from the first head, then managed to get a hand on the second as it narrowly missed him. With his hand on it, Shoto was able to fully freeze it, taking Izumi's control away and leaving one of the heads to crumble into the water under its own weight. It was soon replaced though, and the battle continued, with Shoto dodging desperately and freezing the heads when he could, which lowered his body temperature again, to the point that it actually hurt to move and it felt like his blood was freezing. In the middle of the water orochi, Izumi was performing an intricate dance in order to manipulate and control all 8 heads properly. It looked like a mix of Japanese fan dancing, ballet, and tai chi, and Eri thought it looked like advanced waterbending from one of the old shows her mama had shown her. Her movements were flowing and precise, and required a great deal of concentration as she used her whole body to properly manipulate. In the audience, Toshinori, in civilian form, moved over to the part of the stands where Sakuya, Inko, and Eri were sitting, and took Eri's seat after putting the girl in her lap. "How is young Izumi doing this?" he whispered. "This must use more power than the Phoenix Regalia and Nest of the Phoenix moves she used against young Mirio, and those almost drained her completely." Sakuya shook her head. "It may seem that way on the surface, but it's not. Inferno is a very different technique from waterspout, despite both allowing her to control elements. Fire requires 3 things to exist: heat, fuel, and oxygen, and while the heat and oxygen are easy to come by, when Izumi controls fire with Inferno, she has to use her own Inferno ink as fuel. She basically has to constantly expel red Inferno ink like oil, hence the drain that move causes her. But water has no such requirements. As long as Izumi mixes in at least 1 drop of ink per liter of water, she can control it for up to an hour with almost no stamina cost. Producing ink and the initial energy used to activate the techniques is what drains Izumi, but if she doesn't need to make more ink and the technique is already activated, she can control the water infinitely." Toshinori gasped. Sakuya nodded, "More or less. Izumi will still lose energy from all the movements she has to make, plus the amount of mental processing she has to do to perform this technique, but at her current level, she could keep this up until her ink lost its power." Toshinori whistled. "She really has gotten stronger." The ice was a surprise too. "If I remember rightly, Izumi said that she learned to do it from Jet Spring of the Water Hose Duo." Inko supplied, apparently that heroine can turn water into ice or vapor by manipulating the atomic structure. Izumi figured out how to use waterspout to do the same thing. "I can't count how many times I watched her freeze her tea before reheating it while she was training," the green-haired woman smiled. "Could Izumi do that in her past lives too?" Toshinori asked in a whisper. Sakuya shook her head and smiled proudly. "This is unique to Izumi, just like Path of Pisces is. Since faith in the gods is weaker than it was back in her past lives, Izumi's raw power is actually lower than either of her previous incarnations. She compensates by using her human body's increased range of movement to provide more fine-tuned control, as well as combining her knowledge of the world and her keen, analytical mind to manipulate her techniques in ways her past lives couldn't. The previous Amaterasus knew water turned to ice when it was cold, but had no knowledge of the atomic structure or that they could manipulate it with waterspout if they focused. Izumi does, and is able to use that to freeze things, even if she can't control ice itself at the moment. Moreover, her knowledge of water tension and how to manipulate it allows her to walk on water, while her last incarnation needed a special relic to do the same. So Izumi can't match her past selves in power, but she overcame their limits with knowledge and versatility. What kind of power will she have once all her techniques are restored? Tashinori wondered. Enough, I hope. Sakuya answered solemnly. Down in the arena, things were looking bad for Shoto. He was dodging and scrambling around as much as possible to avoid the water orochi heads, but they kept aiming for his left side, where he couldn't use ice to defend. The running about and the warm sun was helping him thaw a bit, but he still couldn't use his ice without hurting himself. Damn. Shoto coughed, on the offensive now. Izumi stopped her dance and the water orochi went still. Then, using Path of Pisces, she began to run up one of its necks until she reached the hill top again. She leapt at Shoto, releasing her water orochi to collapse back into the pool and instead coating her fist in flame to deliver a burning punch to Shoto's gut. The cold made him too sluggish to dodge or block in time, and the pain in his body prevented him from using ice again, so he took the blow head on. It knocked him onto his back, and the flames seemed to explode around him on impact. Shoto coughed and spluttered, winded by the blow, but surprisingly unburnt despite the flames. Instead, it looked like Izumi had just lightly toasted him enough to get rid of the ice stuck to his skin and help warm his blood up again. The boy looked up at her with shock. Even while kicking his ass, she was trying to help him. He didn't understand, why was she doing this? Why go so far? Why did she care if he used his father's flames or not? Izumi looked at him with softened eyes. Sorry Shoto. I lost my cool a bit. Nuregami art, Yamata no Orochi isn't really a move to use against friends, or in spars. But I wanted to prove a point, there is no such thing as an evil power. Power is neither good nor evil, it is just a tool, your power is the power of ice and fire. You need to accept that, Shoto. Shoto got to his feet, shaking his head as he gripped his bruised abdomen. No, that man's power isn't mine. Izumi growled and rushed him, and the two teens engaged in a martial arts match. Shoto was skilled, and glad to be moving his body so much to get the blood flowing more and warming his body, but Izumi fought ferociously, even slowed by the weights. Without them, Shoto would have been shredded by her claws. After weaving through a few of Shoto's punches, Izumi grabbed the back of his head and twisted around him until she had him in a chokehold, tight enough to hold him but not enough to actually suffocate him. In this position, she forced him to face a specific section of the stands. Shoto bared his teeth as he struggled against her hold, trying not to meet the eyes of the furious flame hero watching from the front of the audience. Endeavor's face was like thunder, and his flames were getting hotter as he grew angrier with Shoto's poor showing, making those around him sweat and move as far from him as they could. Look at him, Shoto. Despite your pledge, Endeavor's fire is still burning. If the flames in your left side are his, then why haven't they been extinguished? It's because they aren't his. They're yours, Shoto. It's your power. Izumi whispered in his ear. The boy screamed and slammed his head back, breaking Izumi's nose and freeing himself from her hold. He whirled around to try and freeze her, but his icy hand was immediately met by Izumi's flaming one. Izumi's silver eyes pierced into him as her nose glowed briefly while she healed it. It's not, he tried to choke out, but Izumi didn't let him finish. You're not him. But it's still your power. Your flames. It isn't your mother's ice either. It's yours. You are more than just the sum of their parts. Izumi cried, using her other hand to grab the front of Shoto's shirt and tossing him over her shoulder. He almost fell off the hill again, but he managed to touch the ground with his right hand and create an icy ramp that he used to slide back around and lunge at Izumi. He managed to hit her in the face with a strong left hook, but she merely responded by spinning with the hit and elbowing him in the forehead, stunning him. Shoto, I can't truly understand what you're going through, your experiences and determination. I can't imagine how you felt. But even if you become the number one with only half your power, you won't be denying Endeavor anything. Your life, your hero career, all of it will still be shaped by him. Even if you defied him, you've still been shaped by him. If you truly want to be free of him, you have to accept all of yourself. Izumi yelled. Stop, just stop. Shoto cried, recovering from the elbow and launching an ice wall at Izumi. Izumi didn't even bother using powers, and instead spun on her heel and shattered it with a spinning kick. Your ice is getting weaker. If you want to survive this event and move on, you need to unleash all you've got, she shot back. Shoto shook his head, no. I won't, if the choice is between using his fire or losing. I choose to lose, he yelled. Izumi froze, her eyes widening. What did you just say? I won't use his fire. I won't use the power that hurt my mother and my siblings. I'd rather lose. Shoto meant it too. Against anyone else, he'd have stubbornly fought on to the end, refusing to fall and using only his ice until he achieved victory, no matter the cost. But faced with Izumi, who caused his heart so much confusion, Shoto couldn't. He knew that against Amaterasu, even restrained as she was, he was outmatched. He would lose, but he'd come back stronger next time. He'd practice his ice even more, sharpen his skills, train until the cold had no effect on him, and finally win. He'd prove to her he could win with only his ice. But the moment Shoto looked into Izumi's eyes, he almost recoiled at the disbelief he saw there. She looked hurt, and even betrayed. This is a team event, Shoto. If you lose here, then Momo, Setsuna, and Hananuki will go down too. Are you willing to accept that? Will you let your pledge drag them down too? Izumi whispered with dread in her voice. Shoto averted his eyes. He didn't want to answer, but the silence was answer enough. He would still rather lose. His accursed flame, this power he hated so much, the curse tattooed into his very DNA, he couldn't use it. His mother had lost her mind, Toya had turned to ash, Fuyumi had spent night after night weeping, and Natsuo had lived in fear, while Shoto's innocence had been burned away, all because of the power he held in his left side. Even if it meant dragging his allies down too, Shoto would not use it. Izumi closed her eyes, her face twisted into a pained grimace, before she schooled her features and looked at Shoto again, a single tear falling from her eye. If you won't even abandon this pledge for the sake of others, then what will you do when you get your license? How many allies and civilians will die, that you could have saved, because you refuse to use your own power? If you're willing to let your comrades down now, then what's to stop you doing the same in the field? No. I can't allow that. I'm sorry, Shoto. Her eyes flashed red for an instant before returning to silver, but I cannot allow you to become a hero. I will crush you here and now, she declared. Shoto instinctively stepped back as Izumi's intense gaze shot through to his very soul. She raised her hand and announced glaive style, sword of Damocles, and Shoto suddenly saw stars as the Tsumagari appeared directly above his head and slammed down pommel first, knocking him onto his hands and knees. Izumi then created a cherry bomb and rolled it under Shoto's body before detonating it, blasting him into the air, whereupon Izumi used the flat of her blade to swat him off the hill. Setsuna immediately moved to catch him, and had just barely managed to throw him back onto the hilltop before Izumi shot at her with her rosary, driving her off. The look in Izumi's eyes made it crystal clear to Setsuna, stay away or be defeated. Shoto had just got his bearings when Izumi was upon him again. She grabbed the front of his jacket, and Shoto immediately touched her with his right hand, freezing her completely. For an instant, Shoto thought he might have managed to turn the tables, but Izumi used power slashes from her skin to free her arms and bangles, allowing her to clash them and create the flames needed to melt her way out with Inferno. Izumi then whipped the flames through the air and shaped them into a phoenix, which she blasted into Shoto with a cry of Moegami art, Hunt of the Phoenix. The scarred boy quickly unleashed all the ice he could, but Izumi's attack shattered through it and slammed into him. The ice had weakened the technique enough that it didn't immediately blast him off the hill, but it did send him skidding off the edge, forcing him to grip the edge of his own icy platform, which had begun to grow weak from the flames Izumi had used. Grimacing, Shoto tried to pull himself up as Izumi slowly approached, Tsumagari in hand. Despite his right hand being the numb one, his left hand slipped and lost its grip, leaving him hanging by one hand. It was almost like his own left side was betraying him for rejecting it. He tried to pull himself up with just his right, but he didn't have the strength, and when he looked up again, he saw Izumi stood there, looking down at him with a sorrowful expression. Her hair was as white as snow, blowing in the light breeze that had been whipped up by all the fire and ice messing with the temperature and pressure in the arena. Her skin was pale from the cold, and she was shuddering slightly, though whether it was from the cold or her sadness was known only to her. Her silvery eyes looked dull and gray as they filled with sad tears, looking down at Shoto even now. With the ice all around her and her pale skin, white hair, and gray-looking eyes. Izumi looked a lot like Shoto's mother, and that combined with the sorrowful look in her eyes, complete with tears, only tore at Shoto's heart more. I don't understand, why are you doing this? Why are you going this far? Shoto yelled, almost crying himself. Because I care about you, Shoto. I truly, deeply care for you. My heart hurts so much right now, but I can't allow you to keep going. The world doesn't need another endeavor, but that is what you will become. Like him, you are sacrificing others for your own ambition. I want to save my friend, but I can't condemn the innocence your pledge would doom. I refuse to allow this endeavor of ice to consume the Shoto of ice and fire, she cried, raising her tsumagari. Those words pierced Shoto to the core, and he shook his head violently, and no, that isn't. I'm not. I don't want that. I hate him, I don't want to become like him. Someone who hurt my mother. Someone who hurt my siblings. Someone who tried to use you. I don't want to be like that. Izumi gave one last sad smile as a tear dripped from her chin and onto Shoto's face. But you want to be a hero, right? The tip of Tsumagari slammed down in front of Shoto's right hand, cracking the ice platform and making it fall apart, sending Shoto careening towards the water, still looking up at the tear-stained face of the girl who tried so hard to help him. Her words stirred an old memory within him. I hate him, mommy. I don't want to be like daddy at all. Someone who bullies my mommy. I don't want to be like that. But you want to be a hero, right? That's fine. You're not bound by his blood. You decide who you want to become. Shoto's eyes filled with tears, and his heart filled with fire. And that fire spilled forth. Suddenly, the cold air caused by all the ice rapidly heated up, and Shoto's body ignited like a falling star, before the force of his flames blasted him back up and onto the hilltop. He panted hard, his left side roaring with fire as she stood opposite Izumi. The other competitors gaped at the flames, while Katsuki and Himiko just smirked. Up in the audience, the Todoroki family were overcome with emotion. Shoto. He's using fire. He's actually using fire. Natsuo yelled excitedly. Oh. Oh gosh. Look at him. He looks so powerful. Don't give up now, Shoto. Fuyumi cried. Rei smiled proudly, tears streaming down her cheeks. Shoto, my son, finally, you've broken free of your father's shadow and my foolish mistake. Thank you, Izumi, you kept your promise. Dabi looked at his little brother and his little sister figure down on the field. Izumi, thank you. Once again, you fought against our family's curse. Now my little brother can be the man he was always meant to be. Sakuya, Inko, and Hawks were smiling knowingly, while Eri gasped and cheered loudly, excited by Shoto's new power. Toshinori smiled broadly, resisting the urge to buff up into all-might mode and cheer with her. Izumi, even now, in this arena, you were trying to save someone. You taught young Todoroki that he is more than his father's blood, but you've proven once again that you are the same. You too are more than his blood. With all that power, and with nothing to gain from it, you fought to save. No one looked at Endeavor, and that was a good thing, as his terrifying smile would have soured the mood. Down in the arena, Shoto panted hard, his fire burning hot and bright in his left side while ice built up around his right, shimmering in the light of the flames. Izumi looked at him with the biggest smile he'd ever seen, even as tears still streamed down her face. You look magnificent. I'm so glad to finally meet all of you, Shoto Todoroki. Izumi smiled beautifully. Despite everything, Shoto began to laugh. Even through all this, after all I said and did, you were still trying to help me. I still don't understand you. He smiled softly, but I think I'm starting to. After all, I want to be a hero too. Izumi couldn't help but blush upon seeing Shoto's smile. It truly was a beautiful thing to behold, but she still had a job to do. Come then, Shoto of ice and fire. Show me everything you have, and I shall do the same. Izumi declared, her body glowing brightly as her divine power surged. Her left hand called up an orb of flame, while her right summoned forth a stream of water from the pool, and beneath her feet flowers began to grow. There was a pause as each stared at one another, their elements surging around them. Looking into one another's eyes, their thoughts and feelings seemed to flow into each other without a word being said. Then in the blink of an eye, they clashed. Shoto's fire clashed against the water Izumi had called forth, creating a huge blast of steam, while Izumi's fire had resulted in something similar as it struck Shoto's ice. The twin eruptions of steam forced both teens back, wincing from the heat of the steam but still smiling widely. Izumi's plants surged up at Shoto, aiming to bind him, but they burned away quickly in Shoto's fire, and the ice stopped more from growing too close. Izumi grinned excitedly as she called fire to her right hand and blasted it forward, and Shoto matched her with his own fire. The two flames pushed against one another until they fused into a giant fireball, which promptly exploded and blasted both of them off the hill. Shoto used his fire to blast himself back onto the hilltop again, while Izumi used Path of Pisces followed by Climbing Carp to land on the surface of the pool and then launch herself back up. Izumi ended up flying higher than the hill, and used her fire to propel herself at Shoto foot first. Moegami art, Phoenix Talon, she cried. Shoto blocked the kick with a quick wall of ice, and while Izumi shattered through it, she lost most of her momentum, allowing Shoto to grab her leg and try to freeze her. A burst of fire stopped that plan, and Izumi was able to quickly get back on her feet. As Izumi and Shoto clashed again and again, throwing their elemental powers at one another, Endeavor got out of his seat with a huge, terrifying grin and began stomping over to the railing. "Shoto," he roared, his flames exploding outward with his enthusiasm, "so you finally accepted it. Excellent. It all begins now. With my blood in your veins, you will eventually surpass me." He reached the railing and his flames pulsed even hotter. "You will fulfill my ambitions." Shoto didn't hear a word. All he heard was his own heart pumping wildly, and all he saw was the girl stood across from him, smiling joyfully and panting as they fought. Present Mike couldn't help but comment, a sudden pep talk from Mr. Endeavor, "How nice. What a doting parent," he said in a complete deadpan. He didn't even bother shouting. As the red hill was closest to Endeavor's position, Himiko decided to fake being knocked off the hill by one of Hatsume's gadgets. She practically threw herself towards the pool directly below Endeavor, then at the last moment, she transformed into Katsuki and saved herself from disqualification by using a huge blast to propel herself back to the hill. The blast created a massive wave of water that went over the railing and doused Endeavor's flames. The number 2 hero was left soaked and spluttering, his flames completely drowned and only wisps of smoke rising around him. The formerly flaming man's eye twitched as he slowly turned to glare furiously at Himiko, who was back on top of the red hill and in her own form. Undeterred by the glare, Himiko just winked at him. "Hoopsie. So sorry, Mr. Endeavor," she grinned impishly. The heroes around Endeavor choked and coughed to hide their laughter, while Dabi and Hawks promptly laughed themselves sore. But once again, Shoto and Izumi noticed nothing, completely wrapped up in their fight. As Shoto finally fought with everything he had, he found Izumi quickly adjusting to his change of tactics and pushing him back again. "TCH, my fire is weak and I can't control it well. And I can only use both fire and ice if I'm not moving. It's too hard to control them both and move at the same time. If only I hadn't neglected it all these years." Shoto thought, really pushing himself. At least he could use the heat from his fire to counter the effects the ice had on him, and even though Izumi could freely control water, she was reluctant to use it against Shoto due to the steam clouds it created. Oddly enough, Shoto didn't feel discouraged. He was losing, but it felt good to really cut loose with everything he had, and he loved that he was making Izumi work to defeat him, and that she smiled as they fought. Shoto had never thought about enjoying combat before, but against a strong opponent and giving it all one had, it felt almost like dancing. Or at least, it felt like how dancing was described to him by Fuyumi. He'd never done it himself. Maybe Izumi would be willing to try it with him later. As that thought went through Shoto's head, Izumi blocked his last attack and then turned and jumped off the hill, much to his confusion. She landed on top of the pool and then created a water spout directly below her, raising her up so she was level with him, but not stood directly on the black hill. "You've done so awesome, Shoto. We've only got a few seconds left in the event, so I'll test your new resolve with one last attack. Brace yourself." Izumi grinned, before closing her eyes to focus. Taking a deep breath, Izumi used water spout to create a single water dragon head, complete with ice skull and scales. It was noticeably different than the heads of her water orochi, looking more like a traditional water dragon with coral-shaped horns. She controlled it with her right hand, then used her left hand and inferno to steal some of Shoto's own flames and shape them into a serpentine fire dragon to match the serpentine water dragon. Then, Izumi used green sprout, specifically the water lily technique, to grow foliage over the pillar of water she was standing on, eventually turning into a tree. She then used this tree as a plant source for vines, which she manipulated to grow into the shape of a third dragon that snaked through the air behind her, and then grew bark over it as armor just like the ice armor on the water dragon. Shoto gaped at the 3 dragons for a moment, before grinning again. "Okay, you want my best then I'll match you with all of my power," he declared. He unleashed as much ice as he could behind him, both as a barrier for him to hit if he was blasted back, as well as to cool the air down as much as he possibly could. "Lower the temperature of the air as much as I can, then dash." He blasted his flame forward at full strength, superheat it and make it explode. Midnight raised her whip, time's almost up. We're in the final countdown. Everybody say it with me. 10. Izumi grinned, "Let's go. Shoto Todoroki," she cried, directing all 3 of her dragons to attack Shoto. 9. "I'm coming for you, Izumi Midoriya," he roared back, unleashing all his flame right into the frigid air in Izumi's direction. 8. Celestial Combination, Dragon Trinity. Flash Freeze Heatwave. 7. Shoto's flames blasted straight at Izumi, the heat causing a sudden, rapid expansion of energy that turned his fire stream into what appeared to be an outright energy beam. 6. The flash freeze heatwave struck all three dragon heads as Izumi made them converge to block the attack. Immediately, they began to lose their shape as the intense flame overpowered Izumi's own, as well as burning away her wood dragon and evaporating her water dragon. 5. Izumi grinned wider and forced even more power out, using a mix of Inferno, Green Sprout, and Water Spout to replenish and regenerate the dragons faster than Shoto could destroy them. 4. The force of his own attack began to push back against Shoto, the recoil worsened by the force the dragons were exerting against his stream. He tried pushing himself harder, but he simply didn't have any more to give. He was already giving it his all. 3. His fire began to lose steam and Shoto found he could no longer muster the firepower needed to overpower Izumi's fire dragon or water dragon. 2. Shoto's back touched the ice he'd set up behind him. He'd reached the limits of his power. For the first time in his life, Shoto had found his own hard limit, and not just the one he'd set himself. 1. So now he finally had something to go beyond. Shoto's eyes seemed to glow as they met Izumi's. Both teens smiled softly. Time's up. In an instant, the attack stopped. Izumi's fire dragon vanished with a hiss, and her water dragon melted back into the pool below her. With a single touch, Izumi turned the wood dragon, and her tree, into flower petals of all kinds of colors, which swirled around the arena in the wind that she and Shoto had whipped up with their battle. Shoto's arms flopped to his side numbly, and he slid down his icy wall. With a smile, he touched the black painted concrete beneath him. He was still on the top of his hill. With a little hop, Izumi stepped onto the platform too. Good work, Shoto. You gave it your all, she said simply, offering her hand with a smile. Shoto chuckled and took her hand, letting her drag him to his feet. Yeah, next time, I think I'll do that from the start. Izumi giggled, but her giggle turned into a squeak as Shoto suddenly hugged her. Thank you, Izumi. Izumi blushed, and patted Shoto's back with a smile. You're welcome, Shoto. This is what friends, and heroes, are for. What a finale. Todoroki of 1A really didn't want to give up his winning spot, even if it meant facing Amaterasu. He put on one heck of a show and it looks like this time, fortune favored the bold. Now let's see how the final rankings were. Present Mike announced. Midnight grinned teasingly at the two teens atop the Black Hill, having greatly enjoyed their hot-blooded clash and the cute hug at the end. But she had a job to do and quickly cracked her whip to get all attention back on her. In fourth place, with all four of its members holding the fourth position on their respective tower, we have Team Monoma. Monoma smirked smugly, though his eyes betrayed how frustrated he was to have come fourth, while Itsuka, Pony, and Hatsum cheered. Itsuka was actually quite frustrated too, but she wasn't going to look a gift horse in the mouth. In third place, holding the third place on the Black Hill, joint first place on the Red Hill, third place on the Blue Hill, and second place on the Yellow Hill, we have Team Kirishima. Ijiro roared out a manly victory cry, while Hitoshi sighed with relief. Toru did a happy dance, becoming visible again so everyone could see her beaming smile, while Toguru grinned triumphantly from his perch atop the Red Hill. In second place, holding first place on the Black Hill, second place on the Red Hill, joint first place on the Blue Hill, and third place on the Yellow Hill, we have Team Todoroki. Shoto blinked and looked around. Hananuki was panting while Momo looked relieved to have secured second place on her hill. Setsuna had managed to land on top of the Blue Hill at the last second, while Izumi was distracted by him, managing a joint first place with Ochako. Every single one of them looked overjoyed, and it made the boy frown. I almost cost them all this. What expressions would they have worn if I'd betrayed them by refusing to stop my pledge, he thought. Izumi patted him on the shoulder, seemingly reading his thoughts via the look on his face. Finally, the winners of the second event, with first or joint first place on 3 hills and second place on the Black Hill, we have Team Bakugo. Himiko cheered loudly and flashed a victory sign to her family in the stands. Fumikage nodded proudly, petting Dark Shadow and shaking hands with Toru and Hananuki. Ochako was jumping up and down and yelling to her family in between hugging Hitoshi, who'd secured her first place on the Blue Hill at the last moment by lassoing her up there. Katsuki had a strangely muted expression, not liking that he was the last place person on his team, but he did nod appreciatively at his teammates. Shoto looked at him with an odd expression. Wondering why he accepted second place. Izumi asked. Shoto nodded, yes. Why did he do that? He wanted to win as badly as anything. He did, and if I hadn't been restricted he would have been fighting me the whole time I was here. Izumi sighed, working a crick out of her neck. Kind of glad he wasn't, fighting you both would have been a major pain. Make no mistake though, Shoto, he only accepted second place because he knew his teammates had his back, and even with him second place, the rest were high enough to win. If he'd seen his team as a whole was in second place or lower at the last second, he would have taken the top spot. He would have hated it, but he knows what's important and will sacrifice his pride if that's the only option left. Shoto looked at Katsuki with contemplative eyes. I see. He has his own kind of pledge, one he'll abandon as soon as it gets in the way. Izumi nodded. Everyone has something like that. A line they don't want to cross, or something they hold back for one reason or another. The trick is to know when to set that aside for the sake of something more important. Shoto hummed in thought. Then what is your line? Your pledge, he asked. Izumi smiled sadly as images flashed through her head. A muscular man laughs as he chokes a child. A head staring blankly amidst blood and sea foam. An imp cackling as it raises its flute to strike a little girl. Screams as the imp melts in a puddle of red ink. Nothing you need to worry about, Shoto, she assured him. Shoto's response was cut off by present mixed commentary. Teams Monoma, Kurashima, Todoroki and Bakugo will be advancing to the final event. We'll move on to the final event, as well as recreational games for everyone else, after an hour lunch break. See you all soon. With that, the unseen Nizu used overhaul to open drains in the ground and drain the pool back into its underground tanks, while Cementos lowered all the hills so the students could get off. Shoto and Izumi used their fire powers to melt free those still frozen on the Black Hill. Once they were done, Izumi held her hand out to Shoto. As an extra bonus to having everyone's family watching from the stands, the principal is letting them backstage to eat lunch with us. Shoto froze and Izumi nodded. Yes Shoto, she'll be there. Now come on, don't want to keep her waiting. The peppermint-haired boy swallowed hard, and after a moment's hesitation, took Izumi's hand. Izumi smiled softly, she's looking forward to it. And as an added bonus, he isn't invited. Shoto paused for a moment and confusion flickered across his face. It was then replaced by realization, followed by laughter. Izumi blinked in surprise, but couldn't help but smile, enjoying the sound of his laughter. What is it? She asked. It's just funny, you know, in that moment. I forgot all about him. Shoto said, looking Izumi in the eye. He was giving a shaky, but earnest smile and his eyes were shining. Izumi almost wanted to cry with happiness. With new determination in his heart, Shoto left the arena floor with Izumi at his side. There was a long overdue reunion to get to. Meanwhile in the stands, Endeavor had gotten his flame burning again after Himiko doused it. He was still a bit damp, but despite that, he was in a great mood. His masterpiece had finally stopped failing and was now working as he should be. Sure, Shoto had come second in both events, but now that he was using his fire, he'd sweep the final event. Endeavor watched Shoto leave hand in hand with Amaterasu and grinned wider. Amaterasu had been the one to finally break Shoto's stupid rebellion. Endeavor would have to thank her, perhaps the idea of having the future #1 hero as a husband would be appropriate thanks. Shoto did seem to like the girl. And if Endeavor could convince her to help him with his own overheating problem, then 2 generations of the Todorokis would dominate the top spot on the hero rankings. The flame hero walked off with a dark smile. It was time to finally meet this Amaterasu face to face. Next chapter, Families of All Kinds Part 1. To be released, April 29, 2022. Well, that's the end of that particular part of Shoto's character arc. It took some doing, and Izumi almost kicking his ass right out of the festival, but Shoto has finally used his fire. This chapter is probably one of my favorites, since I got to show off some more of Izumi's moves and the whole exchange between her and Shoto, which I'd be planning since the very first few arcs. Also gotta love Himiko just splashing water on Endeavor to make him shut up. Next chapter, Shoto reunites with this mother, Izumi gets to meet the Hagakure family, and Ochako talks about her feelings with her own parents. Thank you all once again, and I look forward to reading your thoughts on this chapter and the ones to come. Saturday 13th May 2282. Backstage area, U.A Arena. The students of 1A were excitedly heading back to their prep room, where they would be eating lunch with their families. It would be the first time most of them got to see their parents since the USJ incident, or even before starting U.A for some of them, so they were all eager to get there as fast as they could. The only ones not rushing were Hitoshi, who would be spending the lunch period with Himiko and the Kanahana family, and Shoto. The boy was walking slowly, allowing Izumi to lead him by the hand as he thought about the reunion about to take place. It had been about 8 years since he'd seen his mother, and the last time had been when she snapped and poured boiling water over his face. He still remembered her pained scream as she realized what she'd done, and how she'd hugged him and tried to cool his burn with her ice quirk. She'd been hurt so much, would she be okay with him, now that he'd accepted his fire side? And then there was Fuyumi and Natsuo. His sister had stepped in and tried to look after Shoto in their mother's absence, but she'd only been a child herself through most of it and had become a nervous wreck. After the investigation team started watching their family, she had come out of her shell and become her true self again. She was so kind that she didn't even hate their father, though she was still petrified of him. Natsuo was kind of the opposite. He'd been so scared of Endeavor's abuse that he'd hidden away from Shoto just like the man wanted, though Shoto knew it had hurt him to abandon his little brother. As soon as the investigation started, Natsuo had tried to reconnect with his baby brother, not that Shoto made it easy for him. Shoto had been a cold child. An endeavor of ice. That was how Izumi had described the person he was before, a twisted reflection of the man he hated most. A man that was willing to sacrifice his own comrades for the sake of a pledge meant to deprive Endeavor of his masterpiece, all while he slowly became more like him in personality. A shudder went through Shoto. He wasn't going to be that person anymore. He'd be Shoto, the man of ice and fire. He'd be his whole self, nothing less. The thought was a liberating one, and as Shoto realized that, he began to wonder when the pledge he'd clung to like a lifeline had turned into the chains holding him down. The others entered the prep room, but when Shoto went to follow, Izumi tugged him away. Shoto gave her a questioning look. Considering how things are with your family, I thought it best if you met up in private first, before joining the others. They're in another room. Izumi said quietly, in case anyone was listening. Shoto swallowed thickly, then nodded and allowed Izumi to gently pull him to the room where his family waited. It was right around the corner, so they didn't go far, and when Shoto finally found himself staring at the closed door, he realized how unprepared he was. Are you scared? Izumi asked, seeing him bite his lip nervously. Yes, he answered honestly. It'll be okay. They've wanted this for so long, and I heard them cheering when you used your flames. Izumi said, tapping her head where her wolf ears usually were. She was in human form to regain strength. Shoto looked at her for a moment, and she smiled back at him. With a deep breath, Shoto gathered his courage and opened the door to enter the room. It was a smaller prep room, actually intended for Izumi to use while she was preparing for the second event, so the instant Shoto opened the door, all he could see was his family, and all they could see was him. For a moment, it seemed as if all four of the Todorokis were holding their breath and staring at one another, each taking in every single detail about the person they had missed the most. For Shoto, this wasn't just the first time he'd seen his mother, but also the first time he truly looked at his own siblings, having ignored them so much due to his obsession. Natsuo was taller than he thought, being almost 6 foot tall, and Shoto was sure he used to have red streaks of hair near his ears, but they were gone now. Had Natsuo dyed them, or cut them out? Shoto wasn't sure, he didn't even notice Natsuo had done it until now. Then there was Fuyumi, who still had the red streaks in her hair. She'd been forced to cut them out by their mother once, while she was in the early stages of her mental breakdown, but they had apparently grown back out. She was also wearing glasses over her gray eyes, and that was a surprise too. Shoto hadn't known she needed glasses, and he could have sworn her eyes were turquoise like their father's. Had Shoto really been so wrapped up in his own problems that he hadn't noticed such basic things about his own siblings? Had Endeavor really separated them that completely, or had Shoto just not cared enough to look? The fact that both his siblings were now smiling at him only made Shoto's heart hurt more. Then he looked at his mother's face for the first time in 8 years, and he suddenly felt like a little boy again. His mother looked almost exactly as she did in his memories. The length of her hair was a bit different, and she had some age lines under her eyes, but otherwise it looked as if she had sprung straight out of his happiest memories. And she was smiling at him, with tears streaming down her face. Shoto felt tongue-tied, but eventually managed to open his mouth and stutter out a greeting, hello. Mom. It's been a while. I'm really bad at this. Rei couldn't help but laugh at her son's awkwardness or his exasperated expression as he stumbled over his words. Before the boy could try and apologize for messing up, Rei stepped forward and pulled him into a loving hug. Shoto blinked in surprise, before breathing in his mother's familiar scent and promptly melting into her embrace. He held onto her like a lifeline and found himself crying, though he'd been fine just seconds before. Sobbing quietly and holding onto his mother for dear life, Shoto finally shed his awkwardness and spoke from the heart. Mom. I'm so sorry. I should have come and seen you sooner. I thought you'd hate me. Be afraid of me. See me as him. He confessed. Rei stroked her son's hair as he sobbed into her shoulder, soothing him lovingly. Oh Shoto, I could never hate you. I was afraid it was you who hated me. For what I did to you, I wouldn't have blamed you. I don't hate you, Mom. It wasn't your fault. Shoto murmured, the comfort of his mother's arms helping him calm down. Rei kissed his hair. Oh my son, you've grown so strong and handsome. Watching you out there was incredible. You look like a proper hero, especially at the very end there, she complimented. You really were awesome, little bro. Natsuo said, reaching over to ruffle Shoto's hair, that thing with the ice and fire, where you made like a fire laser, that was incredible. Shoto. Fuyumi cried, unable to hold herself back anymore and hugging both her brother and mother at the same time. I'm so happy for you. You were smiling and it's been so long since I saw you smile and. Wah. The poor woman burst into tears and hugged her family even tighter, forcing Natsuo into it too. The middle Todoroki-san tried to keep his composure, but the sparkling tears in the corners of his eyes gave him away. Izumi smiled softly from the doorway, pleased that the reunion had gone so well. She turned to silently excuse herself from the tender and private family moment, but before she made it more than a single step out of the door, she was suddenly grabbed by the back of her collar and dragged back into the room. Oh no you don't. Natsuo grinned, having broken away from the hug to catch her. You're responsible for this, so you ain't getting away. But this is a family moment. I shouldn't intrude. Izumi squeaked. Shoto laughed, watching the girl who'd just given him hell with seemingly little effort being manhandled and deposited back into their midst like an errant puppy. Natsuo was grinned impishly at the girl, whose hair he was now petting, while Fuyumi seemed excited to see her. Shoto looked to see his mother's reaction and the look on her face made it seem like she was seeing an old friend. Izumi had mentioned meeting and befriending his mother. You are certainly not an intruder, Izumi. Rei said kindly, without you, none of this would be possible. It's thanks to you that I get to hold my Shoto again, and it's thanks to you that he is finally whole. WL. Shoto is my friend and he was suffering, so I had to help. You don't need to thank me for that. And I had to keep my promise to you too, since we're friends as well. Izumi blushed, poking her index fingers together shyly. Rei smiled, you're being too modest, Izumi dear. We watched you fighting Shoto, remember? We didn't hear what you said, but we saw the effect. Fuyumi nodded enthusiastically, yeah. I've wanted to meet you ever since I heard about you from Mom. She told me that you were the one who got the commission president to investigate Dad, which is why we can visit Mom and have our own lives. Izumi blushed and smiled, oh. I'm happy to meet you too. You know, both your mom and Shoto have said then I'm similar to you. Oh ho. High praise for us both right there. You did look kind of like a younger, curly-haired me when your hair was white. Oh, and I saw your daughter in the crowd too. She's a little cutie. I'm working as an elementary school teacher, so please let me meet her properly sometime. Fuyumi asked excitedly. Sis, we'll probably meet her in like 10 minutes at most. She'll be eating lunch with us all, right? Natsuo asked, looking to Izumi. The girl nodded, making him grin, you see. But before we go there, I really need to add my thanks to Mom's and Fuyumi's. I barely had a life of my own, and knew next to nothing about my own baby brother, but then you dropped the investigation team on the bastard's head and freed us. Now we can do what we want with our lives, and we're finally becoming a family again. I've actually got a little brother again, and you helped snap him out of his emo phase. I'm in your debt. He ended his thanks with a short bow, and Izumi couldn't help but notice the resemblance between Natsuo and Endeavor. They had similar builds, though Natsuo was shorter and less muscular, and similar hairstyles and facial structures too. It was as if Natsuo was a young Enji, with white hair and a more playful disposition. Izumi kept that thought to herself though, she doubted Natsuo would take it as a compliment, even if Izumi freely admitted Endeavor and Natsuo were handsome, but then all the Todorokis were attractive. Seriously, there isn't a need to thank me. I did what I thought was right, nothing more. Izumi replied. Natsuo gave a sly grin, a cute girl that is kind, strong, helps my little brother, and messes with the old bastard. If you were a little older, I'd ask you out, he said, only half joking. Izumi promptly blushed crimson. Ishiko, who was still in her pouch, laughed herself silly, and both Rei and Fuyumi giggled. Shoto was less amused though and stalked over to Izumi to pull her away from his brother. I warned you he'd do this. Stay away from him, Izumi. Shoto said sternly. Natsuo scoffed indignantly and began arguing with his younger brother, while Fuyumi, who was trying to hold in her laughter, began half-heartedly telling them to behave. Izumi was stuck in an impromptu tug-of-war between the younger Todoroki brothers, with herself stuck as the rope, and Ishiko was no help at all, hiding in her secure pouch and laughing at Izumi's predicament. Rei watched with a wide smile. Her younger boys were having a silly, brotherly squabble while their giggling older sister tried to corral them. It was the kind of scene that should have played out hundreds of times in the last 8 years, but had been prevented by Endeavor and his actions. Rei looked at Izumi, stuck between her children, and couldn't help but smile. It was another thing that Izumi had fixed for her. Her family was another step closer to being whole, to being what it should have always been. Eventually, Rei decided to end things before her boys heard Izumi in their enthusiasm. Like an experienced mother effortlessly swiping a toy from her misbehaving children, Rei pulled Izumi towards her. "That's enough now, boys. Izumi isn't a toy," she scolded. "It looks like all the teary and emotional moments are done for now, so I think it would be safe to go and join the rest of the parents and Shoto's classmates." Rei said, taking charge. "Yes ma'am," her 3 children and Izumi said together, making Rei smile. Following Rei's lead, Izumi and the Todoroki children left the small prep room and began to head to Class 1A's prep room to join them for lunch. Izumi lagged behind a moment to make sure it was properly locked. Her civilian stuff was inside after all, then she hurried to catch up. She caught up just as Shoto and his family entered the prep room to join the others for lunch, and that was when she saw Dabi heading towards her. He'd waited until his siblings and mother entered the room before walking towards her. "Hey Dabi, how are you?" "Oh." Izumi's greeting was cut off as Dabi suddenly grabbed her and pulled her into a hug. He held her against him for a few seconds, and Izumi smiled and snuggled into the hug, enjoying the warmth and the sound of Dabi's heartbeat. "Thank you, Izumi. Thank you," Dabi whispered to her. He wasn't crying, his burnt tear ducts didn't allow him to, but the emotion in his voice was enough to make it clear how deeply he felt. Izumi smiled. "You're welcome, Dabi. Do you think you can come and join us? Even if you aren't ready to reveal yourself, you could still spend time with us all. You're a part of the Konohana family too, after all." Dabi shook his head gently, then released Izumi. "Thanks, but I think I should eat by myself. I've been avoiding Mom, but whenever she catches sight of me, she watches me for a moment. At first I think the burns gave her bad memories, but I think she might be close to recognizing me, even through all this." He waved a hand at his burnt mug, best not to tempt fate. Izumi giggled. A mother's intuition is a powerful force. You shouldn't underestimate it. She still remembered how certain Rei had been when she said Toya was alive, back before the entrance exams. Dabi laughed. "You've got that right. I'll go and keep an eye on the old bastard, just in case he tries to pull something. Have fun with everyone, little sis," he said, ruffling her hair before walking off. Izumi watched him go, and she could have sworn he was standing a little straighter and walking with more energy. She smiled and went to join the others. The moment she entered the door into 1A's prep room, she was met with the happy and energetic chattering of her classmates and their families, as well as the Konohana household. In the brief time Dabi had kept her, the Todorokis had nestled themselves into a corner of the room and were now eating bentos that Rei had prepared, a fact that made Shoto look like he wanted to both devour it and savor it at the same time. It was the first time in years that he'd had his mother's home cooking after all. Izumi debated going over to join him, but decided to let him spend some personal time with his family. Everyone else was having a good time. A few only had a single parent due to a death in the family, a divorce, or an inescapable prior commitment, one example being Aoyama, whose mother was the only one present since his father couldn't make it. Others had their siblings around too, such as the Azuri family. Baru and Ganma were congratulating Tsuyu, who was disappointed she didn't make it to the 3rd round, while Samidare and Satsuki were playing with Eri. The children had their own table between the Azuri and Midoriya/Konohana families, and Izumi spotted Fuyumi looking over at them with a big smile every now and again, clearly wanting to go over and say hello. She clearly loved children, as expected for a good elementary school teacher. The only one with no family present, Hitoshi, was sat with Himiko and he didn't seem bothered by the lack of family. The Konohanas were all around him, commenting on his and Himiko's success and congratulating them on getting to the 3rd event, and even Aizawa-sensei was with them, eating his own lunch and offering commentary about Hitoshi's growing skill with binding techniques. Hitoshi had been practicing them for years, being a fan of Eraserhead, but it was only recently that he got proper tutelage from the man himself, so he was clearly very happy to receive praise. Of course, Aizawa-sensei and Master Onijirai were as quick with criticism as they were with praise, but they were nice about it. Izumi looked around at everyone, smiling wider as she did. They all looked so happy, and she was sure a similar scene was playing out in 1B's prep room down the hall. Izumi was a little disappointed that Toshinori wasn't with her mama for lunch, but since Toshinori was still known as All Might's manager and he was blatantly dating her mother, it was probably best to avoid questions. Especially as a few students in her class had noticed her mother and All Might flirting while he was in hero form. They were already tempting fate on that one, and Aizawa-sensei had given them an earful over it after the joint 1A/1B party a few weeks back. Deciding to join her family, Izumi began to head towards them when she was once again grabbed and dragged over to another family. This time it was the excitable Toru. "Oh Izumi. You've got to come over and meet my mom and dad. They've been really wanting to meet you," she said, before dragging her over to the Hagakures. Both parents immediately smiled wide and stood to meet her. Mrs. Hagakure looked a lot like Toru, just older and with her chestnut hair cut short, while Mr. Hagakure was a rather rotund man with shiny blue eyes and black hair. They looked a lot like they had in the photograph that Toru had shown Izumi in the woods where they'd had their heart-to-heart, with only a few differences. Mrs. Hagakure had gained a few age lines and was a bit bigger, while Mr. Hagakure had some silver in his hair now and looked older too, more so than his wife. Still, they both looked good and their smiles were infectious. Izumi couldn't help but smile too as Toru presented her to them. "Mom, Dad, this is Izumi. Also known as the Okami hero, Amaterasu, or Ami-sensei." Toru introduced. "Izumi, this is my mom and dad. It's a pleasure to meet you both," Izumi said, bowing politely. "Oh, the pleasure is all ours. We can't possibly thank you enough for all you did for our little girl," Mr. Hagakure said boisterously, his girth and cheeriness making Izumi think of Bakugami. "We haven't seen Toru for years, not truly, and then she suddenly visits home one weekend and is completely visible. We had no idea what to think. Then she told us what you did for her, as well as that you were training her. Our family owes you a great debt," Mrs. Hagakure added. Izumi smiled kindly. "I assure you, that isn't necessary. I just did what I thought was right," she said honestly. The Hagakures were already doing more than enough by keeping Izumi's quirk a secret. Izumi had given Toru permission to tell them about it, but not her divinity, so as to avoid having her lie to her parents, and they had naturally agreed to keep quiet. Mrs. Hagakure sighed and put a hand on her cheek. "Truly, it was wonderful to get to do some more mother-daughter activities with Toru. I got to teach her how to apply makeup, and how to properly style her hair. It was always too hard to do anything but the simplest styles before, since we couldn't see her. The only downside is that now I've got to be careful of all the boys sniffing around her. You should have seen the looks on the neighborhood boys' faces when they saw her. Not that I blame them, my Toru is a beauty just like her mother," Toru's father declared proudly. Toru blushed and Izumi giggled. She could see Ojiro subtly watching them while he ate with his own parents. His crush on Toru had begun before he'd seen her face, so Izumi hoped he would be the one to win her heart. Not that she'd say that in front of Toru's parents, of course, it would be mean to set her father's crosshairs on the poor boy. "I should actually apologize to you too, Amaterasu," Mrs. Hagakure said, looking a bit embarrassed. "I meant to thank you when you called to invite us to the sports festival, but I'd just gotten back from work." Izumi chuckled, remembering that phone call. Toru's poor mother had barely registered a word she'd said in her exhaustion, so she hadn't realized who she was. She'd ended up agreeing to come via text after Izumi sent over the details, and hadn't learned Izumi had been the one to call her until Toru mentioned it while Izumi was with the Todorokis. "It's cool, we've all had those days where you're dead on your feet," Izumi assured her. "Don't I know it? Izumi's been running me ragged in training the last couple of weeks." Toru whined, though she was still grinning so it was obvious she wasn't too bothered. Izumi smirked. "It was worth it though, right? You came in 4th in the first event out of hundreds, and your team won 3rd in the second event. You're now in the 3rd event with only 15 other people." Toru nodded proudly. "Yeah. It was just like you promised too. Eri was right, you never break your promises. I can't take much credit, it was your own hard work. I just told you what you had to do in training and you put in the effort. Your performance today was all you, Toru. Your trick at the end of the race was incredible, you took the obstacles I put in place to stop you all and used them to your own advantage to take 4th place. Izumi praised, "No one can overlook you now." Toru beamed and her parents quickly added to the praise. They were so proud of her, and Izumi couldn't help but grin at their cute family dynamic. Toru was an only child and doted on by her parents, who spoiled her with affection and attention to make up for everyone else overlooking her. Mr. Hagakure was a jolly man and was quick with a joke or quip, and his wife was a lot like him, with the exception of a love for girly and cute things. While Toru favored her mother in looks, just as Izumi did with her own mother, her personality was a perfect blend of the two and Izumi had no choice but to smile at their antics. The Hagakures and Todorokis weren't the only families that had taken an interest in Izumi either. Being a full hero at 15 years of age, as well as a teacher and student at U.A, with a 6-year-old daughter on top of all that, made Isumi quite the oddity, and the other parents were curious about her too. The Tokoyamis, who were sat with hawks, were patiently waiting for a good moment to speak to her about everything with the Raven clan, while the Azuas wanted to thank her again for saving Tsuyu at the USJ. The Ida family were also interested in speaking to her too, since Tenji had served her in Sakuya for so long, Tensei had helped save her from the Shai Hasaikai, and Tenya had become her friend, but they were busy comforting their son. Tenya was disappointed he hadn't made it to the third event thanks to Shoto freezing his hill, and while Izumi thought his parents looked and sounded strict, they were actually quite supportive and understanding, assuring him they weren't disappointed and that his brother wouldn't be either. But while most of those who hadn't already met Izumi only had a passing interest, there was one family that was about to become very interested. The Uraraka family had been ecstatic to be able to come and see Ochako, after their work forced them to miss coming and seeing her after the USJ. They'd felt horrible about that and made sure to apologize to their daughter. "We really are sorry, Ochako dear. After what you went through, we should have dropped everything and come running but..." Ochako's mother said guiltily, but Ochako cut her off. "Mom, it's okay. If you'd come, you wouldn't have completed the contract on time and we'd have lost profit. I even told you not to come, remember?" Ochako said soothingly. Her mother nodded, still regretting it, while her father reached over the table and patted his daughter's head. "We know dear, but no matter how hard things get money-wise, you're still more important to us." Ochako smiled. "I know Dad, it's the same for me. By the way, I was really surprised you could make it today. I know you're between contracts now that the last one is done, but I thought you'd be busy trying to get another one. Aren't the guys itching for work?" Her father laughed. "Honestly Ochako, you don't need to worry. Today is your day, you shouldn't feel the need to worry about your old man's work," he said, before a spark entered his eye. "Besides, the men are all here in Mizutofu too. Amaterasu could only promise tickets for us, so they couldn't come to the school, but they send their love. They're all watching on TV at a bar nearby, cheering for their lil Chaco to win." The Gravity Girl gasped. They all came to Mizutofu. Why? Funnily enough, we actually got an amazing contract in the area. It was too good to pass up, so we all came over. It was great timing too, as we have a few days before we begin and it gave us the perfect chance to see you here at the festival, her father grinned. Ochako smiled excitedly. "A new contract here? Tell me about it." Her father opened his mouth to speak, but her mother stopped him. "Don't get him started dear, or he'll never stop raving about it. This is your day, we should be talking about you. How has your school life been? Besides the villain attack of course." "Oh, it's been great. It's really hard work, but it's fun too. I've made a lot of friends." Ochako chirped happily, thinking about the huge crowd of people she always spent her meals and free time with. "Most of them are in my class, but I do have a couple of friends in 1B too." "That's wonderful, Ochako." Mrs. Uraraka smiled, before her eyes suddenly seemed to begin twinkling. "Are any of these friends special? Maybe a little more than friends?" Mom." Ochako squeaked, her cheeks turning red. "Honey, don't tease her too much. She'll float away. It took us hours to get her back down the last time you did that." Mr. Uraraka laughed, remembering his little girl spinning through the air while covering her face. "It's a mother's job. Besides, we're indoors so it'll be easy to catch her if she does float off." Mrs. Uraraka grinned, refusing to drop the subject. "So Ochako, does your dad have to go and give the scary daddy talk to anyone? How about that purple-haired boy you worked with in the second event? Or the explosive blonde whose team you joined?" Ochako's mind immediately imagined herself in a relationship with either Hitoshi or Katsuki. Both images made her laugh. "Oh wow, you're way off the mark there, Mom," she giggled. "The purple-haired boy, Hitoshi, is a nice guy but we're just friends. We work together really well in the USJ, so we knew we made a good team, but that's about it. He's closer to Himiko than me. As for Katsuki, no way. He isn't interested in girls and he's a total bad boy. Not my type at all." "Thank God for that." Her father sighed with relief, before catching a look from his wife. "No offense to your friend of course. So is there anyone you're interested in? You can tell us, Ochako," her mother asked. The girl blushed and reluctantly nodded. Her father tried to hide his glower, while her mother smiled. "Ah, Ochako. Who is it?" Ochako looked around the room, trying to subtly see if the object of her affections could hear her. Upon seeing they were talking to someone and obviously weren't using their powers, she leaned in close to her parents. "Okay, but you've got to whisper or she'll hear us." "She. So your crush is another girl?" I owe your father 50 yen, her mother whispered. Heh, told you Ochako liked both. Who is it? The girl with the jacks on her ears? I can't imagine anyone else hearing us through all the noise in here, her father commented, keeping his voice low. Ochako shook her head with a blush. She screwed up all her courage and finally managed to spit out what she had only recently begun to admit to herself. It's Izumi. Her parents looked confused. Izumi? You mean the girl you met at the entrance exam? Her mother asked. Ochako nodded. Why yeah. I guess that's when I first started getting feelings for her. It's cliché, but after she saved me from the zero-pointer, I couldn't help but want to be closer to her. It was just as friends at first, but as I got to know her more. Her cheeks reddened even further. I think I began to really fall for her. Her parents' eyes widened. Ochako was beet red and kept looking over to a specific girl. When they followed her eyes, they saw who it was. Wait, Izumi is Amaterasu. Your crush is a hero, her father asked urgently. He couldn't give the scary daddy talk to a hero. A kid in training was one thing, but a fully licensed hero. She'd kick his butt. Amaterasu is also the mother to that adorable little girl with the horn and the snowy hair, right? Her mother asked. Ochako nodded. Yeah. That's Eri, Izumi's daughter. She's her real daughter, but wasn't born that way. It's complicated and I barely understand it, but it is what it is. Eri is a total sweetheart and we all love her. I play with her a lot, and Izumi trusts me enough to look after her if she's busy with something, she said proudly. Ochako, you're really serious about her, aren't you? Her father said, a sad smile on his face. It was an odd feeling for a father. He wanted his little girl to stay that way forever, but also wanted her to be happy. I am. I didn't realize how serious until recently. I like her a lot. All she wants is to help people. She's done a lot of crazy stuff to help us all already. She's a hero and super strong, but she's also really nice and gets flustered. It's really cute, and if she gets excited, she'll smile really big. And her eyes will do this twinkling thing, and she sometimes turns into her hero form and begins wagging her tail super hard, then she'll get flustered and whine and be like a shy puppy. It's strange, but I like seeing her flustered. I like seeing her excited. I want to keep seeing it. I feel funny when I look at her, and she called me pretty once and my heart wouldn't calm down for like an hour. Honey, you're rambling a bit, her mother cut her off gently. Ochako shut her mouth with an audible click of her teeth and somehow managed to turn even redder. She only avoided covering her face, and accidentally making herself float, through force of will and her mother's hand on hers. Sorry. I guess she makes me flustered too. Ochako whispered. Her mother nodded, but it shows that your feelings are real. You've never had a real crush before. In fact, can you even call this a crush? It sounds like you're in love with her. I was the same with your mom before I finally worked up the guts to ask her out, her father said, smiling at the memory. So do you think she feels the same way? She did call you pretty, which is obvious to anyone who isn't blind, but still. Ochako shrugged. I don't know, maybe. But I might have messed up a bit. Messed up how? Her parents asked. Ochako shrank in her chair. I might have, kinda, sorta, maybe, challenged her to a fight. Her parents stared blankly at her for a moment before her father cleared his throat. Ahem, well, is that sort of thing normal nowadays? It's been a long time since I asked anyone out. Do young people do this a lot now, or is it a hero thing? Not exactly. You see, someone else in the class challenged her for some reason, and I saw this look in her eye and I wanted her to look at me with those eyes. I want her to see me not as someone who would drag her down or ride her coattails, but as an equal. Someone who can stand on her level. I got so fired up that it sort of came out on its own. I wanted to prove I could be her partner, not just another victim who'd need protecting and saving. Ochako confessed. So it is a hero thing. Phew. I'm not totally out of touch yet, her father said jokingly, but in all seriousness, it sounds like you've put a lot of thought into this. I have. The way she makes me feel. I want to impress her. All I've wanted up to this point is to be a hero so I can support our family, and I still want that more than anything. I'm not going to give that up for the world, but now I want something else too. I want to be with her. Ochako's mother reached over to take both her daughter's hands in her own. We'll support you, Ochako. Through anything. If pursuing Amaterasu makes you happy, we're behind you 110%. But don't forget it isn't just her. She has a daughter too. If it gets serious between you both, that little girl might see you as a second mother. Are you prepared for that? Ochako thought about it for a moment, imaging Eri calling her Mama Cheiko, or Mommy. She imagined herself in a domestic life with Izumi, going out to fight crime and disasters together, then coming home and being a family with Eri. Ochako hadn't thought much about ever being a parent. It was exceedingly rare for female heroes who were on active duty, but the more she pictured it, the more appealing it became to her. The smile that began to creep onto her face was all the response her parents needed. "Wow, you really are growing up so fast. You've changed a lot since leaving home," her father commented. Ochako shrugged. "I think the zero-pointer and USJ incidents are the reason for that. They made me realize how short life can be. I want to grasp this chance while I can." "Well, we'll definitely support you in any way we can. Maybe we should go and thank Miss Kanahana for inviting us today. It could make for a good icebreaker," her mother suggested. Ochako tilted her head curiously. "Miss Kanahana? It was the president of the commission who invited you? I thought it was Izumi." Her parents exchanged a confused look. "It was. We mean Izumi Kanahana, she's the commission president's daughter, right?" her father said. "Oh. No, it's not quite like that. Izumi is the president's foster daughter, and I think legally adopted too. But her blood mom is still in the picture too. She was a Reaper victim. She's just over there in fact, Miss Inko. She's real nice. It's kind of confusing, but Izumi has her mom's name, so she's Izumi Midoriya." Instantly, Mr. Uraraka's eyes widened and he gaped like a fish, while his wife quietly gasped beside him. Honey, did you just say, Izumi Midoriya? Amaterasu is Izumi Midoriya?" Ochako looked at her mother with worry. "Yeah, why? What's wrong?" "Nothing. Nothing's wrong. But, well, here, read this," her father said, pulling out some folded sheets of paper from his pocket. Ochako frowned as she took them and unfolded them to read. "A construction contract. It's the one for here in Mizurufu. I got it photocopied and brought a copy with me in case you wanted to see it." "Read it," her father insisted. Obediently, Ochako began to read the contract, her eyes slowly growing larger the more she read. At first glance, it was a fairly normal construction contract. Her parents' company had been hired to build a Japanese-style compound on a plot of land in Mizurufu's Dorofu ward, not far from the commission headquarters. The first surprise was that the client had agreed to pay an amount equal to material and labor costs plus 50%, which was incredibly high. Most jobs for non-quirk licensed builders were lucky to push into 10% profit, with 50% usually being the kind earned by quirk builders who had lucrative private contracts. But the profit margins offered by the contract weren't the only interesting part. The client had not given a time limit on the contract, but they had added stipulations that if they were happy with the work done in a reasonable time frame, they would offer a bonus, full coverage for any fees needed to obtain a quirk certification. They even offered a second contract. Irrespective of whether the company attained its certification, to build a Japanese-style beach house in Akoburu. Wait. Akoburu? It couldn't be. Ochako whispered shakily. She quickly turned to the last page of the contract and saw the names at the bottom. Beside her father's name and signature was another, the name of a solicitor working on behalf of the client, a common thing for these kinds of contracts, but stapled to the bottom was a signed approval from the client, whose name was very familiar. Izumi Midoriya. Ochako stared at the name for several minutes of silence. There it was, in black and white, the client was Izumi. She was the one paying her family's company to build something for her. Ochako suddenly remembered something from a few weeks back, when she'd first told her friends about her reasons to be a hero. Izumi took another bite of her lunch, then casually said, "You know, I really did enjoy my time in Akoburu. I think I'd like a nice beach house of my own to stay in. Japanese style, of course. They didn't have any like that though, guess I'll have to have it built myself. I won't need it for a while, so it doesn't need to be quick, and I don't see a need to distract the quirk-certified builders from their more important city contracts either." She looked Ochako in the eye with a smirk. "Know any good builders?" Ochako's lip began to quiver as her eyes began to fill with tears. She did it again, she just can't help it. She learns about a problem and she has to fix it. Images again flashed through Ochako's head, Izumi saving her from the zero-pointer. "Don't worry, I'm here now. I'll save you." Izumi standing up to Aizawa-sensei over Toru's expulsion. In the quirk assessment, heroes risk their lives for others and teachers protect their students. You know that I've already faced death for the sake of others, mere expulsion won't scare me. Attending Udare has been a dream of mine, but I'll never accept a dream that can only be achieved by crushing the dreams of others. Izumi throwing herself in front of Tsuyu to save her from Shigaraki, turning to dust in the process. Izumi going to Okinawa to get a quirk to make Toru's life better. Izumi arranging for all of their parents to come and see them today. Ochako had always thought of heroes as people that fought villains and saved people from disasters. It was a profession, one Ochako greatly respected and admired, but for Izumi it wasn't. Everything from her saving Himiko from her parents, to taking Eri's place in horrible torture, to all she'd done for her classmates/students at Udata, for Izumi, heroism was a lifestyle. The more Ochako thought about it, the more she began to compare Izumi to All Might, the only other hero that Ochako could picture living that way. But despite how admirable it was, the thought of Izumi living her life that way made Ochako sad. The idea of living one's life solely for others, even if you were a truly selfless person, seemed just so sad to her. It made Ochako want to help her, not just to repay all that Izumi had done for her and her family, but because she didn't want to see Izumi be consumed by her work. Ochako wanted to make Izumi see that she had a life beyond all that she didn't need to work herself to the bone and single-handedly fix the world. Gathering her resolve, Ochako turned to her parents. "Mom, Dad, can you wait until after the sports festival before talking to Izumi?" "Of course. We want to thank her for the generous contract and for saving you in the entrance exam, but I suppose it can wait a few hours," her father agreed. "Why do you want us to wait, Ochako?" her mother asked. Ochako looked her mother in the eye, her brown eyes filled with warmth and determination. "I'm going to go as far as I can in the third event. I want to win it all. And after the festival is over, no matter how it ends, I'm going to tell Izumi how I feel." Her parents blinked in surprise. "You're sure about this?" her father asked. The girl nodded. "I am. The life of a hero can be short, I know how I feel, there's no point delaying. I'm going to be bold and prove I'm not second best. Then I'm going to go over to that overly kind idiot and tell her how I feel." As Ochako made her quiet declaration to her parents, she didn't notice the slight smile on Sakuya's face. The tree spirit had been subtly listening while pretending to watch whatever antics Katsuki and Mitsuki were getting into. She had noticed how both Ochako and Shoto looked at her daughter and couldn't help but smile. It looked like her little girl had attracted quite the interesting pair of people. Shoto and Ochako were nearly opposites in both personality and family situation. The ice man that has learned to embrace warmth, or the galaxy girl that is surprisingly down to earth. Which path will you take, daughter dearest? Or will you bother to make a choice at all? Sakuya was very interested in finding out. Next chapter, Families of All Kinds Part 2. To be released, May 2nd, 2022. This chapter is being posted a bit early, since I've got an electrician coming to fix some problem with my power. Be warned that I may be late replying to comments. Also to those on fanfiction.net, be aware that for the last chapter or so, I haven't been able to reply to reviews. I'm not ignoring you, I just can't reply, fanfiction.net. Hooray for fluff and love interests. Shoto gets to have his nice family reunion, Toru's parents show their gratitude, and Ochako discovers the little surprise that Izumi has been planning for her family. And it looks like two people are getting for Izumi's heart. I wonder who will get there first. Next chapter, Izumi finally gets to meet Fumikige's parents and discuss the Raven clan. Hitoshi and Himiko have a heart-to-heart that leads to Hitoshi's family drama being revealed, and a very unwelcome guest is set to spoil the otherwise pleasant lunch break. Thank you all once again, and I look forward to reading your thoughts on this chapter and the ones to come. Saturday 13th May 2282. 1A Prep Room, Udate Arena. It ended up taking Izumi a good 15 minutes to finally extract herself from the Hagakure family. They were the textbook definition of doting parents and their somewhat spoiled, but good-natured child, so they had been very enthusiastic about telling Izumi as many stories from Toru's childhood as they could. It was nice, and Toru seemed equal parts amused and embarrassed, but Izumi really did want to talk to some other people as well during her lunch break, so she politely excused herself as soon as she got the chance to do so without being rude. Looking around, Izumi decided that the Tokoyami family would be her next stop, as they were currently sitting and chatting with Hawks. As Izumi walked over to them, her eyes scanned the room and fell on Shoto, who had a small smile on his face as he and his mother and sister listened to something Natsuo was telling them, then to Ochako who was reading a small stack of papers that her father had handed her. Izumi blushed as she recognized the formatting on the papers as that of the construction contractor lawyer had shown her a week ago. I should have known her parents would tell her. I'm going to have to talk to her about it later, the wolf girl thought nervously. Ever since she'd learned of Ochako's family and their financial issues, Izumi had wanted to help them. She didn't like to talk about it, but Izumi was fairly wealthy even outside of the Konohana family funds. Most of her assigned missions tended to be emergency situations that only she could deal with, such as major injuries that needed rejuvenation, or the rare demon infestation, so the government paid her a lot for every success. Not only that, but she also got the standard pay for patrolling and on-the-spot responses to incidents that all heroes went through, as well as her teaching assistant pay from UA. On top of that, she had her savings from her allowance, she rarely spent it growing up, since Sakuya fulfilled all her needs and desires, as well as the frankly ludicrous pay that the government gave her for her usage of quirk exchange. Izumi was paid an astonishing 500,000 yen for every villain she depowered with quirk exchange, and a further 500,000 if she gave the quirk to an approved hero or government employee after the fact. With all that money, Izumi could easily help Ochako's family, but she didn't want it to be just some charitable donation. That would have been embarrassing for the Urarakas, and insulting too, rubbing it in their face that they couldn't take care of themselves. As such, Izumi had instead decided to employ their company. There was no shame in giving someone an honest job, right? And it was a private contract too, so it wasn't like Izumi could be accused of nepotism for employing her friend's family for the commission. Plus, she really did want her own home built so she could have a private place to raise her own family in the future, and why pay an expensive quirk builder who is rolling in contracts when a smaller company could use the work more? Once the idea had fully rooted in her head, Izumi had spoken to her mothers about it and researched the Uraraka construction company. Sakuya and Inko had gotten misty-eyed over their child planning to build a home for herself, but they supported her independence and gave their approval, with Inko recommending some of her lawyer friends to oversee the contract for her. The research into Uraraka's family company had also come back and shown that while their work was slow due to the lack of a quirk certification, they were efficient, hard-working, and honest. With everything she needed, Izumi had approved the purchase of a plot of land in Mizutafu's Dorufu ward as well as a smaller plot along the coast of Akuburu, then told her lawyer what she wanted and what she was willing to pay. She even threw in the promise of paying for the Uraraka's quirk certification if they did a good job, certain that it would make the company give it 110%. The contract had been finalized and her lawyer signed it. After Izumi sent him a signed authorization, all that remained was for her to meet with the company personally and help draw up the blueprints for the Japanese-style estate she wanted built. It would likely take a few years, but Izumi would get her own home to raise Eri and any future children she had, and Ochako's family would get a nice sum of money to help support them until Ochako earned her hero license. Everyone got what they wanted. Even knowing that, Izumi was a bit nervous about talking to Ochako about it. It was sort of a surprise, and Izumi wasn't sure if Ochako would appreciate it or be offended. When Izumi had first suggested it right after learning of her situation, Ochako had seemed touched by the idea, so Izumi was fairly sure she wouldn't be mad. Izumi really didn't want Ochako to be mad at her. Shaking that thought out of her head, Izumi walked over to the table where Kigo, Fumikage, and the Tokoyamis were sitting. "Hi guys, do you mind if I join you for a bit?" she asked with a friendly smile. The Tokoyamis looked nervous, while Kigo and Fumikage just smiled at her. "It's cool with me. I was just getting to know my distant cousins. Is it cool with you guys?" Kigo asked. Fumikage nodded, naturally. His mother then bowed her head. "You are always welcome, my lady." "We live to serve," his father added, copying his wife's gesture. Izumi winced, but managed to keep her smile as she sat down with them. "Thanks. It's good to finally meet you both, face to face," she said, nodding to the Tokoyamis, "but please, just call me Amaterasu or Izumi. I don't want anyone to think of me as their mistress or lady." The Tokoyamis looked at one another and seemed conflicted. They'd heard about Izumi from their son, and Mrs. Tokoyami had even briefly spoken to her when she called to invite them to the sports festival, but actually seeing her was quite different. She was the goddess they were literally raised to serve, but her clear discomfort over that fact also reminded them that for all the Raven clan's loyalty, Amaterasu had never accepted them as vassals. The Raven clan had declared themselves her servants when they were still just a wing of the Sparrow clan, and while the spirits had acknowledged their service when they brought the Sparrow civil war to an end, Amaterasu had never given her own approval or even seemed to acknowledge them before. The clan hadn't even been sure that Amaterasu knew about them, since her second incarnation had lived in her corner of the astral plane during their formation and most of their existence. Izumi, the human hybrid/third incarnation, was the only version to have ever interacted with them. "We will try, my Amaterasu," Mr. Tokoyami said, clearly uncomfortable with it. Izumi felt bad for him, but the sooner they started using her proper name, the faster they'd grow used to it. "Let's introduce ourselves properly, okay? My name is Izumi Midoriya, but I also go by the OkamiHeroAmaterasu. Pleased to meet you," Izumi said, bowing politely. "The pleasure is ours, Amaterasu. My name is Hikari Tokoyami, heiress to the Raven clan. Or former heiress now, I suppose," Fumikage's mother said. Ironically, despite being the one with the closest relationship to the current clan head, Hikari looked the least like a bird. She was a fairly pretty woman with Japanese features, sharp yellow eyes, not unlike Kigo's, and long tawny-colored feathers instead of hair. She was also quite tall, about 5 feet 11 inches, and had a muscular build that gave her a kind of Amazon-like appearance. Her skin was pale however, and aside from the feathers for hair, her only non-human feature was a set of tawny tail feathers that stuck out from beneath the back of her tank top shirt. Her bird features were due to her heritage, and her actual quirk was called Sonic Eye, which allowed her to see sound waves when active. Appearance-wise, Izumi thought she looked like a slightly less buff, and significantly paler Miruko with bird features replacing the rabbit ones. She looked like a tough, no-nonsense tomboy mama. Izumi heartily approved. Then it was time for Fumikige's father to introduce himself, and my name is Akira Tokoyami, a member of a distant branch of the Raven clan. Now Akira looked exactly how Izumi had pictured him. Fumikige had briefly described him before, as he got his appearance from his father. Akira had the quirk Murder of Crows that made him appear to be a humanoid crow and gave him the ability to control crows. The description was definitely apt, as Akira was basically a giant crow that had been pressed into a more human shape. His eyes looked human however, and he had black irises, making it appear as if he just had massive pupils, while his beak was more flexible than a normal crow's, giving him a more expressive face. His arms were also his wings, and he could move the feathers on the end as if they were fingers, reminding Izumi of the Rito race from the Legend of Zelda games. Lastly, his legs were thicker and more human-like in shape than a normal bird's, and he had special sandals to wear since shoes didn't work with his crow feet. Hikari and Akira. You have nice names. Izumi complimented. Now, I wanted to let you know what my friends and I are doing in regards to the rest of your clan. Hikari nodded. Fumikige said that Lady Sakuya has been trying to reach them more in the last few weeks, but they've still refused to meet you. That's right. It's a shame, but since they failed to meet with us before today, we'll need to move on to the next part of our plan. The sports festival is televised, and there's no way that the Raven clan won't know that Fumikige is here, and that I'm here too. They'll definitely be able to guess that we've come into contact, especially as I used my devout beads in the last fight with Shoto Todoroki. Izumi said. Ah yes, we never knew that was the relic that we, stole. We've kept it under the kitchen sink for years. Sorry about that. Akira apologized bashfully. Izumi giggled. Don't worry about it, they're back where they belong now. I wish you guys came to Sakuya straight away, but I understand why you didn't. You didn't know that I could be trusted not to hurt your son. I would have made the same choice with my little girl, she assured them. Oh yeah, little Eri. Fumikige told us a lot about her. He says she likes to eat apples with him and Dark Shadow. Akira grinned. She's a cute little thing, and definitely looks like your daughter. Is it true that she can use divine powers? Hikari asked. She can. It's complicated, and not a story we should tell here, but Eri has the power of sunrise, and can use my wolf and demigod forms. She is essentially a true demigoddess. And yes, she likes having her little apple breaks with her Uncle Fumi and Dark Shadow. Izumi smiled broadly, making Kigo chuckle and Fumikige blush. Hikari laughed at her son's expression. Uncle Fumi, eh? To think that the so-called darkness of the Raven clan would be admired by Amaterasu's daughter. My rotten old man will choke on his dentures when he finds out. Dear. Akira said quietly, holding back his own smile while Fumikige looked mortified. Oh, sorry Amaterasu. Me and my old man aren't exactly on good terms right now. You know how it is, daddy issues. Hikari shrugged with a lopsided smirk. Izumi snorted. Considering my own father disappeared off the face of the planet when I was mistakenly called quirkless, I can understand daddy issues. In fact, if one counted Shoto's issues with Endeavor, Himiko's biological father, and what Izumi had learned about Hitoshi's father, it was a daddy issues jamboree in Class 1A. And that was just from those Izumi knew. Hikari gave Izumi a sympathetic smile, raising the bottle of cola she'd been drinking. Well, here's to surviving shitty fathers. Good thing my Akira here is such a good guy. Izumi grinned back. I'll drink to that, she said, raising one her water flasks. Kigo, Fumikige, and Akira joined the strange toast with their own drinks, and after they'd all taken a few gulps, Hikari spoke again. Sorry, I interrupted you before. What were you saying? About the plan with the clan? Izumi smiled wider. While Akira appeared to be quiet, soft-spoken and trying to maintain his manners when talking to her, Hikari was very energetic and casual now that she knew it was okay to be. Right, as I was saying, the Raven clan either knows, or soon will know, that I've come into contact with you guys. That will make them nervous. We're going to use that to our advantage. Sakuya will contact them directly and say that we've invited you to our home as guests, implying we've captured you after we found out who you were. She'll then imply that you've been telling us things about them and Sakuya wants us all to meet up face to face to see what is true and what is false. She'll remind them that if they don't come to the meeting, she'll only have your word to go on. Forcing the clan to come and see for themselves. By implying that we're telling lies to turn you against them, they have no choice but to finally meet with you, as refusing would make you think the lies were true. Hikari finished Izumi's sentence. The wolf girl nodded. You've got it. Sakuya won't lie to them, she'll just make vague implications and use words that are intentionally misleading. Akira whistled. Who'd have thought a nature spirit could be so underhanded? Well, she has been working with the government for hundreds of years. Izumi joked, making the crow man laugh. True enough. But while that explains how we'll get a meeting, what are you hoping to achieve? Akira asked. Izumi's eyes flashed silver as her expression became deadly serious. I am going to make a few things clear to them. I do not allow people to use me as justification for quirk discrimination. I do not accept people into my service who order the abandonment or murder of their own family. I will never allow cruelty to be carried out, under my name or anyone else's. I am going to remind the Raven clan that they pressed themselves into my service against my consent, and that if they want me to keep allowing such a thing, they are going to play by MY rules, she said forcefully, her voice quiet but carrying a shocking amount of power. The three Tokoyamis nearly froze under the pressure, once again reminded that Izumi really was the sun goddess and carried a divine presence. Kigo just nodded approvingly. The Raven clan is on thin ice with my little sister here. If they don't want to go the way of the Hawk clan, they'll listen, he said, his jovial tone hiding a hint of steel. You two are terrifying when you use your hero voices. You know that, correct? Fumikage replied, speaking with a deadpan expression to hide how much the two had actually startled him. Izumi gave an embarrassed half-smile, while Kigo just smirked smugly. Hikari and Akira exchanged looks. They didn't know what they'd been expecting when they realized they'd be meeting the Sun Goddess and a survivor of the hated Hawk clan, but it certainly wasn't the friendly, if mildly terrifying, siblings they were currently faced with. Hikari was suddenly looking forward to the meeting with the Raven clan. It would be like setting the cat amongst the pigeons, or the wolf amongst the ravens. While Izumi and Kigo were chatting with the Tokoyamis, everyone else had been doing their own thing. The combined Midoriya, Kanahana, Bakugo family had been happily catching up and talking about the events that had just passed, with Hitoshi joining in since his own family wasn't present, and Aizawa-sensei too after Sakuya had essentially pulled him into a conversation about how Izumi and Himiko were doing in their studies. Throughout the conversation, Hitoshi had been quiet and only speaking when spoken to, feeling awkward to have adults show such interest in him. When the Maeda sisters that had been cheering for him asked about his quirk, Hitoshi thought the conversation would come to an awkward end, as they wouldn't want to risk talking to him after learning it, but to his surprise none of them batted an eye. In fact, everyone in the family was amazed by the quirk. Hitoshi really had no idea how to handle that. He'd always been avoided by people who knew his quirk, and they didn't speak to him unless they had no choice. Now he was constantly surrounded by Himiko and other chatty people who didn't care about his quirk, or thought it was really cool. After spending his entire pre-high school life being called a villain, it was a pretty major change to adapt to. Politely excusing himself to get a drink, Hitoshi left the table they were all gathered around and headed over to the water cooler in a quiet corner of the room. He'd just filled his cup, downed it, and then begun to fill it again when Himiko appeared behind him. Save some for the rest of us, Hitoshi, she said teasingly. Hitoshi smirked, dipped his finger in his cup and then flicked it at Himiko, making her squeak as the cold water splashed her cheeks. She pouted, before breaking into giggles. Classy, Hitoshi. So, how are you doing? I'm doing fine. I've gotten better at talking to people, but I'll admit it still makes me nervous. I keep expecting people to tense up whenever they answer me, expecting me to brainwash them. Hitoshi admitted. Himiko patted him on the shoulder. Don't worry, Hitoshi. We're all friends here, we know you'd never do that. I guess. Hitoshi sighed. It just feels like I'm waiting for the other shoe to drop and everything to go back to how it was. In the past, my classmates were only nice to me if they wanted me to use brainwashing to help them with a prank of something else. If I refused for too long, they'd get mad and say, you're going to be a villain one day anyway, why not help me out before then? And if I told a teacher, they'd feed me a line of bullshit about talking to the person who said it, but they never did. Teachers didn't want to put a bad mark on the record of a good kid with a future because they messed with some villain brat, he said bitterly. TCH, sounds like the things the scumbags at Hibana would say about Katsuki. Izumi and the Bakugas still get mad whenever that gets brought up. Don't worry though, Hitoshi, you've got me and the others on your side, and look at you, you've made it to the third round without even really using your quirk that much. You're showing the world you're totally going to be a hero. Himiko said, her earnest smile and kind words making Hitoshi feel a little more motivated. He gave an awkward smile, thanks Himiko. Did you ever have to deal with that bullshit? You did say you hid your quirk for a while when you started middle school. Himiko nodded, still smiling, oh yeah, it was kind of rough. After I was adopted into the Midoriya family, I didn't need to be afraid of my birth parents and I didn't want to hide myself, so I told the truth. Some of the friends I had ditched me, but I still had most of them and obviously Izumi and Katsuki were there too, so it wasn't too bad. The worst was a brother-sister duo in the year above us. They knew I was the same age as them but thought I was held back because I was too stupid, and when they learned about my quirk, they teased me and started calling me a dirty blood-sucking vampire. Hitoshi blinked in surprise. Despite the story obviously not being a nice one, Himiko was smirking like it was a pleasant memory. I take it that Katsuki and Izumi weren't too happy. Himiko began to giggle, oh definitely not. Katsuki went up to them and said that being a dirty blood-sucking vampire was better than being a dirty cock-sucking bitch. When the brother got in Katsuki's face for insulting his sister, Katsuki just smirked and said, I was actually talking to you. You should have seen the look on his face. I didn't know a human face could turn that color. She laughed harder. Hitoshi couldn't help but laugh too. He could easily imagine Katsuki doing something like that. Wiping the tears of laughter from her eyes, Himiko continued, naturally that led to a fight. The bully threw the first punch. Katsuki threw the last. The bully's sister was too scared to fight me or Katsuki, and even if she hadn't been, Izumi came back with a teacher just as the fight ended. The teachers at my middle school knew Izumi was a good girl, and even if Katsuki was rough and violent, he was no liar, so they believed our side of the story. The bully brother got suspended for starting the fight and the sister got detention. Katsuki got in trouble too for insulting the bully's back, but it wasn't as bad and he just accepted it. I wasn't picked on again after that. Hitoshi whistled, wow, I wish I'd gone to your school. Himiko shrugged, there are good and bad people everywhere. Not everyone is going to hate you or use you because of your quirk, though I understand that it's hard to adjust after a lifetime of dealing with the bad ones. Hitoshi nodded sadly, you've got that right. I'm glad I came to you. I'd have been alone all my life if I hadn't. Now it was Himiko's turn to be sad. Ah, come on Hitoshi, don't say that. You'd have made friends, and you still have your family. At that, Hitoshi couldn't help but bark out a bitter laugh, which startled Himiko enough to make her step back in surprise. Hitoshi looked at her with a forced smile and half-lidded eyes. That's a nice thought Himiko, but there's a reason my mom isn't here today and it's not her job. Himiko's heart nearly broke, seeing the pain in her friend's eyes and his attempt to hide it behind a fake, casual smile. Without really thinking, she reached out and took his hand. Hitoshi, you know I'm your friend, right? Through anything. You know you can confide in me, if you want to. Hitoshi's smile wavered and quickly fell, replaced by a frown. You've been a good friend to me. I guess you deserve to know. No, Hitoshi. Don't tell me because you think you owe me. If you don't truly want to tell me, then you shouldn't. I won't blame you, I'll just keep being your friend and wait for you to be ready. Himiko said stubbornly. The purple-haired insomniac gave her a genuine smile and squeezed her hand. Thanks Himiko, but I really do want to tell you. But please don't tell anyone else, not even your sister. If Izumi finds out, she'll probably run off on some mission to help me. He half-joked. Himiko giggled, that was the kind of thing her sister would do. I promise. Himiko said. Hitoshi nodded appreciatively then leaned against the wall beside the water cooler. He took a few sips of ice-cold water to counter the sudden dryness in his mouth, before finally beginning his story. It starts with my parents, like all these kinds of things do. My mom was only 18 when I was born. She went to a bar shortly after turning 18 with some of her friends, and met my father. He was 30 and apparently spent the whole night trying to flirt with my mom. She wasn't interested, but dear old dad had the same quirk as me. He used it to make my mom go home with him, after using it frequently to make her drink. He figured he'd have his one-night stand and then send my mom on her way, with no memory of what happened thanks to all the alcohol. Unfortunately my mom has a mind quirk too, record memory, a quirk that allows her to manifest the last 24 hours of her memories as a physical roll of film. It works even if she can't consciously remember something, so after waking up with no memories and hearing from her friends how she left with a strange man, she used her quirk. My father was caught and arrested, and investigations into him revealed my mom was his 7th victim. He's in prison now, serving a 30-year sentence. It wasn't until a month after the encounter that my mom realized she was pregnant with me. Himiko gasped, oh my god, that must have been awful for your family. It was a pretty crappy situation. My mom didn't want to keep me, but her parents convinced her that it wasn't right to abort me and that if she didn't want to raise me, then they'd take me in. She agreed, but after I was born, she decided to keep me for herself. Things were pretty good at first. I take after my mom and maternal grandfather, and the only evidence I was my father's child was my wild hair, but even the color is the same as mom's. But then my quirk manifested and it was discovered I had my father's quirk. That made mom nervous, but she still loved me as her child and accepted it, until I messed up. Hitoshi said, his eyes growing misty as he scowled furiously. Did you accidentally use your quirk on her? Himiko asked, hating how familiar this story was becoming. Hitoshi nodded, it was so fucking stupid. I was 5 and wanted an ice cream. Mom said no, so like a little brat, I used my quirk to make her give me one. As soon as the control stopped, mom freaked out. She slapped me and began flitting back and forth between apologizing for hitting me and screaming at me to stay away. I was crying and trying to say sorry, but every time I spoke mom would go pale and shake her head, refusing to answer. I was raised by my grandparents for the next 7 years, until I was 12. They were kind and explained why mom acted the way she did. Over the years mom visited me every couple of weeks, but she was terrified and wouldn't talk to me. I could tell she was trying to love me, but she just couldn't. When my grandfather died, grandma couldn't raise me by herself and so I had to go back to mom. Grandma passed away not long after, and she made mom promise not to abandon me, and made me promise to try and forgive her. Things were bad after that, if I talked to mom, she'd have a panic attack, and while she kept her promise not to abandon me, she basically wouldn't even look at me. She gave me money to do with as I please, and let me do pretty much whatever I wanted. I can only communicate with her through texts now. I haven't spoken a word to her for at least 3 years. Himiko felt like crying. A tiny mistake that Hitoshi made as a 5-year-old led to his own mother being unable to even talk to him and essentially abandoning him emotionally. Hitoshi really had been all alone. It reminded Himiko a little of her own past and how her parents had abused her to suppress her quirk and personality. Hitoshi hadn't been abused in that way at least, but he'd also been left completely alone, to fend for himself. Himiko had her friends and new family, but who did Hitoshi have? With a mother who wouldn't speak to him, schoolmates who treated him like a villain, and teachers that wouldn't help, who did Hitoshi have to turn to? It occurred to Himiko that the day they met at the entrance exam might have been the first time Hitoshi had a friend and the first time in years he'd had a real conversation. As she fought back the urge to cry, her mind began to burn with anger. She wanted to rage and curse Hitoshi's father for doing what he did, but as much as she hated it, if he hadn't committed such a heinous crime, Hitoshi wouldn't exist. She still hated the very thought of the man, but she couldn't bring herself to completely condemn the act that brought her friend into the world. A part of Himiko wanted to be angry with Hitoshi's mother, but she had been left psychologically damaged by her ordeal and had tried her best, given the circumstances. Himiko was left with a red mist settling around her mind, unable to fully direct her anger at anyone. So instead she did the only thing she could think of. She hugged Hitoshi as tightly as she could. "I'm so sorry, Hitoshi. You were just a child, you weren't to blame," Himiko whispered. Hitoshi sighed heavily and hugged Himiko back. "I think we'll have to agree to disagree on that." "No, seriously Hitoshi. You were a 5-year-old boy who wanted an ice cream. You did what a lot of little kids in your position would have. You couldn't have known the effect it would have. Don't even try to convince me otherwise. I was in therapy for a long time because of my own parents, so I know all the counterarguments to the 'it's my fault' spiel," Himiko said, pulling back just enough to look Hitoshi in the eye without letting go of the boy. Hitoshi grimaced. "Yeah, you've kind of implied parts of what happened with your parents. I'm guessing your parents treated you badly because of your quirk." Himiko nodded. "I have scars on my back, just like Izumi. My dopey little sister almost killed my birth parents on the day she found out." A few weeks back, the thought of Izumi doing something like that would have made him laugh at how ridiculous it sounded, but then Akuro happened. Now he was painfully aware of how wild she could get. The thought made Hitoshi shudder. "But I didn't tell you that just so we can swap tragic backstories. I want you to know that I get it, I understand how you're feeling. And I want you to know I'm here for you, we're friends Hitoshi, I won't abandon you," Himiko promised, her golden eyes staring into Hitoshi's purple ones. Hitoshi sighed and nodded. "I know," he said, and for the first time, he truly believed that. These Midoriya women didn't let anyone go once they'd wormed their way into their hearts. "Now, I know this might come across as insensitive to your mother, but I want you to know that all you have to do is say the word, and you'll have a place with us. The Konohana and Midoriya families would be happy to take you in. One word to Amo to Auntie Sakuya would ensure you always had a home to return to, and a family waiting to welcome you. Himiko promised. Try as she might, she still couldn't quite bring herself to call Sakuya Mom. It was a mental hurdle she hadn't overcome yet. Hitoshi looked surprised at the offer, then smiled and politely shook his head. Thanks Himiko, but I'm not willing to give up on my mom just yet. She may not feel the same way, but I do still love her. Maybe one day, we'll be able to reconcile, he said, confidently. He felt bitter over his situation sometimes, and blamed himself, his mother, and definitely his father for it when he allowed himself to grow depressed over it, but he could never make himself just give up, no matter how much holding on hurt. It was that same determination that made him keep fighting back in the entrance exam, when he thought it was a hopeless situation and if he hadn't done that, he wouldn't have become friends with Himiko or gotten into the hero course. Honestly Himiko, just keep being yourself and I'll be fine. I know I'm a gloomy son of a bitch, but having you around does cheer me up. So thanks, for that and for this talk. I think I needed it more than I realized. Hitoshi said, giving a real genuine grin. Himiko blushed bashfully and lightly elbowed the boy. Thanks Hitoshi. Now let's stop getting sappy. I'm pretty sure my family saw me hug you and are probably getting all kinds of crazy ideas. We should go back. Hitoshi nodded and the two teens walked back to the table and rejoined the conversation, with Himiko expertly deflecting the teasing comments made by her family while Hitoshi laughed or blushed at some of the insinuations being made. His good mood really had been restored, and he was now raring to go for the third event. He was getting so pepped in fact, that he failed to notice his homeroom teacher watching him subtly, with sadness in his eyes. The rest of the lunch break went quickly, and thanks to the talks with the Todoroki, Hagakure, and Tokoyami families, Izumi only got to spend half of the break with her own family. Thankfully, the Azuis and Idas hadn't tried to approach her to join them for a bit too, likely seeing that she just wanted to sit with her own family, so at least Izumi got some time with her mothers and daughter. She was sure to congratulate Katsuki and Himiko for getting to the third event, as well as Hitoshi, and Katsuki muttered his approval of her, knocking some sense into icy hot. Eventually, as the break came to an end, Present Mic's voice rang out over the speakers. Alright ladies and gentlemen, we've got just 10 minutes left before the start of the recreational games. Please begin making your way back to the arena. The students of 1A and their parents began to chatter excitedly about the games as they packed their lunch things and began to head out. The students that hadn't reached the third event would be participating in the games with all the other students, and since quirks weren't usually useful for these games, they'd be on an even playing field with the kids from the other courses. They filed out of the room, until only the combined Midoriya, Konohana, Bakuga family, plus Hitoshi, and the Todoroki family were left in the room, the former lagging behind since they were such a big group and the latter wanting to walk back with them, so they had some protection if they ran into Endeavor. Izumi was just getting Eri's face cleaned up after she'd eaten a candy apple made by Doi, when she got a text from Dabi. She idly grabbed her phone to read it, then went pale. Endeavor is coming. He realized he was being followed and slipped past me. Seeing Izumi's pale face and sudden urgency, Shoto walked over to her. Is everything okay? Shoto, quick. We need to get your family back to the stands right and dash. Her words were cut off by the opening of the prep room door. The room temperature went up several degrees, but Izumi felt a chill go up her spine regardless. In the doorway stood Enji Todoroki, aka Flame Hero, Endeavor. Izumi took one look at the creepy grin on his face and the slight sparkle in his eye, and knew instantly that her peaceful lunch break had just reached a fiery end. Next chapter, Smoldering Flames. To be released, May 4th, 2022. And the sports festival was going so well too. Well, here comes Endeavor to ruin everyone's good mood. This chapter was an interesting one to write. It was nice to show Fumicage's parents, since they'll have a bigger role in the future when we get to the end of the Raven clan's plotline, but Hitoshi's story was a difficult one. I wanted to give him something darker and touch on topics that are kind of hard to write. I hope it came out okay. Next chapter will feature the reunion of Endeavor and his family, the long-awaited first meeting between him and Izumi, an offer that has everybody reeling, a clash of ice and fire, and a scarred hero stepping out of the shadows. Thank you all once again, and I look forward to reading your thoughts on this chapter and the ones to come. Saturday 13th May 2282. 1A Prep Room, U.A Arena. Once upon a time, if Izumi had found herself face to face with the number 2 hero of Japan, she would have squealed and nearly fainted with joy, before asking for an autograph and gushing about how amazing Endeavor was. But that was a long time ago, before Izumi knew the man behind the burning mask. Now, stuck in a room with Endeavor blocking the only way out and looking at her and Shoto with a creepy smile, she could feel only disgust and anger. This anger only grew as she watched Shoto's face become the indifferent, icy mask he begun to break free of, while Rei, Natsuo, and Fuyumi looked frightened. Izumi flashed her eyes over to her mother's, trying to give them a message with her eyes. Both Sakuya and Inko understood, with Sakuya subtly sneaking to the back of her staff so Endeavor wouldn't notice her and adjust his behavior, while Inko quietly texted and then called All Might, putting her phone on speaker so the number one could hear what was happening. Hawks did the same with Dabi, alerting him to listen but not interfere, so Sakuya could get some evidence to use against Endeavor. Endeavor was completely unaware of this though, his eyes focused completely on his son and the girl that ended his rebellion. Endeavor felt his smile grow a bit larger seeing the two standing so close together. If the two were already friendly, it would make his plans even easier. His good mood was soured slightly when Shoto opened his mouth. "What are you doing here?" the boy demanded coldly. Stuffing down his annoyance, Endeavor grinned down at his son, still as rude as ever. "It seems that part hasn't changed. Still, I am proud of you. You have finally moved beyond your past foolishness. Now, without proper control over your flames, it is dangerous to go all out. You barely survived your bout with Amaterasu, but now that you've put aside your childish rebellion you're ready to continue my training," Endeavor said enthusiastically. His arrogance was beginning to anger everyone in the room even more than normal, but he was completely oblivious to it. Endeavor offered Shoto his hand. "Come work with me after this is finished, I'll guide you down the path to supremacy." Shoto growled as his anger at having his pleasant lunch tainted by Endeavor began to twist his features into a furious snarl. "I haven't put anything aside. After all you've done, do you think I'd be turned so easily? No, I'm still going to reach the top without acknowledging you at all. I've just learned that becoming number one by acting like you isn't what I want. When I fought Izumi with my flames, I forgot all about you and I decided that's going to be my new goal." Endeavor narrowed his eyes. "So you replaced one form of rebellion with another? And how long will this one last?" Shoto shook his head. "This isn't a rebellion or a pledge. It's simply the goal I'm aiming for. I'll take these powers you were so desperate to give me, and I'll use them to reach the number one spot on my own terms," he said determinedly. "I don't care about denying you anymore. I simply don't care about you at all. You'll quietly fade from my memory, until I can't even recall your face. It shouldn't be hard." He looked back at Izumi, then to his mother. "I have much better faces to remember." Izumi couldn't help but blush even as she grinned, and Rei couldn't help but smile too. Shoto had found his new determination and goal in life. He was going to do what he wanted without even thinking about Endeavor. The man would no longer have free reign within Shoto's thoughts. Endeavor grit his teeth, seething at his son's foolish declaration. However, his angry retort died in his throat as he followed Shoto's eyes and found his wife, daughter, and second son stood together with the other nobodies present. Ignoring his son altogether, Endeavor turned to his other family members with a furious expression. "What the hell are the three of you doing here? Who gave you permission to come here? You three are the ones who've been filling his head with this nonsense, haven't you?" The flame hero took one step towards his wife and children, and everyone in the room looked ready to surge forward and stop him, but before he could take a second step, he was grabbed around the waist by a tendril of water, which pulled him back to his original position. With a snarl, Endeavor turned to face the culprit and found Izumi directing her water tendril back into the canteens on her thighs. "Flame hero, Endeavor, may I remind you that you do not have any legal authority over your wife anymore. And that both your daughter and second son are over the age of 18, and thus do not require your permission to attend an event," Izumi said coolly, her expression neutral and her voice professional. She dearly wanted to snap and rage, but she had to be the reasonable party if things went wrong. Endeavor turned to Izumi with a furious look, but she was unfazed. The man could do nothing to her. One use of Inferno and he'd be powerless, and then he'd be completely at Izumi's mercy. Seeing as his attention was now on her, Izumi kept talking. "Rei, Fuyumi, and Natsuo Todoroki were personally invited by myself to come and watch Shoto take part in the sports festival. The same offer was extended to the families of all Hero Course students, as a gift from Principal Nizu and myself. Seeing as you are so concerned for your wife, you should know she has full permission to be here from her psychiatrist, and your children were able to secure days off from work and college to attend. They have full permission to be here," Izumi explained. Endeavor frowned. "I am Shoto's father, why did I not receive the same invitation?" he asked, sounding almost petulant. Izumi bit back a smile. "Considering the investigation against you, the principal and I thought it would be better not to have you sitting with your family members, and all the tickets we had reserved were for seats in one section of the stands, which would have made that impossible. Besides, you are the number 2 hero, so we obviously expected you could secure a ticket for yourself, she answered, putting just a bit of emphasis on the word, 2. Was it petty to rub that in his face? Yes. Did Izumi care? Not even a little bit. The only evidence that Endeavor recognized her slight was a minor twitch of his eyebrow, but Izumi wasn't done yet. With her most polite smile, Izumi nailed him again. However, since we are discussing permission, I would like to know who granted you the permission to be in this area. Excuse me? Endeavor asked dangerously. This area, and all other student areas, are out of bounds to spectators. Only UDOTA staff and students may enter here, along with those who have received special permission to join their children for lunch. Your wife and children received that permission along with their invitation to the festival, but you did not. Which UDOTA staff member granted you permission to come in here? Izumi repeated, still smiling politely. At this point, Izumi's family were stifling their laughter, while Hitoshi and the Todoroki family couldn't believe that Izumi had the balls to stand up to Endeavor and take him to task like this, and all while being perfectly courteous. Shoto was looking at Izumi with the closest he got to raw desire. Endeavor's flames flared up for a moment, before he got a hold of his temper. I am the number 2 hero, that grants me dash. Nothing, I'm afraid. Izumi interrupted, now, if you were All Might, the number 1 hero, that would be different. He's a staff member, so obviously he has the right to be here. But as you haven't got permission and are not the number 1 hero, I must regretfully ask you to leave. Endeavor's face went as red as his flames and Izumi continued to smile sweetly. She could feel her pouch vibrating as Ashiko thrashed about in the middle of a laughing fit. The flame hero wanted so badly to rage and scream at the young heroine, desperately wanting to remind her who he was and that he deserved her respect, but he managed to, with great effort, keep his cool. He hadn't just come here to talk to Shoto after all, he wanted to speak with Amaterasu too, and this was likely to be the only chance he got. He had to calm down, a hard task when everyone around him was so obviously trying, and failing, to hide their laughter at his expense. Clamping down hard on his temper, Endeavor forced himself to sound civil. Of course, I'll leave if I am unwelcome, but before that, I would like to speak with you. Privately, he said. Izumi raised an eyebrow, you wish to speak to me? If this is about Shoto's academic performance, then I'm afraid only his homeroom teacher, Eraserhead, is allowed to discuss that with you. Endeavor shook his head, no, this isn't about that. I want to talk professionally, hero to hero. I have a business proposition that I think will benefit us both. Izumi frowned, having a suspicion about what this business proposition could be. Endeavor had wanted to talk to her ever since her quirk was revealed to the top 10 heroes, and Izumi couldn't help but make assumptions about his sudden interest in her. Sakuya had always forbidden a meeting before, but now would be a good time to confirm those suspicions. Alright, she agreed, let's talk over here. Izumi said, walking away to the opposite corner of the room. It was far enough that the others wouldn't be able to hear their conversation if they spoke at normal speaking volume, but would be able to clearly hear if Izumi shouted. She didn't trust Endeavor enough to go off alone with him, and this way she had witnesses if he tried anything. Endeavor didn't seem to care however, and followed her to the corner. He positioned himself in front of her, no doubt as a flimsy attempt to make her feel boxed in and intimidated, but there was no way Izumi would be frightened by a walking inferno power source. We haven't got long, so whatever this offer is, spill it, she said. Endeavor's eye twitched at the disrespect. Izumi was done being polite, but he nonetheless made his offer. No doubt you're aware that my marriage is an unhappy one. One arranged as a quirk marriage. That is no secret, as it was done before it became illegal. I am aware. You hope to make a child with both your quirk and raise, to overcome the weaknesses caused by both quirks and allow that child to surpass yourself and All Might, in order to become the number 1 hero. Izumi said, almost spitting in disgust. Endeavor's quirk marriage wasn't public knowledge exactly, but it wasn't a major secret either. It was just the abuse that was a secret. Endeavor cared nothing for public opinion, so if he wasn't breaking the law he didn't bother hiding things. Well, as you've heard, Shoto wants nothing to do with me. None of my children do, nor does my wife. Our family is an unhappy one, so I have a solution that will give us all what we want. Endeavor said. Izumi narrowed her eyes, unhappy family. And whose fault is that? She thought sarcastically. And what is this solution? She demanded. Use your quirk exchange ability to take Rei's ice quirk and give it to me. Endeavor declared, finally confirming the suspicion that Izumi and Sakuya had since the first internship offer he'd sent them. Even expecting it, Izumi couldn't help but open her mouth in surprise. A tiny part of her had hoped she was wrong, that Endeavor wasn't that far gone. But the more she thought about it, the more foolish she felt. This was a man. Who beat his wife and children, and imprisoned Dabi in a troubled youth home just for wanting to see his mother and fighting back against his abuse. Izumi cursed her naivety, and she cursed Endeavor. The flaming man took her open-mouthed shock as an invitation to continue, so he did. It really is the best for everyone. Rei is a civilian, she has no use for her quirk, while I can use it to improve my hero work and save more people. I can achieve my dream myself, so Shoto can do whatever he wishes, and in return, I'll leave them alone. I'll divorce Rei and allow the children to decide who they want to go with, and I'll even provide a home and a stipend for them all to live on. Izumi's eyes widened further, and she couldn't help but whisper a question she really didn't want to know the answer to. How exactly do you plan to convince Rei to agree with this? Endeavor scoffed. After what she did to Shoto, scarring his face like that, she's lucky I didn't take out a restraining order against her. Shoto is still a minor and in my custody. I will simply remind her that I could have forbidden her from ever seeing him again. I'm sure she'll remember and be grateful, despite her psychosis. Izumi closed her mouth with an audible click, her teeth grinding against each other as she tried to contain her anger. Endeavor wasn't stupid, he wasn't outright saying he'd interfere with Shoto and Rei visiting one another, but he was implying it just strongly enough for his meaning to be obvious while still leaving him the option of claiming he had no intention of doing such a thing if reports of this talk ever got back to the investigation team. And of course, you probably want to know what's in it for you if you help me here. Having the number 2 hero owe you a favor is always a good thing, right? And it seems like you and Shoto have taken an interest in each other. Endeavor smirked unsettlingly. I can arrange a match between you. You'd be well suited and Shoto is an ideal partner, strong, handsome, intelligent, with a powerful quirk and from a respected and wealthy family. Naturally it wouldn't be a quirk marriage, such a thing is against the law, but arranged marriages between powerful families is still common and legal. Surely such a prize is worth 5 minutes of using your quirk. Izumi's mouth hung open once more. She couldn't believe the audacity of this man. After all he'd done, he was trying to use her to achieve his goal while tossing his family aside like trash and selling her Shoto like some prized stallion. Taking a deep breath and trying to keep composed, Izumi opened her mouth to respond. She wanted to simply say no. That she needed government permission to use quirk exchange. That it would be ethically wrong. That it would make Endeavor look bad in front of the investigation team. That it would draw too much attention for him to suddenly gain a powerful ice quirk. She wanted to calmly and patiently explain why this was a bad idea. She wanted to de-escalate the situation before she seriously lost her cool and did something they'd regret. But Rei and Shoto were important to Izumi, and the mental image of Endeavor tossing them aside like garbage or trading them away like toys sent her blood way beyond boiling point. Her eyes flashed silver as her primal side took over, and what actually came out of her mouth was, "Are you just determined to be the world's shittiest hero?" Endeavor gaped at her, almost unable to comprehend what she'd just said. Izumi internally winced, not having meant to say that, but completely unwilling to back down. After a moment of shocked silence from the flaming asshole, Endeavor managed to find his voice again. "What did you just say to me, brat?" he asked dangerously. Izumi sneered. "Losing your hearing in your old age, are you? In that case, let me speak up," she yelled, now loud enough for the others to hear. They had all been watching the conversation suspiciously, and now they were listening with interest. "I said, are you just determined to the world's number 1 shittiest hero?" Izumi yelled. Endeavor seethed. "How dare you dash? No. How dare you? Who the hell do you think you are? After all the shit you've pulled, after the abuse that I know you heaped onto your family, did you seriously think I was going to play along with this scheme? Have you fallen so far that instead of aiming for number 1 best, you're aiming for number 1 worst?" she screamed at him. Shoto scowled. "Izumi, what did he say?" "None of your dash." Endeavor tried to yell, but he was cut off by Izumi. "This scorched piece of trash asked me to take your mom's quirk and give it to him, so he can achieve his dream and abandon his children. He said he'd divorce your mom if I agreed and leave your siblings alone, oh, except for you Shoto, because in exchange for my helping him, he'd give you to me as husband. And to top it off, he implied he'd prevent your mom from seeing you again if she didn't give the consent I need to take the quirk." Izumi revealed. The combined Konohana, Midoriya, Bakugo, Todoroki family gasped in horror at Endeavor's plan. Through various circumstances, they all knew Endeavor was scum, but to go that far. "You utter scum." Shoto spat furiously. "This is what passes for the number 2 hero." Hitoshi muttered. "Our suspicions were right. What trash." Himiko sneered, turning her nose up. "TCH, not even an extra or a stepping stone. The asshole's like a hemorrhoid." Katsuki scowled. The servants of the Konohana household began to mutter and whisper to one another, while Sakuya, still hidden from sight, furiously took notes in her memo pad. Jean was physically holding his lips together to stop himself and twice from trash-talking and getting in trouble. Hawks was silent, instead looking at Endeavor with extreme disappointment and resentment in his eye, finally seeing in person what his one-time favorite hero had become. Inko, Mitsuki, and Masaru had slowly moved over to protectively surround Rei, Natsuo, and Fuyumi. Rei was frozen with shock, while Natsuo was beginning to release cold mist as he struggled to contain his quirk, and Fuyumi was shaking her head, desperately wishing it was all a bad dream. Neither Endeavor or Izumi noticed any of this though, instead glaring at one another. So Endeavor, let me give you a proper answer to your offer. Izumi growled dangerously, her silver eyes flashing red as she fought back her darker impulses, no. I will never help you. What Rei does with her quirk is her own business, and even if she agreed, I'd never give it to you. And Shoto is my friend. How dare you try to sell him off to me like he was nothing more than a stud to be used for breeding. Now do us all a favor. And get the fuck out. Izumi's bellowing demand blasted through Endeavor like a shock wave, forcing him to step back out of sheer surprise. For such a small girl, Endeavor couldn't deny Izumi had a powerful presence when she was putting her all into it. If Endeavor had been smarter or more even-tempered, he might have left things there. Accepted his failure and leaving with what little dignity he still had. Unfortunately for all involved, Endeavor was a powder keg of rage and not one to take any slight lightly, even less so when screamed at him by someone he viewed as just an impertinent child. His anger at not only having his plan rejected, but also broadcast to everyone in the room, was volcanic, and the complete lack of respect or intimidation from the girl was only making it worse. Then to add a cherry onto his sundae of fury, a voice he hated more than any other spoke up behind him. Endeavor, yelled the scandalized voice of All Might. All Might had been listening in on what was happening via the call with Inko, and had begun hurrying over so he would be prepared if things escalated. He had planned to stay outside until needed, but upon hearing Izumi yelling Endeavor's plan, he couldn't contain himself any more and rushed into the room. Endeavor, reaching the kind of anger levels where he was seriously in danger of giving himself an aneurysm, slowly turned to look at his hated rival. The moment he laid eyes on All Might, his hatred intensified. The smiling fool was looking at him with horror, disgust, and disappointment. The idea that Endeavor was considered a disappointment by anyone, especially his hated rival, nearly had him frothing at the mouth with rage. Stay out of this, All Might. This is between Amaterasu and I. Endeavor ground out. It was actually becoming painful to hold back his flames and maintain a level speaking voice. All Might shook his head furiously. No, it is not. Your actions today don't just affect you. They reflect poorly on all of us heroes. I've always known you were competitive, and I'll admit that when I heard the accusations against you, I wasn't as surprised as I should have been, but I never truly believed you'd ever sink so low. What the hell do you know about anything? You, who gets to sit pretty on top of the world, all because you smile like a damned fool. You have no idea what it is like for others trying to reach the top. Endeavor roared, years of bitterness leaking out. And you think that justifies what you've done? What you've tried to do? You married a woman and brought 4 children into the world, created life itself, just so someone with the Todoroki name would eventually stand at the top. All Might asked incredulously, now you're trying to use another person to steal away a part of the woman you married and give it to you, all so you can toss aside the people you hurt? The lives you created? And you try to pay for this service by giving your own flesh and blood away, as if he is nothing but a prize to be sold to the highest bidder. You've done all of that, sunk this low, just for the title of number 1. Endeavor sneered, these are the kinds of things people have to do if they want to get ahead in this world. Not everyone is content to be some grinning fool like you. The pure disbelief on the number 1's face was almost heartbreaking for the others to look at. All Might had never exactly gotten along with Endeavor, and had grown to dislike him after learning the truth about him from Izumi and her family, but had still thought of him as a fellow hero. The idea that Endeavor, the hero considered the closest to All Might when it came to actual heroism, was capable of such heinous actions left the number 1 with an almost empty feeling in his chest. A sudden bolt of terror shot through him. Endeavor had approached Izumi to use her quirk exchange powers for his gain. If things had been different, would he have approached All for One? If Tsukachi's theory was accurate and that monster was still alive, would Endeavor eventually find out and seek him out as he'd done Izumi? A very small, very dark part of All Might was tempted to attack Endeavor now, or find a way to make him give up his quirk to Izumi so he wouldn't be a threat. The Hellflame quirk would be very useful to Izumi's inferno powers after all. The number 1 smothered that thought very quickly, and shook his head disgustedly. You still do not understand anything, Endeavor. All Might lectured, your record for resolved cases is unparalleled, yet you have failed at one of the most important aspects of being a hero. You have failed to make others feel safe because you are there. I am the number one because my very presence soothes the fears of those in danger. I am not merely a weapon aimed at villainy. I am a shield for the people, a pillar to hold up their hopes. You think that having an ice quirk to counter the overheating of your quirk will allow you to surpass me? You are a fool. You could become the most powerful man in the world, but if you do not make the people feel safe, you will always fall short. Endeavor clenched his fists as his face twisted into a furious grimace. How dare this fool lecture him about heroism? Making people feel safe? Propping up their hopes? Foolishness. Heroes of his caliber weren't therapists or comfort animals. They were warriors. Champions. The elite of the elite, who fought against the foul villains that disturbed the natural order of things. Only the strong could lead, while the weak followed and allowed themselves to be used in return for their pitiful lives. Weaklings crying about their feelings had no right to stand on that stage. Yet despite his self-righteous anger, Endeavor couldn't help but feel the burning blue gaze of his nemesis staring through him, all while Amaterasu stood only a step behind him, her own eyes like pools of quicksilver as they watched him. It gave him the feeling of being stalked by a beast. The feeling of being prey as something very dangerous watched and waited for the perfect moment to pounce. Realizing that allowing this confrontation to get any worse would be dangerous to his health, Endeavor scoffed bitterly and turned to leave. It could have ended there with only his reputation taking a major hit, but he simply couldn't let it go, so as he walked away, he growled at them. TCH, the quality of the staff here at UDOTA really has gone to the dogs. I'll be speaking to the principal about this. I won't allow any negative influences around my son, as is my right as his father. His cold blue eyes met Ray's terrified gray ones, be they teachers, students, or other parents. Poor Ray's skin turned an almost grayish green as her face melted into a look of horror, no doubt picking up Endeavor's threat. The flame hero felt a spike of vindictive pleasure at his small victory, but that pleasure quickly faded as the temperature in the room began to plummet, and Ray's face went from horror to what could only be described as murderous rage. To the surprise of everyone in the room, Ray pushed her way out of the protective circle made by her children and fellow mothers, and stalked towards Endeavor like a snow leopard, a cold mist following her every step. Endeavor found himself once again forced to step back as he suddenly had his furious wife in his face. Now you listen to me, you bastard. You convinced my parents to marry me to you. For a time, you even convinced me to love you. I gave you my heart and body, and you used and abused them, creating children you refused to love. Children you either tossed aside or used. Well, let me tell you this, Enji Todoroki, you will have nothing more from me. You will never have my power. Shoto will never be your masterpiece. Her friends and family grinned widely, impressed by her righteous fury, while Izumi felt as if Ray's emotions were bleeding into her through the cold she was creating. It was as if Ray's very essence was infusing the icy mist that surrounded her, and as it settled over Izumi's skin, the girl could feel Ray's determination and the kind of primal power only a mother whose child was threatened could muster. Feeling the unnatural cold striking fear into his heart, Endeavor cringed and took another step back, and Ray took another step forward. After all these years, I finally have my children back and we are all finally starting to heal from the shit you put us through. If you dare try and come between us again, I swear to every god in the heavens that I will freeze you down to your very soul and shatter you like glass. No one stands between me and my children anymore, least of all you. Ray screamed in his face. Izumi almost flinched as she felt a sudden surge of cold energy going through her chest, as if her divine soul was answering Ray's oath. She had sworn to the gods. Unfortunately, while Ray's outrage had shocked and scared her bastard of a husband, it had also ignited other feelings within him. It was an odd sense of familiarity for him, and for a moment, Enji Todoroki remembered why it had been Ray, out of all the women with ice/water/cooling quirks, that he had chosen to be his wife. It was a passionate feeling, but combined with his existing rage, the only thing Endeavor could do was get angry and yell back. Who the hell do you think you are? Who the hell do you think I am? He roared in her face, his flames flaring wildly as his anger spilled out, helping to counter the chilling effect of Ray's quirk. I know exactly who you are, a sad little man with delusions of adequacy. Ray shot back, her own quirk flaring back and making the room cold again. The rest of the room's occupants could only gape in a mix of amusement, horror, and morbid curiosity as Ray and Endeavor continued their back and forth like this, each spitting an insult at the other while their quirk's elemental power intensified, causing the room to repeat its switch from cool to warm, then from cold to hot, then from freezing to scorching. The rapid changes in temperature were beginning to make their audience uncomfortable, and both Izumi and Shoto were becoming worried. If Rei continued to cool the air and Endeavor continued to quickly heat it, before long they'd create a rapid expansion event like the one Shoto exploited for his flash freeze heatwave and potentially hurt someone. Izumi flashed a look to Eri, who was confused by what was going on, and put her palms together as a signal that she had previously taught Eri for emergency situations. Eri immediately nodded in understanding and used barrier to create a golden bubble around everyone in the room, excluding Izumi, Shoto, Rei, Endeavor, and All Might, who were all in positions that made protecting them and everyone else impossible. Rei and Endeavor didn't notice due to their argument, but the moment Shoto and All Might saw the barrier, they realized Izumi's worries and braced themselves, with Shoto beginning to use small amounts of both ice and fire to try and keep the room temperature regulated, and All Might trying to get between the raging couple. Unfortunately, All Might couldn't easily get close due to the amount of ice and fire they were giving off, not without being accidentally hurt, and if Rei accidentally injured him with her ice, Endeavor could exploit it to get Rei into legal trouble. All Might didn't want to use force, especially against a civilian and fellow hero, and his booming voice was being drowned out by the couple's rapid and borderline slanderous insults towards one another. Izumi herself was about to come between them, preparing her inferno and waterspout techniques to counter their elements without being hurt, but then the door to the prep room opened once more, and someone new walked in. Rei and Endeavor were too caught up in their fury to notice him, but everyone else in the room certainly did. It was a man, dressed in a hero costume that consisted of full black leather armor designed to resemble normal pants, boots, and a shirt. The armor was also designed to look as if it was scorched, and stitched together from several ragged pieces of leather, giving it a blown apart and stuck back together look, with the stitches being an eye-catching cyan that had been sewn into a flame-like pattern, making it look like blue flames were leaking out from the gaps in the armor. The man also wore metal braces similar to Endeavor's, and over the top of everything he wore a lightweight black leather duster coat with a similar design aesthetic to the rest of his armor, only with the coat designed to look like black bird wings and it flared out. The coat also incorporated a hood that covered the man's hair, and could be pulled down like a cowl with a vaguely bird-like design. Lastly, the costume was completed by various accents made from real blue flame. 3 long tails of flame were wrapped around his waist like the long tail feathers of a phoenix, while the cyan stitches throughout the costume would occasionally ignite with blue flame before sputtering out, further adding to their flame design. Shoto and his siblings, plus Hitoshi, looked at this newcomer with undisguised curiosity, while the rest of the group smiled. Without a word, and with an unsettlingly casual demeanor, the man walked right up to the arguing couple and grabbed their shoulders to force them apart so he could step between them. He gently nudged Rei back a bit, while almost shoving Endeavor, much to the former's confusion and the latter's indignation. "And who the hell are you?" the flame hero demanded. The man looked at him with a mocking grin, showing off his burned face and his turquoise eyes. "Well, my friends call me Dabi, but you can call me the rekindled hero, Black Phoenix." Dabi introduced, his mocking grin doing little to distract his friends from the fury in his eyes. Next chapter, The Phoenix Sun. To be released, May 6, 2022. Things are really heating up now. Endeavor has made his big entrance and made his offer, and both Izumi and Rei have taken exception to that. Writing Izumi, All Might, and Rei all basically telling Endeavor the myriad of reasons he sucks was a lot of fun. I got to write snarky Izumi, and Rei got to finally snap back at her abusive husband. This was also a slightly shorter chapter compared to some others, but the whole scene with Endeavor is long enough to fill 3 chapters, and this point felt like a good stopping point. Next chapter, Dabi goes head-to-head with Endeavor, secrets are revealed, the flame hero snaps, Izumi makes her move, and someone makes a mistake they'll carry with them for the rest of their lives. Thank you all once again, and I look forward to reading your thoughts on this chapter and the ones to come. Saturday 13th May 2282. 1A Prep Room, U.A Arena. Well, my friends call me Dabi, but you can call me the rekindled hero, Black Phoenix. Dabi introduced, his mocking grin doing little to distract his friends from the fury in his eyes. After hearing some of what had been said thanks to Hawks putting Dabi on speaker, Dabi had rushed to put on his hero gear. Thankfully the simple, fireproof costume was easy to keep in a satchel and slip on when needed, and get between his unknowing parents. Dabi's fire quirk allowed him to easily approach the two, his heat effortlessly countering Rei's ice so he wasn't hurt, and his steadily growing resistance to fire allowing him to ignore Endeavor's flames. While Dabi was staring down the sneering flame hero, Izumi looked at Rei to see her reaction to this newcomer, and unsurprisingly, the snow woman knew something was strange. Despite Dabi's burned face and the hood covering his hair completely, Rei looked like she vaguely recognized him from somewhere, and was trying to piece together where she knew him from. You're one of the Konohana household, yes? One of Izumi's friends? Rei asked quietly. The sight of this man was causing an unusual feeling to rise up in her chest. She was sure she'd seen him in the stands with everyone else, but he always seemed to move behind someone else whenever she tried to get a good look. Dabi turned just enough that Ray could see one of his turquoise eyes, and the edge of his smile. That's right. Thanks to Hawk's eye overhead, things were getting a little heated in here. Who better to deal with heat than a phoenix? Ray felt her heart beat faster as Dabi turned back to Endeavor, who was glaring condescendingly at Dabi. TCH, a fire user with a face burned to a crisp. Pathetic, the man turned to All Might. Is this one of those heroes you talked about? Making people feel safe and hopeful. How safe can they feel when this guy shows up, clearly unable to handle his own power? He looks more like a villain. Endeavor spat. Dabi's friends bristled at the insult, and Hawks looked like he'd attack Endeavor if it weren't for Aries' barrier. Izumi's hair began to flare up as her own temper got the best of her, but Dabi merely laughed mockingly. The irony of you of all people saying another hero looks like a villain is fucking hilarious. You're supposed to be the number 2 hero, right, yet it looks like you're the most hated person in the room. Dabi grinned. Endeavor suddenly grabbed him by the front of his shirt and turned his flames up a bit, clearly intended to leave cosmetic damage on Dabi's costume. Of course, the costume was designed to withstand Dabi's fire, which was much hotter than Endeavor's, so his angry attempt at revenge failed miserably. Failing miserably seemed to be the theme of Endeavor's interactions today. Dabi smirked, getting a little hot under the collar there, Endeavor. I'm not going to be talked down to by some freak fresh out his licensing exam. Endeavor spat. No, it's much worse, you're going to be talked down to by a freak fresh from his provisional licensing exam. Dabi retorted. A vein began to pulse on Endeavor's forehead. You're not even a hero. Just some upstart with a provisional license. By the look of you, you're not a high schooler, so you must be some loser that flunked out time after time and finally managed to scrape a win after you were older than the competition. Dabi, unfazed by the insults, which were honestly pissing off his friends more than him, just laughed. I never went to high school. You see, my dad was a really big piece of shit. He gave me half these burns, you know. I actually started training to be a hero just over a year ago and got my provisional license a few months back. So sorry, but I passed the college provisional exam on my first try. Makes your words seem kind of worthless, and number 2. If you continue to antagonize me and get in my way, you may find yourself losing that license. Endeavor threatened. Ha! Go ahead and try. Dabi shot back, I haven't broken any rules, all I've done is stand between you and a civilian, and give you lip. And I have like 12 witnesses who are commission employees, plus the commission president's daughters and the world's best hero All Might to back me up if you make a complaint. Who'd back your claim? Your own family hates you, you abusive piece of shit. Endeavor snarled and the grip he had on Dabi's clothes grew tighter, and the flames hotter, but rekindled hero was unafraid, which only made Endeavor angrier. I refuse to allow some worthless little pissant, a failure of a fire user, disrespect me. I am the number 2 hero. I am Flame Hero, Endeavor. And you will remember that, he roared, shaking Dabi a bit. Dabi answered his rage by bursting into near hysterical laughter. He laughed so hard that his burns began to hurt along the edges, and his smile seemed to turn from simply mocking to sinister and insane. In a sudden flash of blue fire, Dabi had used his quirk to create a mask and beard, just like Endeavor's own, only with the different colored flames. Endeavor took one look at Dabi's new look and dropped him like he was a venomous rattlesnake, stepping back with a horrified gasp. Dabi's insane grin, his blue mockery of Endeavor's flaming mask and beard, and the way his turquoise eyes seemed to glow behind the azure flame, they all made Dabi look terrifyingly familiar. Endeavor shuddered. Dabi looked like he had, back when he was younger. He was almost a dead ringer for him in his 20s. Not only that, but the azure flames themselves filled him with something like déjà vu, making his heart twist painfully. Dabi just cackled, you look like you've seen a ghost. No surprise really, we've met before. Funnily enough, you called me a failure of a fire user back then too. Who are you? Endeavor yelled. Dabi's manic grin faltered for a moment as a wince of pain hit him. He dismissed the flames he'd been using to mimic and mock Endeavor, and as they vanished, the faint smell of burning flesh filled the room. Izumi caught the smell first, and ignoring Endeavor, who'd been shocked into silence, she hurried over to her older brother figure. Dabi. You overdid it. Why did you have to use such strong flames for something like that? Izumi scolded, already preparing her rejuvenation ink. Heh, sorry Izumi. But it was intentional this time, with my face all crisped up again, you can work your magic. Dabi said softly. Izumi's eyes widened with a gasp, Dabi, are you saying? Yeah. Heal it fully please. It's time I took off all my masks, the burned man asked. An excited smile danced across Izumi's face, and she immediately began fully healing Dabi's burnt face, finally wiping away the vicious purple scarring, and also getting to carefully remove the medical staples with her claws. As Izumi worked, the smell of burning flesh hit the rest of the group, who didn't have Izumi's nose to rely on, which worried them. Rei stepped forward and carefully put a hand on Dabi's shoulder. Are you alright? If you burned yourself, I don't mind using some ice to help cool it down while Izumi works to heal you. Would that be okay, Dabi? She asked, overwhelmed by the desire to help this familiar young man. Dabi shuddered at her touch, and mindful of not disturbing Izumi's work, he slowly shook his head. It's fine, but please don't call me that. If there's one person in the world I don't want calling me Dabi, it's you. Rei tilted her head in confusion. Then what would you like me to call you? Izumi finished her healing and stepped away, giving Dabi a big smile and a nod of support. Dabi returned the smile, his face hidden from everyone else in the room. He turned to his mother and lifted a hand to his hood. Please call me by the name you gave me, over 20 years ago. He flipped back his hood to reveal his snow-white hair, and his pristine, unburned face. Rei gasped and covered her mouth with her hands as tears began to flow down her cheeks and pure joy filled her eyes. Endeavor gaped at Dabi's true face with a look of shock, horror, pain, and regret. Fuyumi and Natsuo looked as if they'd seen a ghost, even as the former burst into happy tears and the latter's knees almost buckled. Shoto was the only Todoroki who didn't react with shock, but he did feel his heart clench as he instinctively recognized something in Dabi's unblemished face. Dabi smiled at his mother. I have a more respectable name, don't you think? The name. Toya Todoroki. Now it was time for everyone else in the room to gasp in shock. No one other than Izumi, Sakuya, Inko, and Hawks had known Dabi's true identity before. They'd all just assumed he'd been victimized and abused by Endeavor, and that had led him to discovering the Todoroki situation out of a desire for vengeance. They didn't know he was the lost, and thought to be deceased eldest son of Endeavor. Toya. Endeavor choked out, showing his first bit of emotion that wasn't anger or smugness. Toya ignored his father, having eyes only for his mother. With his face fully healed, he actually felt tears trickling down his face for the first time in forever. He'd been waiting so long to reveal himself to his family. He'd wanted to wait until after he'd made his heroic debut, but with every one of his family members together in the confrontation between Izumi, Endeavor, and his mother happening in front of his siblings, Toya couldn't stand back and do nothing. He couldn't let Izumi once again be the one to solve his family issues. So he had donned his costume and quickly washed the black dye from his hair, and braced himself for the reunion with his family. Toya, my son. Rei cried, throwing herself at Toya and wrapping her arms around him in the tightest, warmest, most loving hug he had ever experienced. Even hugging Izumi's wolf form had nothing on this. You're alive. I knew it. I knew it all along, that you could never be dead. I felt it in my soul. Rei sobbed, smiling even as she cried. No one ever believed me, not until Amaterasu confirmed it for me. Upon hearing this, Shoto snapped out of his staring and turned to Izumi. You knew about this? You've been hiding my older brother all this time. Izumi winced. Shoto's tone wasn't accusatory exactly, but the way he'd phrased that still made her feel guilty. I did. Toya is actually the first Todoroki I ever met. We became friends and he's lived with my family ever since. I wanted to tell you, honest I did, but I promised I wouldn't tell anyone without his permission. I didn't even tell your mom, I just refused to lie when she figured out he was alive and with me. Toya, how are you alive? I was told that Endeavor began, only to be cut off by Toya. That I burned myself to death after you locked me up in a facility for the second time. Toya spat venomously. He gently managed to extract himself from his mother's hug, much to both her disappointment and his own, but there would be time for a proper reunion when the unwelcome guest was sent packing. As it turns out, inspiring fear in everyone doesn't actually make them very loyal. He continued, when I escaped again so soon after the last time, the warden of the facility waited just long enough to make sure I didn't crop up on the news or at home again, before he told you I'd died. All because he was afraid of what you'd do to him for his failure to contain me. Endeavor's lip curled into a furious sneer. That warden would be receiving one hell of a lawsuit when Endeavor was done here. He opened his mouth to say something more to his son, but he was once again cut off. I spent years plotting to avenge myself and my family. I was going to ruin you, maybe even kill you, for what you did to me. You gave mom shit for burning Shoto, when you left burns on my face even worse than his. I burned myself to ashes over and over, building my hatred so I could grow strong enough to kill you. I only survived because the hate within me burned hotter than the flames on my skin. If a certain overly nosy and helpful wolf hadn't come sniffing around the dump I was living in, I'd have gotten myself killed, or become a monster and come looking for you. Toya yelled, letting out years of frustration as he berated his father. The obvious reference to Izumi drew everyone's attention to her for a split second and she blushed, even as a nostalgic smile appeared on her face as she remembered her time spent with Dabi on the beach. Endeavor narrowed his eyes on her. You were the one to take in and help Toya, he asked, his anger tempered by something softer. Of course. He needed help, so I helped. He didn't make it easy for me, but it seems Todorokis are stubborn and resistant to help. Izumi said, smiling a bit wider as she winked at Shoto, who made quite the amusing expression in return. With Izumi focused on Shoto, and everyone else looking at Toya/Dabi, no one noticed the unusually pensive and almost grateful expression that crossed the flame hero's face. Sadly, it quickly faded as Endeavor came to a sudden realization. It was you, he growled, turning back to his son. You were the one that started that irritating investigation into me. You filled Amaterasu's ears with your pointless drivel so she'd run to her mother, President Konohana, and cause me trouble. Toya snarled back at him, pointless drivel. I didn't tell her a single lie. And besides, the entire investigation into you was her plan. It was also her plan for me to become a hero. It was a way to prove to you that I wasn't just some failed project, and rub your nose in my success as I climbed the ranks. My quirk is a stronger version of yours, and since I'm less of an asshole and I'm more willing to accept help, I can reach your level and surpass you easily. Shoto felt a sudden rush of kinship with his newly returned brother. Like him, Toya had made a pledge to surpass their father and he was even doing it by accepting help from others, which was a fairly new concept for Shoto. Rei and Natsuo were beaming with pride at the idea of Toya becoming a hero that surpassed his father, while Fuyumi looked conflicted, since she still hadn't given up hope for their family being made whole again. Fuyumi looked over to Izumi with a curious look. She had helped both Toya and Shoto with their problems, and then reunited the siblings with their mother. If she could pull off a miracle like that, which was how Fuyumi saw the return of her believed to be dead brother, then surely fixing her father couldn't be that hard for her. Enji had been a nice man in Fuyumi's earliest memories. There had to be a bit of that man left inside him, hadn't there? Endeavor scoffed, nonsense. Your little attempt to mock my mask earlier burned your face. You still can't handle your flames, so give up before you hurt yourself further. Toya shook his head in refusal, not a chance. My strongest flames may still burn me, but my body has adjusted to the heat of all but the hottest I can make, and even my hottest flames take a few seconds of contact to get through my resistance. That shocked Endeavor, and caused some minor surprise from Toya's friends among the Konohana household. He hadn't mentioned it to anyone other than Kigo, but Toya was sure Izumi and her divine power were partly responsible for his improved resistance. Like Himiko, Toya had a spiritual connection to Izumi thanks to being a former brush demon host, and that seemed to come with power-ups if Izumi strengthened that brush god. Plus, his quirk had felt easier to handle ever since she took it and gave it back after the Dagoba incident, and Eri had been able to control her quirk for the first time after Izumi had taken it. Did her divine nature somehow mellow the quirks out? It was only a theory Toya had, but he was fairly sure he was right. Focusing fully on his father again, Toya flashed a mocking grin. But I've got to ask, father. He said, voice dripping with venom, why do you even care? I'm just a failure to you, remember? Why would someone who doesn't care about his children tell them not to keep using their powers? You say it's because I'll get hurt, but that isn't true, is it? The man's smile grew creepily wide, reminding the captivated audience of the Cheshire Cat. I get it now, you're afraid. You're afraid that I'll succeed and surpass you. Endeavor scoffed mockingly, but Toya could see the man was straining to contain himself. I'm right, aren't I? Oh, this is rich. It's not surprising though, you've basically wasted the last 20 years on a plot to become number one, only for it to fail at every step. Your children were either abandoned by you or rejected you because of your abuse. Neither I nor Shoto will help you with your ambition. Mom won't have another kid with you, even if she could. You're getting too old to go out and father another one, and even if you weren't, quirk marriages are illegal now. You're stuck, completely powerless and forced to watch as the family you tormented for 2 decades moves past you, and the child you called a failure rises above you, and the child you called your masterpiece rejects everything about you. Toya began to laugh. Your entire legacy is built on lies and cruelty. You'll never surpass All Might and you'll forever be stuck at number 2, until someone inevitably comes to tear you down. Hawks is already rapidly reaching the point where he can knock you down a spot in the rankings, and Amaterasu is gunning for you too. Then there's me and Shoto, and Katsuki and Himiko. You did everything to reach the number 1, but thanks to your own bullshit, you're going to be dragged down to nothing, and the best part? It's all your own fault, and no one will miss you. Finally, after all the humiliations and shocks he'd already suffered in the last few minutes, Endeavor snapped completely and roared at his son, his flames flaring up wildly as they reacted to his emotions, making Endeavor look even bigger and more frightening. "You worthless little brat," he screamed in his son's face, his utter fury intense enough to startle even Toya and force him to step back in surprise. "I have had enough of this. This is my family, Rei is my wife, you and your siblings are my children, and you will do as I say." Endeavor bellowed, his flames now burning hot enough to make the room uncomfortably hot. Even the air within Eri's barrier was getting ridiculously hot and humid, forcing Eri to release it and let in some fresh air before she and the others were cooked. Thankfully, Rei, Natsuo, Fuyumi, and Shoto began instinctively using their quirks to help cool the air and make things in the prep room more bearable, while Izumi was already preparing her Inferno technique just in case. These precautions turned out to be very helpful, as Endeavor began to rant and rave as the last of his patience ran out. "I will not be talked down to and disrespected by my own family. Your pointless and frivolous whining about my so-called evils will achieve nothing. Shoto is my son, and I am his father and legal guardian, he will obey me. You, Toya, are an escapee from a secure facility. Whether you believe you deserved it or not, you were there for a reason. You will be going back, and this time, I'll make sure you stay there. I won't allow you or anyone else to disgrace me any further. And if that means keeping you both from the poor influence caused by your mother and siblings, then so be it. I will be calling the police to inform them of your escape from the facility Toya, and I will be informing Principal Nizu on the new restrictions I will be placing on Shoto. As for your siblings, they are adults now and can go out and make a living for themselves, they do not need my home or support. These rebellions have gone on long enough, and I will not stand for it." Everyone in the room looked at Endeavor with horror and disgust. He really had gone off the deep end. Not only was he going to use his parental authority to place restrictions on Shoto, which would almost certainly include forbidding him from any unauthorized visits to his mother and siblings, but he was going to kick Fuyumi and Natsuo out of his house and leave them to fend for themselves, while having Toya tossed right back into the same facility he'd been unjustly imprisoned in, all while poor Rei was powerless to stop it. Toya would ultimately be fine. While the facility had been a secure one, it was legally more like those awful conversion therapy camps that people used to send their LGBT+ children to, and since Toya was now an adult, neither the police or Endeavor could legally send him back there, and since Toya hadn't broken any laws that Endeavor knew of, there was nothing the Flame Hero could actually do to him. But the others didn't have that safety net, and worse, Endeavor was almost entirely within his rights to do what he threatened. Shoto was his son and he was the boy's legal guardian, Fuyumi and Natsuo were over the age of 18 so he wasn't required to look after them, and while Endeavor couldn't do anything to Rei directly, he could stop her seeing Shoto without breaking the law, and that was punishment enough. Izumi's lips curled into a silent snarl. Toya looked to be on the verge of exploding and attacking Endeavor, and Rei wasn't much better. If things didn't stop soon, one of them might actually lose it and start a real fight, one that could land them in serious trouble. Izumi had held back and let things get this far in the hopes that Endeavor would finally do or say something that Sakuya could use to get his license revoked, all while she and All Might stood ready to stop him from hurting anyone, but to her annoyance, Endeavor was smarter than she gave him credit for. He never directly admitted to wrongdoing, refusing to directly address the accusations made against him and only making threats that were within his legal right. The only thing Sakuya could potentially pin on him was an intimidation charge and potentially abuse of power, which would never be enough to cause a serious problem for the number 2 hero. Even his request for Izumi hadn't been illegal, it was highly immoral, but he'd skirted around any potential legal problems by being vague. He hadn't exactly threatened Rei for her quirk, or agreed to place Shoto in a quirk marriage with Izumi, or even asked to bypass the government approval process required to use her quirk exchange. He'd only implied, and Izumi knew enough about law from her mother's to know that any decent lawyer could get a charge based on implication thrown out, especially against such a prominent figure. Now Izumi was stuck. If things didn't change, life for the Todorokis would become much harder. Fuyumi and Natsuo would have a home and support, the Konohanas would see to that if need be, and Toya wouldn't be in trouble, but Shoto would be isolated. And if that happened, Toya or Rei would lose their tempers and attack, with Izumi and All Might being legally required to stop and arrest them for assaulting a hero. It wasn't fair. It wasn't just. Izumi took a deep breath, her eyes turning silver. She would not allow it. As Endeavor was drinking in the feeling of power and control he gained by putting his rebellious family back in their place, he suddenly felt something wet splash against his back. The liquid hissed as it touched his flames, and Endeavor slowly turned with growl to stare furiously at the culprit. Izumi stared back defiantly, her hands still dripping with the red ink she just created and flung at his back. Endeavor opened his mouth to deliver a scathing retort, but his words turned to ash on his tongue, as his flames began to leave him. With a single gesture from Izumi's hand, every flame on Endeavor's body was drawn into the ink she'd splashed him with, and then summoned to Izumi's hand where it began to condense itself into a tight ball of flame, like a miniature sun. Desperately, Endeavor tried to reignite the flames on his face and costume, but they immediately fled to Izumi's hands too, and within a few moments, the Inferno technique was stealing his fire so efficiently that it looked like Izumi was actually draining the fire out of his body. This continued for almost a full minute, before Endeavor stopped producing flames altogether, and staggered back a step. He panted hard, the strain of trying to produce fire faster than Izumi could steal it had worn him out, especially after he'd lost his temper and overheated himself a bit. Izumi and the others in the room looked at Endeavor curiously. He looked quite different without any flames. His costume seemed incredibly simplistic and his face was significantly less frightening. Without the mask and fire beard, he looked more like Toya and Natsuo, only with some stubble that made him look rugged and, as annoying as it was to admit, handsome. To her own embarrassment, Izumi actually caught herself admiring Endeavor. No wonder the Todoroki children were all so attractive. The beauty and refined features of Rei went with Enji's rugged handsomeness like peanut butter and jelly. If only Endeavor's cold eyes didn't have that cruel gleam to them. Amaterasu. What the hell are you doing? Endeavor demanded, a slight tremor of fear in his voice. Izumi tried to ignore how delightful that fear made her feel. Do not deny it, the voice of Akuro whispered. He tried to strike fear into our friends, it is only just that he experienced some terror of his own. Izumi hated to agree, but she did. It occurs to me, Endeavor, that you may have been in a position of power for too long. You've forgotten what it is like to have an adversary bearing down on you, to be the weak one. Allow me to remind you. Izumi said ominously, as the ball of tightly condensed flame began to expand and extend across her body. The flames flickered and danced as they spread over her skin, forming a shell of fire that had barely finished coating her before it flared up and changed shape. The fiery armor warped and changed until Izumi's silhouette was replaced by a very different one Endeavor knew very well. His own. Izumi has taken his fire and used it to construct a replica of him around herself. The replica was almost perfect, and Izumi had shown off her artistic skills by carefully sculpting the flames to even show his facial features, which were set into a hideous sneer. Moegami art, Hell's vision. Izumi's voice came from within the Endeavor replica. The real Endeavor took another step back in fear, as he was faced with a fiery mimicry of his own hateful expression. Swallowing hard, he tried to reassert himself. Amaterasu. Stop this now, he commanded. The replica Endeavor took a step towards him. Does it scare you? To see these flames, this face, looking at you like this? Izumi asked, her voice slightly distorted by the crackling fire. I'm warning you. Stop. Endeavor roared, reigniting his flames. Instantly, Izumi's inferno stole them once more and poured them into the replica, making it grow even bigger. Now the replica was larger than the real thing. In fact, the size difference between the fake and the real one was the same as the difference between Endeavor and his wife, something Izumi was quick to point out. This is what Rei, the woman you married and used, sees when you approach. How does it feel? To be smaller and near powerless in the face of this monster I've created? Do you feel the fear? Do you feel the helplessness? She asked ominously, making her replica walk another step closer. Endeavor made a noise that was probably meant to be an intimidating growl, but came out more like a frightened yelp. He kept stepping back, and the replica kept stepping forward, until the real Endeavor felt his back hit the wall of the prep room. He again tried to use his quirk, only for the fire to be stolen by Inferno. Then, in a moment of desperation, Endeavor slipped past the replica, who didn't actually try to touch him, and grabbed one of the massive refill bottles for the water cooler and dumped it on himself to try and wash off Izumi's ink. When that didn't work, Izumi's ink couldn't be washed off that easily. Endeavor roared and ripped off the bottle already in the cooler and threw it as the replica. With a flick of her hand, Izumi's replica caught the bottle and melted it into a puddle of molten plastic, the water within boiling and then evaporating into steam with the intensity of Endeavor's stolen flames. The replica stomped towards Endeavor, Izumi feeding its flames with her own power now, and with every step, it grew larger. The floor beneath its feet began to melt. Izumi would repair it later, leaving volcanic footsteps, and by the time it was in Endeavor's face again, it had grown large enough that the ceiling above it was becoming charred. Now the size difference between them was the same as the difference between Endeavor and the 5-year-old Shoto. Endeavor nearly wet himself as the water he doused himself in began to evaporate due to the proximity. Damn it, I am the number 2 hero. You will listen to me, he roared desperately. The replica Endeavor loomed over him, his malicious expression even more obvious thanks to the increased size, and this is what your children saw, every time you threatened them, every time you hurt them, every time you called them failures, this is what they saw, a massive flaming monster standing over them. A man whose hands bring only pain. Izumi said, as the replica placed a hand on the wall beside Endeavor's head and melted a handprint into the concrete and plaster. Feel it, Endeavor. Feel the terror and the anguish, call out for help. Call for someone to come and save you. Endeavor snapped his head towards All Might, and the others in the room. The non-hero adults were glaring at him coldly. Katsuki, Himiko, and Hitoshi were sneering in disgust at the thought of helping Endeavor. Natsuo and Toya were grinning widely at his terror. Shoto had wide, shining eyes as he stared through the flames at Izumi's shadow within the replica. Rei had a curiously blank expression as she watched. Fuyumi looked worried, but clearly wasn't willing to get involved to help him. And then there was All Might and Hawks, the only heroes in the room on the same level as Endeavor. Both stood and watched disinterestedly. Endeavor's heart began to hammer against his ribcage even faster, no one was coming to help him. Amaterasu was using her quirk to intimidate him, which was against the law, and no one was going to do a damn thing about it. You did the same first, remember, whispered a treacherous voice in the back of his mind. A look of hopelessness crossed Endeavor's face, and Izumi made her replica lean in, until its face was just far enough from his to avoid touching him. Do you see? No one is going to come and help you. This is what you did to them. This is how they felt. You used and abused them, treating them like trash, and now there isn't a single soul who is willing to come to your rescue. Feel it, Endeavor. Feel the true terror of the people you hurt. Izumi roared, her replica losing its shape and instead becoming nothing but a horrifying face amidst a wave of unrelenting fire. Endeavor began to hyperventilate. He couldn't use his quirk, Izumi would steal his fire. He couldn't fight the flames, they were intangible even if he was almost immune. He couldn't overpower the girl in the center of the fire, he'd seen her slice Orochi's heads off in that video, and ripped his body apart by growing tree roots through him. Endeavor was truly helpless, unable to resist and with no one coming to help him. The icy terror that gripped his heart was overwhelming, and for an instant, Endeavor could have sworn he saw the image of a wolf in the flames, preparing to leap out and tear his throat out. But then the flames suddenly disappeared. It was as if someone had switched off the gas to a Bunsen burner, the fire just vanished without a trace, leaving only wisps of smoke and the smoldering, melted patches of floor and wall that the Endeavor replica had created. Izumi now stood where the replica had, looking up at Endeavor, who was leaning heavily against the wall to support himself on his trembling legs, with her cool silver eyes. The combination of Izumi's cold look and the sudden absence of flame made the room feel much cooler than it was, that was the excuse Endeavor told himself as he felt his body shivering as he regained his composure. It definitely wasn't fear, he wasn't afraid of this silly little girl, he wasn't intimidated by her power, he was just cold. He hated how much that sounded like a lie in his own brain. But then, to the shock of not just Endeavor but everyone else too, Izumi slowly offered him her hand. Endeavor stared, wide-eyed, at the offered hand before looking at Izumi's face with confusion. Izumi's expression was welcoming, even if the look in her eyes gave away how uncomfortable she was. What are you doing? The man asked, puzzled. Izumi opened and closed her mouth a few times as she tried to find the words. She was struggling to articulate the feelings in her chest, she had been so angry at Endeavor for what he'd done in the past, for what he'd done today, for what he'd said, but she couldn't help but remember some of the things she'd heard from Toya and Rei. The old bastard apparently found a lot of women who could achieve his desire, but he ended up allegedly falling in love with one of them and choosing to marry her for love as well as his goal. Her name was Rei, and she had an amazing ice quirk. When I was little, she told me about how sweet and romantic the old bastard was, that he was honest about his original intentions from the beginning. Whether it was all a trick, or he really was different then, the results were the same, they married 11 months after meeting each other. Endeavor is a monster, but he used to just be a man, and a good one too. Enji was never a soft man, or good at expressing himself, but he was passionate and straightforward. He was a man I was happy to marry, before he was swallowed whole by his ambition. Izumi wanted to hate the man so much. He'd hurt Toya, Shoto, and Rei so much, and Izumi loved all three of them, so it was only natural for her to want him to suffer and receive justice for his actions. But as much as she hated him, she couldn't help but reach out her hand, and hope to grasp the man he had been once upon a time. I want to help you, Enji Todoroki. Izumi eventually said, her voice soft and gentle. Those around her gaped, while Endeavor stared at her like she was insane. Izumi felt insane too, but she had to try. Before Endeavor or anyone else could question her and make her doubt herself, Izumi spoke again. I'm not going to help with your foolish quirk plan, or with what you want to do with Shoto or Toya or the rest of your family. I want to help the old you. The man that first decided to become a hero. Ray told me that you were a good man once, someone she truly loved, and Toya said you were a good dad too, before you were swallowed up by your ambition. This is probably selfish and stupid of me, but after helping Toya and Shoto with their own problems, I can't help but want to help you too. I love the Todoroki family, and if I can make you all happy and whole, then I will, she said earnestly. Izumi's eyes narrowed slightly. You have done horrible things, Endeavor, some of which may even be beyond forgiveness. But deep inside you, there has to be a good person. The man who loved his children, the man who loved his wife. The man who wanted to become a hero. Please, no matter how hard the path of redemption is, if you take my hand and try, then I will help you with everything I have, she swore, thrusting her offered hand just a little bit further forward. Endeavor stared at Izumi with shock, and some other emotion Izumi couldn't identify. He wasn't shaking or afraid anymore, now he just looked at her like she was an alien. No one in the room could quite believe Izumi was offering him a chance, not even Izumi herself. But after she'd used his own flames to terrify and humiliate him, making him feel small and vulnerable, Izumi just couldn't help it. It was the same instinct that had urged her to grant one last mercy to Orochi, and the imp from Dagoba Beach, a voice in her soul saying, this person doesn't deserve mercy, but is mercy solely for the deserving? Can a person not prove worthy of it after the fact? His evil actions towards his family were beyond any degree of acceptability, but he was also a hero that had saved enough lives to reach the number 2 slot despite his bad reputation. If he were to accept accountability and change for the better, then the world would be better off. And if he couldn't, well, Izumi had just proven he was basically helpless against her. Endeavor began to slowly raise his hand, a contemplative look on his face, then his eyes turned cold and his hand went past Izumi's and aimed for her neck. Izumi's divine and animal instincts were a powerful combination, and she had been staring into his eyes through the whole confrontation. She noticed the exact moment he made his foolish decision, and she was not surprised. She had been serious about offering him a way to redeem himself, to become a better person again, but she wasn't completely naive. Someone like Endeavor didn't change easily, so she had been prepared for him rejecting her offer, and even attacking her. Izumi sighed disappointedly, readying herself for what she had to do. But despite her track record for good plans, Izumi did occasionally hit a dud or unforeseen circumstances that caused a snag. If all had gone as planned, as Izumi predicted, then Endeavor would have wrapped his hand around her throat. Izumi would have transformed into her wolf form to escape his grip, then attacked and put him on his ass. Sakuya would then reveal herself, and they'd have over a dozen witnesses to Endeavor assaulting Izumi. It would be considered an aggravated assault, but since it was against a fellow hero and a minor, Endeavor wouldn't have been able to wriggle out of the charges. He'd have been suspended and forced to face a tribunal, and would then likely lose his license or at the very least face a hefty fine and other steep penalties. But Izumi had forgotten one crucial detail. She wasn't the only one with both divine and animal instincts in the room. Eri was here too. She was in demigod form, as she often was in high-stress situations. She sensed Endeavor's obvious ill intent immediately, and the moment Endeavor's hand passed Izumi's and aimed upward, Eri's mind went into overdrive. She was only a little girl, and in that instant, she knew her mother was about to be harmed. What could she do but try to protect her? Their relative positions made it impossible for Eri to separate them with a barrier, so instead she transformed fully into her wolf pup form and pounced, sinking her little fangs into Endeavor's forearm. Endeavor promptly yelped in pain and instinctively swung his arm hard to dislodge the pup. He swung so hard that Eri couldn't keep her grip and was sent flying. In what felt like slow motion, everyone in the room watched in horror as Eri flew through the air and slammed into a wall with a heartrending yelp, before she slid down the wall and hit the floor with a thud. Everyone began screaming. No. Eri. You bastard. I'll fucking kill you. Grah. Everything suddenly happened very fast. One moment Endeavor was stood, shocked by the reactions of those around him. The next, he was on the floor, screaming as Izumi tore open his face. Next chapter, the Todoroki family. To be released, May 8, 2022. Well, that escalated quickly. Not much I want to say about this chapter, it all pretty much speaks for itself. Dabi got to talk smack to Endeavor and reveal himself to his family. Endeavor went off the deep end, as much as he could without actually assaulting somebody, and Izumi decided it was time to teach him a lesson. And of course, that bit at the ending. I should specify this now, Eri is fine. She was a bit stunned, but not hurt. Her puppy form is tough, so have no fear. Of course the same can't be said of Endeavor, but, oh well. Also, sorry for not having a more emotional and in-depth reunion between Toya and his family. I figured it would be best to do that after Endeavor was gone. Next chapter, Sakuya makes her presence known. We learn some hard truths about the world of heroes, and the Todoroki family finally get to have their true reunion. Thank you all once again, and I look forward to reading your thoughts on this chapter and the ones to come. Saturday 13th May 2282. 1A Prep Room, U.A Arena. Shoto wasn't sure which was louder, Izumi's furious roar or his father's agonized screams. The last few minutes had been a roller coaster of emotions for the youngest Todoroki. Endeavor had shown up and made an ass of himself with his thinly veiled threats and pathetic attempt to sell Shoto to Izumi in return for Rei's quirk, but then Shoto had been treated to both Izumi and All Might telling Endeavor exactly what they thought of him, followed by the arrival of his previously believed to be dead brother, Toya. Shoto would be having some words with Izumi about that later. Not angry words, but words nonetheless. Toya had made things even better by further slapping down Endeavor, and after a brief attempt to reassert dominance by the world's worst father, Izumi had completed the humiliation by forcing Endeavor to experience the same horror he'd put his family through, via a giant fiery replica of the man. It should have ended there, but in a move that Shoto really shouldn't have been that surprised by, Izumi had offered Endeavor her hand, offered him a shot at redemption. Shoto would be lying if he said he hadn't been bothered by that. After everything Endeavor had done, all of which Izumi knew, Shoto couldn't wrap his head around the idea that Izumi would offer him mercy. She'd mentioned something about Shoto's mother and oldest brother saying Endeavor had been a good father once, but that was before Shoto's time. In the end, Shoto thought she was only offering mercy because she felt that was what a hero would do, and while Shoto strongly disagreed, he owed her enough to not judge her decision. Besides, Izumi's offer had been rejected, and the ungrateful flame hero had moved to attack her. Oh, it didn't necessarily look like that to outsiders. To any strangers watching, it looked as if Endeavor had gone to shake Izumi's hand and then suddenly been mauled by Eri for no apparent reason. But everyone in the room knew the truth. If Eri attacked Endeavor, it was because she sensed something they hadn't, and judging by the tense, resigned look on Izumi's face at that moment, she had sensed it too. That tense look had melted into a burning rage that Endeavor could never match as Eri was flung into a wall with a pained yelp, and an instant later, Izumi was on top of Endeavor, her eyes flashing between red and silver as she viciously slashed the claws of her right hand through Endeavor's face. She had stabbed the claws into the left side of Endeavor's forehead, right at the hairline, then she'd rapidly dragged the claws down his face, tearing through the skin and flesh as she did, splitting his face open all the way through his eye, down his left cheek, through his lips and down to his chin, only withdrawing her claws before they reached the bastard's throat. Endeavor screamed bloody murder, and Izumi briefly glared down at the man with a vicious smile, before she flicked the blood off her claws and ran to Eri's side. From the moment Endeavor had tried to attack Izumi, to Eri's intervention, to the flame hero's injury, only about 10 seconds had passed. As the injured hero's screams slowly faded into pathetic moans of pain, Izumi gently picked up her pup and began to examine her carefully. Eri returned to her demigod form and sniffled a bit, but she didn't cry or seem to be in pain. As Izumi couldn't find an injury, she gently spoke to her little girl. "Eri, are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere?" Izumi asked gently. Eri sniffled and shook her head. "No mama, it just scared me." Izumi sighed with relief and embraced the child, while her friends and family smiled. Truth be told, once the adrenaline and outrage had worn off, they weren't surprised that Eri was unhurt. Her puppy form was fairly tough, and she had slammed herself into walls harder than Endeavor had just by running too fast and failing to turn a corner in time. Eri usually just bounced back and kept running, maybe a bit more carefully, and if the impact was a particularly hard or surprising one, she might struggle to hold in tears for a little bit, but with some comfort from Izumi or someone else in the family, she usually recovered quickly without any crying. With a smile to her daughter, Izumi carefully passed Eri to All Might, the person she trusted most to protect her, before all signs of warmth vanished from the girl and she turned back to glare at Endeavor, who was still groaning pitifully in pain. She marched over to the man and grabbed him by the front of his shirt, effortlessly swatting aside his clumsy attempts to grab her in return. "Quit your sniveling," she said sharply, coating her free hand in rejuvenating ink, "and thank your lucky stars that Eri doesn't even have a bruise, or I'd be leaving you to heal by yourself. Your eye would never recover and you'd be in hospital for at least a week while they stitched this up." Endeavor's pained protests faded into sighs as the cooling ink soothed his pain, but that didn't last long before an infernal itching in his lips and eye socket made him growl in irritation. Then Izumi stopped her healing and dumped Endeavor back on the floor. The man's pain returned, though duller than before, and his eye and mouth no longer hurt as Izumi had fully restored the eye she'd destroyed, as well as fixing the lip she'd slashed through. She'd also partially healed the long slashes themselves, but only enough to stop them bleeding dangerously. Shoto raised an eyebrow at the cuts. Izumi, if you were going to heal him, why not go all the way? I wasn't going to heal him at all. The bastard laid hands on my daughter. He's lucky I used my claws and not my glaive. But since Eri isn't injured and Endeavor is still an active hero, I healed his eye and mouth so he wouldn't lose vision or communication skills, not that he has much of the latter. Izumi explained, bitterly muttering the last part. Make no mistake though. Izumi glared coldly down at Endeavor, if you had actually hurt Eri. No force on heaven or earth would be able to fix what I'd do to you. Rei, Natsuo, and Fuyumi, aka the only ones present who didn't have experience with either Izumi's fiercer side or Akuro, looked shocked by the viciousness. Izumi had ripped open Endeavor's face with her bare hands for knocking Eri into a wall. What could she have done to him if Eri had really been hurt? If it had been one of Rei's children, the woman might have frozen Endeavor to his core and shattered him, but then again her emotions had been running high since reuniting with Shoto and then Toya. As it stands though, those marks will leave some nice scars. After your actions left both Toya and Shoto with scarred faces, I think it's only fair that you get some of your own. Izumi said flippantly. She'd used rejuvenation to kickstart the healing process but not gone all the way, ensuring that even with Recovery Girl or another healing quirk, Endeavor's injuries would leave scars. It would take plastic surgery or Izumi reopening and rejuvenating the wounds to remove them. Endeavor slowly got back to his feet, unsure if he should let his rage or his fear be what dictated his next actions. On the one hand, Amaterasu had just permanently scarred his face, which would lead to unfortunate questions and could give the man something to hold over her, but on the other hand, she had just put the number 2 hero on his ass and maimed him right in front of the number 1 and number 3 heroes without so much as a reprimand. In fact, other than Rei and her 2 middle children, no one had been even a little surprised by Izumi's actions. Each of them knew who and what she was, and each of them knew about Akuro. Considering Endeavor had effectively slammed Eri into a wall, everyone was just happy they weren't dealing with a demonic werewolf goddess the size of a skyscraper. Plus, everyone who met Eri inevitably loved the adorable, good-spirited child, so no one was going to try and help Endeavor after she'd been hurt by him. Half of those present, including All Might and Hawks, would have hit Endeavor themselves, if Izumi hadn't gotten to it first. Eventually, Endeavor's temper won out over his fear, as the throbbing pain in his slowly healing wounds began to dull. You won't get away with this. You attacked and scarred the number 2 hero. I could have you thrown in Tartarus for this, he threatened. That is enough. Everyone blinked in surprise at the sudden shout, and turned to see the source, Sakuya, step out from her hiding spot towards the back of the group. The rest of the Konohana household parted like the Red Sea as Sakuya marched forward, her usual regal grace looking more like a panther stalking towards its prey. Endeavor gulped, but quickly recovered from his surprise. President Konohana, so you were here the whole time. Good, then you witnessed your daughter's actions. Endeavor began, trying to get the upper hand in what he knew would be a very rough conversation. Yes, I did. I witnessed her attack and defeat a grown man that struck her child hard enough to launch her into a wall. My grandchild, by the way. Sakuya said frostily. A shudder went up everyone's spines, not even Rei's icy aura from before had chilled them as much as Sakuya's tone. It was as if she had summoned the very essence of winter itself into the room, which was ironic for a tree spirit. Endeavor quickly tried to defend himself. The child attacked me first. She bit my wrist in front of everyone here, he said, showing his wrist. Eri's little fangs had left tiny puncture marks in his costume, as well as marks on Endeavor's skin, though the skin wasn't broken. Oh yes, poor you. Being bitten by a frightened little 6-year-old girl is totally an acceptable reason to slam said little girl into a wall. Sakuya said sarcastically. Endeavor couldn't really refute that, even as angry as he was. Even if the child had attacked maliciously and not out of fear or worry, he had reacted too viciously. He wanted to defend himself and say it was just second nature to react like that, but he was fairly certain that admitting that violence was his first response to a child acting out wouldn't win him any leeway with the angry president. Or anyone else, for that matter. Seeing the flame hero momentarily cowed into silence, Sakuya proceeded to read him the riot act. Now, since you're so interested in what I did or didn't witness, how about I explain precisely what I've seen here today, shall I? She began to pace around him. First, you entered an area that was out of bounds without express permission. Then you made disparaging comments towards your wife, daughter, and second son. Then you refused to leave when directly asked and tried to throw your weight around to get your way. I'll forgive that first part, since you did say you'd leave after speaking with Izumi, and she accepted that, but it does not excuse you wielding your title like a magic wand that will grant you any privilege you wanted to. So after only 2 minutes in the room, we have trespassing and abuse of power. Sakuya said, licking her finger and flipping a page in the memo pad she'd been writing everything in. Then you tried to convince my daughter to take your wife's quirk and give it to you in return for you leaving your family alone and marrying Shoto to Izumi. Now, I know you didn't outright say you'd restrict Rei's visitation rights with her son, or bypass the government approval process on Izumi's quirk exchange, but I think we both know you intentionally implied it. No doubt you'd have forced Shoto into a marriage contract that would punish only him if he refused to marry Izumi. However, since I know I can't prove it despite knowing it's the truth, I can't truly say more to that. However, you did once again commit trespassing by refusing to leave immediately after my daughter, a recognized employee of U.A. ordered you to, and I quote, get the fuck out so that little misdemeanor will stick even if Izumi rescinded her initial order by agreeing to speak to you. Sakuya said, as if she was a headmistress reading off the crimes of some errant schoolboy. Endeavor continued to redden with anger and shame, while those around him snickered at him or stared in awe at the usually soft-spoken and kindly Sakuya. Next you outright admitted you'd go to Principal Nizu and use your parental rights to prevent Shoto from being exposed to negative influences, which we both know was meant as a way to interfere with Rei and Shoto's siblings visiting him, as well as potentially sabotaging Izumi's employment here at UA. Admittedly not a crime, but could be easily viewed as intimidation, or even extortion. Your explosive display of fire while arguing with Rei further proves it. I'd like to also mention that after that display, I could argue that you yourself are a negative influence on Shoto. Endeavor spluttered, Rei used her quirk too. And she isn't licensed. That was an obvious attempt to intimidate a hero, which is illegal. Oh fuck off, you old fuck. Toya sneered, she was defending her children from a perceived threat, no court would convict her even if she was considered fit to stand trial, which your own act of tossing her into a mental ward would prevent anyway. Sakuya smiled, Dabi is, oh my apologies, your son Toya is correct. That is also why Izumi can't be held liable for your injury, she was defending Eri from a threat that had tried to harm her. I didn't try to hurt the girl, I merely reacted. Endeavor half-heartedly argued, knowing he was getting nowhere. As much as he hated to admit it, Sakuya was basically his boss and one of only 5 or 6 people who had clear superiority to him, with the others being All Might as the number 1, and the leaders of the judicial branch of the government, plus the Prime Minister and Emperor, but they were everyone's superior so he didn't count them. Your excuse is not accepted. You are the number 2 hero, as you so love to remind everyone, that carries a higher standard. You can't go knocking aside every child that runs into you. Sakuya said, looking disgusted. Izumi snorted, remembering the story that Inasa Yorashi had told her back before everything went to hell in the entrance exams. Speaking of children, let's move on to the reunion between you and Toya. You know, the young man who you insulted for being a fire user with burns on his face. Which was quirk discrimination by the way. Sakuya said, smiling coldly. Endeavor just winced and kept his mouth shut, he was a slow learner, but he did learn, sort of. So after the discriminatory comments about his quirk, you then implied you'd use your status to have his license taken away, so that's the second count of abuse of power. And then of course, we get to your big tantrum and insistence that your entire family will obey you. You admitted you were going to have the principal restrict Shoto's freedom for your own gain, kick out and abandon your 2 middle children, and even plotted to illegally confine Toya in a facility again, not to mention admitting you were going to keep Rei from both him and Shoto. Another example of abuse of power, and something that can easily be construed as familial abuse. Sakuya finished, tallying up everything in her memo pad. So by my reckoning, I could have you charged with 3 counts of abuse of power, 1 count of quirk discrimination, and at least 1 count of trespassing. Sadly I cannot charge you for the rest of your words and threats, since you kept them vague enough that a decent lawyer could dismiss them, and I cannot charge you for your assault against Eri, since she was technically the aggressor. Sakuya leaned in close to Endeavor's face, even though we all know she attacked only to defend Izumi. Don't bother lying, I know what you plan to do after rejecting her offer, she said threateningly, making Endeavor pale further. Slowly pulling back, Sakuya glared at the number 2 hero, I expect to see you in my office after the festival is over. We will discuss what we will be doing about these charges then. Endeavor opened his mouth to argue, but the furious glares from Sakuya, All Might, and Hawks, plus the quiet growling from the still furious Amaterasu, made him wisely keep silent. He was in a no-win situation, he couldn't intimidate or threaten any of these people into compliance, and if he tried force, he'd be crushed. As much as he hated All Might and Amaterasu, the former was mind-bogglingly powerful, and the latter could render him effectively quirkless without even using her quirk exchange powers, it was best not to try anything overt. However, before he could agree to Sakuya's demands, the door to the prep room opened once more and another person Endeavor feared walked in, Principal Nizu. Good afternoon everyone. I apologize for disturbing you, but I have naturally been observing everything, or rather listening to everything. I don't have cameras in changing areas. Nizu smiled pleasantly. I have heard some unpleasant things too, including that someone has trespassed into an off-limits area and begun threatening students. His cold, beady eyes fell on Endeavor. I confess to being quite disappointed, Endeavor. Had I known you'd do something like this, I wouldn't have permitted you to buy a ticket. I'm afraid I simply cannot allow you to remain on campus after this. Please leave immediately. Wait, but Endeavor tried to argue. No buts, Endeavor. You will no longer be permitted on any U.A property without my express permission, unless an emergency occurs. Nizu said, remaining calm despite how furious he was. Endeavor had slammed one of his favorite humans into a wall, even if he hadn't really meant to, so as far as Nizu was concerned, the flame hero should be glad he wasn't being overhauled into a literal flaming trash bag. But I am the father of a student here. I have a right to dash. Nizu shook his head. As a pro-hero, I am invoking the Child Welfare Clause of the Rights and Responsibilities of Heroics Act. Due to your disturbing behavior, I am temporarily removing your parental rights to Shoto Todoroki in order to ensure his safety. As you are a pro-hero in the top 10, I require the approval of 3 other heroes, including another top 10 member, to exercise this right without police, CPS, or government approval. Do I have these approvals? Hawks immediately stepped forward. I, Wing Hero, Hawks, number 3 hero, grant my approval. All Might followed him. Symbol of peace, All Might, number 1 hero, grant my approval. Lastly, Izumi stepped forward. I, OkamiHeroAmaterasu, currently unranked hero, grant my approval. Endeavor gaped, while the Todoroki family smiled broadly, especially Shoto. With those 3 approvals, I hereby remove Shoto Todoroki from your care. As his mother is presently unable to care for him herself, Shoto's guardianship will be temporarily transferred to the next eligible family member until such a time as you are proven capable of fulfilling your parental obligations. That family member is his oldest brother, Toya Todoroki. Nizu said. Shoto turned to Toya, who flashed him a smile. Looks like you're in my care for now, little brother. Good thing Izumi already slapped the stupid out of you in that last event, makes my job way easier. Obviously, you'll be staying at U.A, and you have my permission to visit family after school or on Sundays, the formerly burned man said jovially, reaching over to pat his youngest brother on the back. This is awkward. I barely know you, but you can't be worse than Endeavor. Shoto replied, feeling warmth spreading through his body from where Toya was patting him. It was an affectionate, if mildly condescending, gesture, and one Shoto wasn't used to. Being under Toya's guardianship would be strange, but since Shoto would be at U.A anyway and the alternative would be Fuyumi, who was already busy as a teacher, it wouldn't be too much to adjust to. Plus, maybe this was a good chance to get to know his oldest brother. Toya just smiled at his comment and ruffled his hair. Rei, Natsuo, and Fuyumi watched with broad smiles, while Izumi was on the verge of tears. Seeing Toya and Shoto having a brotherly moment made all their hearts soar. Nizu smiled too, before turning to All Might. I believe it is time for Endeavor to leave. Please escort him to Recovery Girl to finish closing those scratches, then remove him from the premises, the principal ordered. All Might nodded and wordlessly approached Endeavor, who grit his teeth at the humiliation before choosing to accept it and get his own back later. As Endeavor slunk off, ashamed and infuriated, Sakuya couldn't help but leave him with one last comment. Oh, and Endeavor? Izumi was lying before. Even if you had hurt Eri, so long as it wasn't too serious, she wouldn't have killed you. Beaten you to within an inch of your life. Certainly. Left you a weeping, pathetic husk of a man, definitely. But she would have spared your life and you'd have recovered eventually, albeit with more scars than the paltry few she gave you. Izumi is a very kind individual, she only kills if she has no choice, she didn't even kill Chisaki after what he did. She still has some of her innocence, but me? Sakuya's face twisted into a terrifying, hollow-eyed smile. Well, I've been working in politics for a long time. I've long since lost any innocence. Heed my warning, Enji Todoroki, if you hurt a member of my family again. I'll do things to you that will make demons quake with fear. A horrifying chill overcame Endeavor, and he promptly fled the room like a scalded cat, his humiliation complete. After Endeavor had left, escorted away by All Might, the tension in the room began to fade away. Izumi took a deep, shaking breath before sitting down at one of the tables and releasing the breath again. She held Eri on her lap and pet the child's hair as she worked to calm herself down. Her rage had momentarily eclipsed her sense of reason after seeing Eri hit the wall, and while she wouldn't admit it, Izumi regretted slashing Endeavor the moment she realized Eri was okay. I'm losing control of my emotions too easily, she thought to herself. You are a teenage human, great mother. They are known to be emotional, and you have more stress to deal with than most. Balancing the roles of student, teacher, mother, hero, and goddess would be hard for anyone, and the presence of a Kuro only makes things harder. Yamagami soothed. That reminds me, can you guys hear her? A Kuro, I mean. Izumi asked. There was a chorus of negative responses, making Izumi sigh again. Great. She muttered, too quietly to be heard by anyone but Eri. Seeing as Izumi was taking a moment, Himiko turned to Sakuya. That had to be the end of Endeavor, right? I mean, he busts in here and makes that crazy offer and does and says a whole bunch of nasty stuff. He can't possibly get away with it, right? The resulting winces from Sakuya, Inko, Kigo, and Izumi made Himiko's face fall. The others looked equally surprised or disappointed. No fucking way, he can't seriously get off scot-free. Natsuo yelled. That's right, we all saw and heard what he said and did. Mitsuki chimed in. Masaru had been forced to hold her back through the entire confrontation, lest she jump in and slap Endeavor herself. Sakuya sighed heavily and rubbed the bridge of her nose. I really wish I could just take his license and have him arrested, truly I do, but it's a lot more complicated than that. Hitoshi raised an eyebrow. Is he really that powerful of a man? It's the position that holds power, Shinso. Nizu said evenly. Endeavor is the number 2 hero and that makes him an extremely influential figure. This is a society that is built around heroes, and even with Endeavor being, himself, he still has considerable support. And that support will keep him safe from consequences? Shoto asked bitterly. To a degree, yes. It is an ugly part of our society, but it exists regardless. Laws around quirks and heroes were often made hastily. The one I use to protect you is one such example. The Child Welfare Clause of the Rights and Responsibilities of Heroes Act, also known as the RRHA, allows a hero to take children from abusive situations and either take custody of them personally, hand them to a government facility, or assign custody to any member of the child's family. This was so heroes could protect children from abusive parents, but unless the abusive parent is a hero themselves, there is no oversight for this. Nizu explained. As an example, a hero could look at Shinso over there and say, I'm taking custody of you, and they'd have the legal right to do that. The police would be able to do nothing but file a complaint on behalf of Shinso's family. The hero could then do what they wished with Shinso until his family sued for custody and reclaimed it. Assuming the suit went in their favor, the hero could then be reprimanded via a tribunal for abuse of power, but so long as they give even the slightest reasoning for their decision, the tribunal is almost certainly going to pardon them. Even if they didn't pardon the hero and it went to a full trial, few prosecutors will go against heroes if there is even a shred of doubt, and juries are reluctant to convict. And even if, by some miracle, the trial went against the hero, they'd likely only face a fine and a penalty to their ranking. It is incredibly difficult to use the law to punish heroes for minor crimes. So Endeavor's trespassing, threats, and abuse of power, plus the quirk discrimination against Dabi are all just going to be brushed under the rug. Himiko yelled indignantly. Inko nodded sadly. I'm afraid so, Himiko. Sakuya will no doubt try her best, and Endeavor isn't likely to get his parental rights back, but the law really is hard to enforce against big-name heroes. I mean, take the principal's example. Endeavor was the number 2 hero, so after Eri bit him, he could have claimed Izumi was an incompetent parent and used the Child Welfare Clause to take custody of her. Even though Izumi is a hero, Endeavor being the number 2 would give him that right. The cries of outrage from everyone in the room lasted for only a few seconds, as what Inko said sank in for both Eri and Izumi. Eri responded by whimpering and hugging Izumi as tightly as possible, while Izumi responded by growling ferociously and destroying the table she was sat at with her tsumagari. Needless to say, everyone in the room was sure that if Endeavor had tried to pull that card, well, he wouldn't have left the room alive. Her brief outburst startled the Todorokis, but a whispered apology from the girl quickly calmed them again. Considering Rei had overcome her fear of Endeavor to verbally bitch-slap the man when she thought he would take Shoto away from her again, none of them were going to judge Izumi for destroying a table over the thought of losing her own little girl. Toya, knowing Izumi wouldn't want more fuss, ignored her outburst and sighed heavily. Sakuya, can you really not put a stop to him? You are the commission president. Sakuya shrugged helplessly. I'll try, but even my powers are limited. The government, commission, and the heroes themselves share the responsibility of controlling heroic matters. The commission was created as a resource for heroes back in the early days, helping to train the next generation, standardizing tests and licensing, helping to set policy, and protecting the rights of heroes and their families. Naturally, with how important heroes are, no one was going to accept a single organization having full power over the whole industry. It's all about checks and balances, at the best of times they allow us to work efficiently and bend regulations a bit to do what needs doing, but at the worst of times, they act as red tape gumming up the works. Shoto grit his teeth angrily, before calming down. So he needs to basically be caught committing a serious crime in order to properly punish him, he said with a heavy frown. He suddenly had a thought and then turned to Izumi. Wait. President Kanahana, you said that Eri attacked Endeavor to protect Izumi, right? She nodded. Yes, he was going to grab her by the throat. Izumi and I both sensed it, and so did Eri. I knew Izumi could handle it, so I didn't act, but Eri is still young and just wanted to help. How could you guys tell? It looked like he was going to take her hand to me. Fuyumi asked, still upset by everything that happened. Izumi, Eri, and I share similar sensory abilities. We have a degree of emotion sensing, like animals have. Sakuya said carefully, skirting around the truth. Shoto's eyes widened in an epiphany. Wait, if Eri hadn't tried to protect Izumi, then Endeavor would have strangled her. It would have been a major assault or even attempted murder. With All Might as a witness, no court would let him get away with that. Izumi nodded. That's right. Was that your plan? Shoto asked, looking halfway between horrified and amazed. That offer of help, was it just a way to lure him into attacking you, so we could get rid of him? A sad smile tugged at Izumi's lips. That was part of it. I offered help because I felt it was the right thing to do, and if he'd accepted, I would have tried my best to help him turn his life around. But I'm not as naive as I appear. I knew it was a long shot. So I prepared contingencies. If he was going to reject my offer, I might as well twist it to my favor, right? Shoto felt something in his heart shift, and suddenly he had a very strange and unfamiliar urge. Seeing Izumi sat there with that bashful and sad little smile, Shoto was filled with the desire to reach out and touch her, though he had enough common sense to know that probably wasn't the best idea at the moment. Not quite enough common sense to not stare at her rather intensely, his heterochromatic eyes fixed onto her lips. Why does someone so strong look so soft, he thought. Eventually, Nizu clapped his paws and drew attention back to him. Well, with our unwelcome guest now gone, I think it would be best if we continued with the festival. I had Present Mike delay the beginning of the recreational games over a technical issue while we dealt with Endeavor, but we really can't keep people waiting much longer, or they'll be worried. Oh right, the festival. I kind of forgot about that through all the drama. Hitoshi commented. After seeing the Todoroki family issues, he didn't feel so bad about his own. I'll do what I can about Endeavor later. Izumi has friends in the government, so we might be able to wrangle support for at least some form of punishment for him. Until then, let's enjoy the festival. You kids are all in the third event after all. Sakuya smiled, changing the subject. Katsuki smirked while Himiko and Hitoshi nodded excitedly. Shoto also nodded absent-mindedly, though he was still focused on Izumi. Then let's go back to the stands while the kids head to the arena floor. Izumi, will you be joining us? Inko asked. Izumi was about to answer, but Rei was faster. Actually, I was hoping to borrow her for a few more minutes. I think my family and I need to have a quick talk. Inko blinked and looked to Izumi, who simply nodded in agreement. The younger Midoriya stood and gently passed Eri to her grandma. Could you look after Eri for the rest of the festival, please? I'm supposed to help with the recreational games, and after that I'm the ringside healer for the third event. Of course, honey, try not to work too hard. Inko smiled, holding Eri carefully. Eri began to look a little bit fussy, not wanting to be away from her mother after the Endeavor incident, but she composed herself and put on a brave smile. I'll stay with Grandma. Izumi beamed at her. Good girl. After the sports festival is all over, I'll take you out on a day trip, okay? That brightened Eri up immediately. She loved her little trips into the city with her mama. Okay, she chirped. While this exchange was going on, Principal Nizu carefully went over to the damage caused by Izumi and used overhaul to repair it, restoring the table and fixing the melted sections of floor and wall. He would normally have allowed Izumi to fix it, since it was her mess, but he still felt bad about dragging her into the monster factory scenario, and he also needed her to have as much energy as possible if she was going to be the ringside healer. With that done, Izumi flashed the principal a grateful smile as everyone began to file out of the room, leaving behind only Rei, her children, and Izumi. The moment the door shut behind the last person to leave, Rei turned to Toya. The woman didn't say a single word, she just marched towards her eldest son and grabbed him, wrapping him in a tight embrace. Toya, oh my precious boy. I held out hope for so long that you were alive. Rei cried even as she smiled. I was so sure you were alive, I felt it in my soul, but so many people said you were gone that I almost began to believe it. But then Izumi came along with that investigation into your father, and I never doubted it again. I am so happy to see you, and I'm so sorry you suffered so much. I can't imagine what you went through. Toya, for the second time in one day after years of never shedding a tear, began to cry. He blinked in surprise at his own blurring eyes, before giving a wry chuckle. I forgot that my tear ducts were healed too. Didn't expect that. Natsuo, who was also choking back sobs, laughed. You think crying is a surprise? Try having your dead big brother burst in and defend your mom from your asshole dad. Toya laughed. Well, you haven't changed a bit. Fuyumi huffed even as she too was crying. Honestly, even after all this time, you two have to make snippy comments to each other, she said, hands on her hips like a teacher scolding a pair of cheeky schoolboys. Her faux stern expression wasn't very effective thanks to her tears and quivering lip, and her facade quickly broke as she lunged at Toya with a loud sob. She ended up wrapping her arms around him too, entwining herself with her mother and brother. Toya. You're alive. I'm so happy, but I can't stop crying. And what was up with your face before? You were really hurt. What happened to you? Did Dad really do that to you? Toya sighed. Some of it, honestly, I can't remember which burns were him and which were me. Our last meeting went about as well as this one did, only I didn't have backup. I'm okay though, Fuyumi. I got my ugly mug fixed up before any of your friends saw me with you, he joked. Fuyumi huffed and hugged him tighter, while Rei giggled. Natsuo couldn't resist. Wait, this is your mug when it's fixed. I thought our new favorite hero might have messed up. Toya rolled his eyes. Oh haha. Shut the fuck up and hug me, dumbass. Well, if you insist. Natsuo shrugged as he tried to look nonchalant. The tears on his cheeks and the urgency with which he joined his mother and sister in hugging his older brother betrayed how he truly felt. Thanks to her wolf ears, Izumi was able to make out Natsuo whispering, I missed you, Toya. Toya whispered back, I missed you too, Natsuo. After a few seconds of silent hugging as the three oldest Todoroki children, Toya raised his head to look at Shoto, who had been stood awkwardly beside Izumi since everyone else had left. Hey there, baby brother. I guess you don't remember me that well, you were pretty young when everything happened. Toya said, feeling a bit awkward. Oh, yeah. It's been 7 years. You went away after you turned 15, so it must have been around that time. Shoto replied, just as awkwardly. The two brothers fell into silence as each tried to think of what to say. Thanks to endeavor, they hardly knew one another. Toya still felt the shadow of resentment he'd once had for Shoto replacing him, and Shoto had been so young and so isolated from everyone that he didn't truly know what to think of his brother. The two were closer to distant cousins than brothers. Toya, being the older brother, decided it was his duty to fix that, and he chose one of the few things they had in common to start the process. So, you met a crazy wolf girl that helped you with daddy issues and a complicated relationship with your quirk, right? You know, if I had 100 yen for every time a Todoroki went through that, I'd have 200 yen, which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it's happened twice, right? Natsuo nearly choked on his laughter, while Rei and Fuyumi giggled at the ridiculous statement. Even Izumi was giggling while trying not to blush. Shoto didn't seem to get why it was funny, but the look in his eyes just screamed, oh god, I know that feeling. That of course made everyone laugh even harder, with even Toya chuckling. Eventually, Toya was able to control his laughter enough to say, get over here, baby brother, he said kindly. With more eagerness than he realized he felt, Shoto quickly joined the hug, and the Todoroki family hug was complete, sans the one person none of them wanted to hug. All of them were smiling, their eyes sparkling with tears as they embraced, even Shoto, who had ended up squeezed between his mother, sister, and oldest brother. Izumi watched happily, and her mind flitted back to that day in the hospital when she had awoken her mother, and all the hugging and crying that had happened. The Todorokis weren't criers on the level of Inko and Izumi, thank the heavens for that, else the whole campus would be flooded, but the love radiating off them was just as intense and warming as it had been for the Midoriyas. Eventually the hug came apart, though none of them completely let go of Toya, instead forming a kind of semicircle facing Izumi. Toya had thrown his arms around his two brothers' shoulders, and was holding his mother's hand with his right while she had an arm around Shoto, and held Fuyumi's hand with his left while his sister gripped Natsuo's arm. Toya, what happened to you over these past 7 years? I know you were horribly burnt and locked up by your father, and supposedly escaped and found Izumi, who took you in. And I know you've become a provisional hero, but what about everything else? There's a lot we don't know. Rei said. Toya sighed, it's not the nicest story, and honestly, I can't tell all of it. Izumi shook her head, no, it's okay Toya. You can tell them everything. Toya looked shocked. Are you sure? That's a pretty major thing, isn't it? Shouldn't you ask Sakuya? It's fine. It's my life and I get the final say. Besides, you and Shoto know all of it anyway, and even Endeavor knows about my quirk, though thankfully not the other stuff. It's only fair you tell your family. Izumi said. She trusted Rei, and both Natsuo and Fuyumi seemed like trustworthy people. They wouldn't betray the faith she was putting in them. Toya accepted that, and so he began his tale. Thanks to being present for most of the times Izumi had been required to reveal her secret, he knew how to explain everything quickly and succinctly, as he only had to explain his own part with Moegami and not the other brush demons. He told his family everything, the reason he was locked up, how he escaped both times, how he was burned, his life before Dagoba Beach, his meeting with Izumi, and everything that followed. Rei, Fuyumi, and Natsuo stood there slack-jawed as they listened, occasionally flashing looks towards Izumi. Shoto already knew the most fantastical parts of the story, but hearing the specifics of how Izumi and his brother had met and become friends still amazed him. When Toya was done, a brief silence followed as his family processed what they'd been told. Swallowing thickly, Natsuo looked at Izumi. So, you're not just the Okami hero, Amaterasu, but the actual goddess Amaterasu, who was killed and reincarnated and had your powers stolen, turned into demons, and made to possess people, one of whom was Toya. And you met him by accident, became his friend, saved him from the demons and awakened your own quirk which lets you exchange quirks with consenting people. I understand this is probably hard to accept, and it's asking a lot of you to believe me, but Izumi began, before Natsuo cut her off. Izumi, you have saved every member of this family at least once. At this point, you could ask for my firstborn child and I'd have a hard time saying no, he said, only half joking. Izumi blinked in surprise. So you believe me? All the Todorokis nodded. Honestly, I don't believe you or Toya would make up such an unbelievable story. Plus you and Dad did kind of spill the beans on quirk exchange with your argument. Fuyumi said, smiling sweetly. Her head was spinning a bit, but she tried not to focus on the sudden knowledge that gods and demons actually existed. As my children said, you've done a lot for us and trusted Toya despite previously being a fan of Endeavor. Shoto and Toya believe in you, and honestly, I can't help but believe in you too. I prayed so much for Toya to be alive and well, for Shoto to find friends and accept all of himself, and for my family to be together again. Rei broke away from her children and grabbed Izumi, dragging her towards them before hugging her once again. Izumi squeaked in surprise, but quickly returned the hug. Rei was very warm for someone with an ice quirk. After almost a full minute of hugging, Rei finally moved her hands and rested them on Izumi's shoulders, smiling brightly. You answered my every prayer. Izumi, I don't have the words to thank you enough for what you've done. Today alone, you've reunited me with Shoto, eased the burden he placed on himself with his pledge, defended us from that man, and now on top of those miracles, you have brought Toya back to me. All of my children are whole and healthy, and stood with me today because of you. I will never be able to repay the debt I owe you, but I swear that if you need or want something, no matter how minor or major, I will do everything in my power to help you. Rei said, her heartfelt words making Izumi blush. Thank you, Izumi. Thank you for answering my prayers. Please Rei, you've done enough already. You're my friend, and you keep Jean company at the hospital. Plus, you gave birth to two people who are really important to me. It's thanks to you that Shoto and Toya are in my life. That's more than enough to pay back any debt you feel you owe me. Izumi replied, lifting her hands to gently remove Rei's from her shoulders before clasping them in front of her. Rei once again began to cry happy tears, and Natsuo couldn't help but grin and reach over to ruffle Izumi's hair. Geez, what did we do to deserve a guardian angel like you watching over us? Or should I say guardian deity? You're kind of like the household god of the Todorokis. Izumi's blush darkened further. Well, I wouldn't go that far. Besides, it's normal to want to help your friends, right? So you consider Fuyumi and I to be friends too? Natsuo asked, a teasing grin on his face. Of course. I don't know you that well yet, but Toya has told me a lot about you, and so has your mom. You both sound like really great people, so I hope we can be great friends. Izumi smiled. Hey, after all you've done, if friendship is all you want, then you've got it, the middle Todoroki-san promised. Natsuo's smile grew wider and he gave Izumi's head one last pet before stepping back. He passed Shoto and stopped briefly to whisper in his ear, you might want to act fast if you plan on snagging this one, Shoto. I saw your classmates and you're not her only admirer. Heck, if you don't snag her soon, I might try my luck. Shoto groaned and felt his face heat up. Why did Natsuo have to be so irritating? Shoto wasn't worried about losing Izumi to him though, but the idea of another classmate wanting her instead? That was a strange thought. Wait, when did I start caring about who Izumi is with, he thought, his blush growing more obvious. Luckily for him, Fuyumi was keeping Izumi distracted with a big hug of her own. Fuyumi was crying loudly, and rubbing her cheek against Izumi's as she hugged the smaller girl, inadvertently soaking her with tears. Thank you so much. You brought both my big brother and my baby brother back to me. I never thought I'd see Toya again and now he's here and, oh gosh, I'm completely falling to pieces today. Izumi giggled and gently squeezed the taller girl while rubbing her back. It's okay, we all have those days. I'm happy I was able to help your mother and brothers come back together. Fuyumi sniffled and pulled back to show Izumi her watery smile. It's not just them though, is it? Even after everything he's done, you still tried to help Dad. Izumi sighed. Yeah, didn't really work out how I'd hoped. I figured if I scared him enough to remind him how he made others feel, then offered a chance to become the man he used to be, then I could maybe help him. He's a terrible person, but both Toya and your mom said he used to be a good man, and you clearly still love him despite what he did to you. I wanted to make it better. Fuyumi stroked her hair, enjoying the soft white curls and gently scratching behind her wolf ears. Thank you for trying. As much as I still love Dad, I also kind of hate him too. I want us to be a complete, happy family, but I think it might be too late for that. Never mind that though, I'd rather have Toya and Shoto alive and happy over Dad anyway. Wow, even Fuyumi has a cold side. Didn't know you had it in you, sis. Natsuo teased. His big sister huffed and pulled away from Izumi so she could swat Natsuo around the back of the head, making the young man sulk. Geez, you really do have a cold side. He whined. Izumi and Toya chuckled while Shoto smirked, but Natsuo's words made Rei pause. She looked to her youngest child, Shoto. When did you learn the truth about Izumi being a god? It was after the USJ. Demons were involved, so Izumi told all the first years. The teachers have known since the Orochi incident. Shoto answered, though Izumi also told the class about her quirk exchange during the first class meeting. Rei hummed and put her hands on her hips. I see, and I don't suppose you asked her to use this power to take your fire quirk, did you? Shoto flushed and looked at his feet in shame. I did, yes. It's how Izumi and I became friends. She agreed to try but it didn't work, and it led to us talking. His mother shook her head in exasperation. She wasn't truly upset with him, but she was a bit bothered that Shoto had only become friends with Izumi after trying to use her quirk. Well, I shouldn't complain since it all worked out, but that was rude of you, Shoto, she gently scolded. I know. I tried to do the same thing as Endeavor. I'm very sorry. Shoto said, bowing his head contritely. Izumi patted him on the back. Hey, it's okay. Everyone makes mistakes and you weren't in the best place emotionally. Besides, unlike Endeavor, you didn't want to use my powers to diminish anyone else. I guess that's true. Shoto said, feeling a little better. Mom, how did you know I asked Izumi to do that? Rei smirked, mother's intuition. Shoto gulped. Between his mother's ability to know Toya was still alive and what Shoto had done, as well as Izumi's fierce protectiveness towards Eri, he was quickly coming to the conclusion that mothers weren't to be messed with. Mothers are terrifying. He whispered. Rei and Izumi laughed while Shoto's brothers just nodded sagely. Once the laughter eventually stopped, Rei looked at her watch. Oh dear, we've been a while. The recreational games must have started by now. We shouldn't keep you much longer, Izumi. Not to worry, there are a few shows before the games themselves. Nizu hired some circus performers and even American cheerleaders. He wants to ensure everyone knows that Yudare hasn't been cowed by the League of Villains. Izumi explained, though we probably should get out there before people wonder where we are. The wolf girl turned to Toya. Are you going to be sitting with your family now, Toya? She asked. The elder Todoroki brother frowned. I am, but Izumi, if it's okay, I'd like for you and everyone at the manor to keep calling me Dabi. Izumi blinked. Huh. I mean, sure that's fine, but why? Is everything okay, Toya? Rei asked. Toya nodded. Yeah. You and my siblings should still call me Toya. In fact, I'd rather you did, but as for Izumi and everyone else. He paused to put his thoughts in order, before beginning to explain. Dabi, it used to be a name I used to run away from my past. To hide who I was. But with you and everyone at Konohana Manor, it became something more. It became a part of me. Just as you are both Izumi and Amaterasu, I am both Dabi and Toya. I don't want to hide who I once was, but I also don't want to give up the person I've become. Toya had a sad life that can now get better alongside the rest of the Todorokis, but I don't want to leave behind the life I had as Dabi. I don't want to give up the person I became thanks to you, and Kigo, and the others. So please, I'm going to keep being Toya Todoroki, but I'm also going to keep being Dabi. Izumi looked up at him and smiled, reaching up to cup his face. You are Toya Todoroki, the son of Rei and the brother of Fuyumi, Natsuo, and Shoto, and you're also Dabi Midoriya Konohana, my big brother. I'm sorry to be selfish Dabi, but I'm not willing to give you up completely. We wolves are possessive of our packs, you know. You'll just have to deal with having two families. Dabi smiled wide, and for the first time, Izumi got to see his true face beaming down at her, his bright turquoise eyes filled with tears and glistening like jewels, his smile wide and filled with joy. He gently embraced her. Thank you, little sister. For today and for everything else. Thank you. Whenever you need me, whatever the reason, I'll be there for you. Izumi happily returned the hug, which the rest of the Todorokis quickly joined. Fuyumi happily gushed about having another girl in the family, saying how Izumi and Eri fit in thanks to their white hair and silver eyes while in demigod mode. Natsuo was whispering to Shoto that Izumi wasn't blood related, so there was no moral issues, which made Shoto grumble and ignore his brother, while Rei just beamed at everyone. Her family was back together, and while Endeavor wasn't a part of it anymore, she couldn't care less. They had a new hero in the family. Next chapter, Understanding You. To be released, May 11, 2022. This chapter was almost entirely emotional stuff and some nice fluff to take the edge off of the last few chapters of drama. Endeavor has lost his parental rights and is facing a renewed investigation as Sakuya tries to make the new charges stick, and while she isn't likely to succeed, at least Endeavor now has to deal with a scarred face. This scar is identical to the canon Endeavor's hood scar too, and no one is going to know where he got it from. He'd never admit to getting his ass hooped by a little girl. I hope you all enjoyed the fluff and sweetness between the Todorokis, and Shoto's slowly growing infatuation with Izumi. That will be coming to a head very soon. Next chapter, Izumi and Shoto have a heart-to-heart. Shoto realizes what he is feeling towards Izumi, Mineta pulls a cruel prank on the girls, and the selection process for the next round begins. Thank you all once again, and I look forward to reading your thoughts on this chapter and the ones to come. Saturday 13th May 2282. Backstage area, U.A Arena. Shoto was slowly making his way back to the arena floor, his mind buzzing with everything that had just happened. The events of the last few hours repeated inside his head, over and over. His realization about his power, the reunion with his mother, the encounter with his father, and then the reveal that Toya was alive. It was almost too much to wrap his head around, and it was all caused by one person, Izumi. The girl was currently still with his mother and Toya. Shoto's mom had wanted to ask them about something, probably living arrangements for Natsuo and Fuyumi in case Endeavor did kick them out, while his other siblings had returned to the stands already. That left Shoto alone with his thoughts. Izumi was such a puzzle to him. The sight of her made Shoto's heart beat faster, and he found himself blushing or smiling more around her than anyone else. While most puzzles failed to hold Shoto's interest, this one was worming its way deeper and deeper into him, and Shoto wanted to try and solve it. But the poor boy was at a major disadvantage. He'd been raised by Endeavor, so his emotional development was stunted at best, and his idea of what a hero is was badly skewed. Shoto had always thought heroes were people who simply stopped villains or saved people from disasters. That was what all of them did. Sure, there were some who just wanted to fight, or use their quirks, or wanted wealth, fame, or something else, and then there were some who genuinely just wanted to do good. His father had sneered at such people as fools. But Izumi didn't just do that. Each and every person she'd met, she tried to help or befriend. Shoto didn't really understand, but he felt like he was starting to. As he was thinking all this, Izumi came running over to him. Hey Shoto, she greeted, slowing so she could walk beside him. So, lunch got pretty crazy huh? She laughed nervously. Shoto nodded. It did. Thank you for helping my family. It's not very heroic to say, but I'm glad that man has to live with a scar of his own now. A look of guilt flitted across Izumi's features for a moment before she smiled understandingly at him. It's understandable. He did a lot to hurt you and your family. I mean, the whole reason I did it was because he almost hurt mine. I'm glad Eri wasn't hurt. If she had been, I'd have helped hold him down while you did whatever you wanted to him. Shoto said honestly. Izumi grinned. Ah, Shoto, you say the sweetest things. The mildly flirtatious tone she'd used made Shoto's blood heat up a few degrees, and he could feel his face burning enough that he actually had to look and make sure he hadn't turned on his fire side by mistake. Shoto cleared his throat and tried to use his ice side to cool himself down without Izumi noticing. Everything that happened in there, all of that is why I have trouble understanding you, he said. You're still worrying about that? I'm really not that hard to figure out, Shoto. I told you before, if a person needs help, then I help them. Izumi said, smiling gently. Shoto's heart almost skipped a beat at that smile. But you do more than just help, he said, cringing as his nerves made him stutter. You try to redeem even people who've done bad things. You refused to kill that Yakuza before fighting Orochi, and you gave Orochi mercy at the end. Plus you said you'd spared a demon before. Not to mention being nice to that Wendigo third year who challenged you, and even my asshole father. Izumi frowned. Is that truly so strange? I didn't kill Chisaki because he was defenseless and it would have been wrong. I gave Orochi some mercy because he was dying and there was no need for more cruelty. I figured I'd give him some peace at the end. I spared that demon because I promised to if he gave me the information I asked for and he agreed not to hurt anyone. As for Wendigo and Endeavor, if I didn't reach out, they'd have remained bitter and my enemies. Endeavor may have refused, but Wendigo didn't and now we're on good terms, she explained. It was true too, Wendigo was the number 4 hero student at U.A, and after he and his fellow rebellious third years had served their punishments, they had worked very hard to impress her during classes. Izumi thought it was because they had lost so embarrassingly that they felt the need to show off and prove they weren't as weak as she'd made them look, and since they were working hard, Izumi was sure to praise them a lot, as did All Might. Most of the former rebels had shyly approached her after classes, usually on their own, to apologize for their behavior and thank her for not asking for them to be expelled. Shoto couldn't really argue with that. I guess that makes sense, but you also go out of your way to befriend everyone in our class, and 1B too. Izumi smiled. Well, that's because I like all of you. I want to be close to you. Shoto swallowed hard. Don't get excited, Shoto. She meant the entire class, not just you, he thought. But as he thought that, he wondered why. Izumi had close friends already and she vehemently refused to allow worshippers or followers. Why would someone of her status work so hard just to make friends? Shoto was no expert, but friends didn't usually try so hard, did they? Unable to stop himself, Shoto sought answers. Izumi. He began, why do you want to be close to us? You're, well, you. A hero, daughter of the Hero Commission president, and a goddess. Plus you've got a lot of friends and a big family already, all drawn to you. You're like the sun, why bother with us? You've got to admit, your life would be easier if you didn't. Don't you have enough of a burden? He asked, his curiosity tinged with concern. Izumi looked at him for a moment, trying to find the words to answer him, before staring off down the hall, looking wistfully at something in her mind's eye. I'm like the sun, huh? Well, you know, Shoto, the sun is only a single star. It's not even that big or bright in the grand scheme of things. Shoto, to me, you and everyone else in class and all the people I want to become closer with, you're all like stars. These bright shining lights that seem so tiny, but are actually huge and awe-inspiring. Like stars, I can't see your real splendor without getting closer. That's why I bother. I want to see the brilliance you've all got inside you. I want to see all the little details that make a person who they are, the flaws and imperfections as well as the hidden facets and secret good points. Everyone is unique and special, and you and the others in class are all trying to be heroes, with your own goals and motivations. Seeing your wins and losses, your struggles and triumphs, it makes me want to cheer for you. In a way. I want to understand you too. Shoto felt his heart beat faster as Izumi turned to look back at him, her eyes like glittering emeralds in the dim light of the hallway. She was smiling gently, and Shoto was almost overcome with the urge to reach out and touch her, to feel the warmth of her cheek beneath his palm, to find out if her lips were as soft as they looked. What kind of thought was that? Shoto frowned, suddenly startling himself out of his contemplation. Even as he shook off those strange thoughts, something about Izumi's words struck a chord with him. So she viewed them all as stars. You've got a lot of faith in us. Shoto commented. Izumi smiled brightly. I think that everyone can be amazing, if you give them a chance and have a little faith. Faith isn't just for gods, you know, she joked. Now come on, we need to get going. We've already missed the performers by now, but we might get there in time to see the cheerleaders and the games themselves. She reached out and gently took his hand, and Shoto once again felt his heart speed up. This couldn't be healthy, the dual-colored boy was certain he was sick. He needed to check his symptoms. As carefully as he could, Shoto slipped his hand free. Yeah, you go on ahead. I'm just going to check something. Izumi blinked in surprise, before shrugging and smiling at him. Okay. Don't take too long, they want to do the draw for the battle tournament after the shows and before the recreational games. You'll need to be there to see your first opponent, she chirped, before skipping off down the hall. Shoto watched her go for a moment, before calling out to her, Hey Izumi, I have one last question, probably a stupid one but still. Ask away, Shoto. Izumi said. Are you All Might's daughter? Izumi nearly tripped over her own feet in surprise. She managed to catch herself before she fell though, and spun around to look at Shoto with surprised eyes. What? No. I'm not related to All Might at all, the first time we ever met was during the Shai Hasaikai raid. Why do you ask? She asked. Shoto scratched the back of his neck. Well, I saw your mom got along with him really well, and while you two don't look anything alike, you do remind me a lot of All Might. I figured you got your looks from your mom and your personality from him. The wolf girl blushed with a smile. Ah, that's sweet of you, Shoto. I'm never disappointed to be compared to All Might. But sorry, we aren't related. I knew my dad, and I got my curly hair and freckles from him. He disappeared around the time I was diagnosed as quirkless, remember? Shoto frowned and nodded, feeling a bit guilty for bringing it up. Izumi had mentioned her birth father before, but a part of him had wondered if it had been a lie to hide her true parentage. But looking into her eyes now, Shoto was sure she was being truthful. Right. Sorry for asking. Still, even if you aren't related, you're a lot like him. Shoto smiled softly. Izumi's blush grew, as did her smile. Don't compliment me too much, or I'll end up spraining my tail, she joked, gesturing behind her to her wolf tail, which was wagging so fast that Izumi was in danger of taking flight. Shoto laughed. I'll be sure to remember that. Thanks for answering my question. I'll catch up with you in a minute. Izumi nodded and left, her tail still wagging away behind her. Once she was gone, Shoto pulled out his phone and began typing his symptoms into a search engine, trying to work out what he was feeling. Let's see, my face keeps flushing, I feel myself heating up, I start sweating more, and my heart rate becomes elevated. Oh, and I keep getting urges to touch my friend. Shoto mentally went through what he'd been feeling as he typed and pressed enter. The search results quickly came up and Shoto looked at the first one. Then he frowned and looked at the second instead. Then the third, then the fourth, and so on until he'd exhausted the first page of Google. Shoto stared at his phone. None of the results that came up had been medical sites at all, they'd all been strange advice columns and online quizzes connected to various teen magazines, mostly aimed at teenage girls. Plus, they all had the same basic theme, love. With a heavy sigh, Shoto returned to the first result and looked at it again. It was one of the advice column ones, and in it was a letter from a girl to some agony aunt asking about how she could confess her feelings to some boy she liked. It would have been fairly unremarkable, if it weren't for the fact the way she described how she felt around this boy was also how Shoto felt around Izumi. The second result was a quiz to see how in love the taker was with the object of their affection. Feeling slightly silly, Shoto quickly took the quiz, answering each question honestly while trying to ignore how the gaudy pink website hurt his eyes. When he got the result, he blinked in surprise. 94 out of 100 love points. You are certifiably head over heels in love, he read the results aloud. Putting the phone away, Shoto began to think hard. He knew nothing about love, or most feelings honestly, and while he was loath to trust the internet, Shoto did know the way he felt for Izumi was very different than the way he felt for his family, or fellow students. He'd have dismissed it as friendship, since he didn't have any other friends, but the way he'd felt about Izumi had changed since they first became friends. Shoto rubbed his chin and thought, people in love, if I remember Fuyumi and Natsuo correctly, they like to hold hands, go out and do activities together, spend time with one another, kiss each other, and eventually marry one another and have children. Do I want to do that with Izumi? He'd held hands with Izumi, spent time with her, and done activities with her, though Shoto was aware that last one wasn't quite the same as the dates Natsuo spoke of, and he couldn't deny that he had the urge to kiss Izumi when he'd looked at her lips earlier. Then he tried to imagine her in a wedding kimono, with him as her groom, his face heated up at the idea. Next he imagined having a child with her. Eri holding her baby sibling with white hair tipped in red, and little wolf ears atop their head. Shoto had to stop thinking about that quickly, as his heartbeat sped up so much he thought he might die. Based on all the evidence. I think I'm in love with Izumi, he thought. That realization didn't hit him quite as hard as it would have hit most people, but Shoto fully understood he was emotionally stunted. He was still wrapping his head around the idea that his mother, Toya, and Fuyumi had actually loved Endeavor once. Still, if he was in love with Izumi, then the next order of business would be to confess to her and see if she returned his feelings. If she did, then everything would be great, and if she didn't, they'd just stay as friends. Shoto couldn't imagine himself pining, and there was no way Izumi would avoid him just because she rejected him. Maybe I should ask Mom first, she'll know more about this. And maybe Toya knows if she has feelings for me. Shoto muttered, suddenly feeling cautious. He was sure the worst that could happen would be an awkward conversation, but again, he knew he wasn't the best with emotions, so it was best to get a second opinion. He began walking again, heading for the arena floor. He'd speak to his family later, for now he still had an event to win and he still wanted to fight Izumi. He wanted to continue their battle from the second event and finally get a solid conclusion. While Shoto was thinking this, Izumi was just a few feet from the exit to the tunnel that would lead her out into the arena again. She could hear Present Mike leading the audience in applause for the entertainers that had been hired to put on a show before the recreational games, before he announced that they'd even brought in a squad of cheerleaders from America to get the audience and students pumped up during the games. Izumi was mildly amused by the stunned silence that followed that announcement. She'd been the cheerleaders' guide and escort that morning and could attest that they were all drop-dead gorgeous women in very sexy cheerleader uniforms. They'd certainly shocked her to silence, and a bright red face, when they'd first shown her what they looked like in those uniforms. The silence was broken however when Present Mike gasped out, What's this? The first-year hero girls. Izumi blinked and getting a sinking feeling, she ran over to the exit and peeked out, before almost passing out as all her blood rushed to her cheeks. Stood in 2 rows were all the girls from 1A and 1B, but instead of the gym uniforms they'd been wearing so far, they were all wearing the cheerleader uniforms. Short pleated skirts in orange and yellow just barely covered their rears, while a matching top that was little more than a loose orange sports bra with Udate emblazoned on it left their arms, throats, and abdomens exposed. Lastly, they all wore a kind of choker, which Izumi couldn't help but love. She liked chokers a lot, but didn't like to wear one herself as it felt too much like a collar, which her wolfish instincts rejected. Izumi slapped her cheeks lightly, snapping herself out of her amazement before listening carefully for what the girls were saying. That damn Mineta, he tricked me. Momo raged, I even used my quirk to make these stupid uniforms. Itsuka groaned, he got you too, huh? He told me that all the girls had to take part in a cheer contest, and that Ken-sensei and Eraserhead-sensei ordered us to get the costumes from you. Momo doubled over in mortification, how'd I let myself be fooled by such a stupid prank, she whined while Ochako patted her back in comfort. Poor Ibra was in the same position, I cannot believe I exposed myself like this. I thought it was an order from our teachers, but for it all to be some lascivious prank. There, no one can judge you, we all got tricked. Setsuna said, trying to appear as casual as always even though she was embarrassed too. That damn idiot. I'm going to get him for this. Kyoka raged, blushing furiously as she threw her bright yellow pom-poms to the ground. Vengeance is a dish best served cold, but I'd settle for it hot after this humiliation. Yanagi growled quietly. Toru, fully visible and enjoying the way she looked in the cheerleader uniform, just smiled. Still, there's no time to go back and change before the games, so why not just go with it? It could be fun, she asked, doing a few energetic cheerleader moves. Yeah, it's a little embarrassing, but don't you think it's kind of exciting too? Komori asked, winking over at Kurwaro, whose pitch-black skin was turning red. Well, at least those two are enjoying this. Tsuyu said in a deadpan. Komori is wanting to be an idol hero. She like big show. Tsunatori helpfully supplied from her hiding spot behind Kodai, who was silently glaring at a grinning Mineta. Oh, my parents are watching this. Ochako whispered, embarrassedly. True, but I bet Izumi is too. Mina said in a sing-song voice, which only made Ochako blush harder. Ochako looked around and spotted Izumi watching them from just inside one of the arena entrances. Their eyes met and both girls blushed crimson, Ochako with humiliation and Izumi with desire. Izumi's desire quickly fell away when she really looked into Ochako's eyes however, and saw she was genuinely distressed. A quick look at the other girls confirmed the same thing, they were all angry, embarrassed, or hurt by this prank, which turned them from hero students and competitors into shameless fan service for people to lust over. Even Toru and Komori had an unhappy glint to their eyes, despite their enthusiastic routine and smiles, they may enjoy the scenario, but they weren't happy for it to have been forced on them. The audience response was mixed, roughly a third were openly ogling the girls, while the rest looked either disgusted by the display or severely unamused. The boys of 1A and 1B were torn between staring at their crushes and wanting to hide the girls, with Katsuki being held back from attacking a certain grape-haired Gen Ed student by Hitoshi, Aijiro, and Taguru. Damn, those girls got unlucky, they're hero kids so they never knew Mineta was a huge perv. Izumi heard a Gen Ed girl mutter to her friend. Yeah, that creepy little grape kid is always saying something or doing something weird or pervy. I feel bad for the hero girls. Izumi's eyes flashed silver and she quickly searched for and spotted Minoru Mineta, the boy that Himiko had saved in the entrance exam. The creepy little Gen Ed student was stood alone, being glared at by all the girls around him, while he openly watched the hero girls with a lecherous grin and drooled over them. The reminder that Himiko saved this boy made Izumi freeze and quickly search out her sister, finally spotting her leaning against the arena wall behind the other tricked girls. Himiko was seething silently and her closed-in body language displayed she was clearly feeling very vulnerable. She'd only agreed to this stupid cheer contest because she thought it was mandatory, but now she knew it wasn't. She was furious. Her cheerleader uniform exposed a lot of skin, including many of the marks on her back. She was trying not to let on how she really felt, but Izumi was used to reading her body language now and could spot the slight shake to her shoulders. The leering of Mineta, the judgment of the crowd, the rage of the boys, the humiliation of the girls, and the genuine emotional hurt on Himiko's face all slammed into Izumi like a sledgehammer. This would not stand. She turned on her heel, turned into her wolf form, and ran back through the hallways, briefly passing a confused Shoto as he headed to the arena. She ignored him and instead focused on a single scent, that of Principal Nizu. With her wolf nose and speed, it didn't take her long to find him in the audience, watching the cheerleading display with an uncomfortable look on his face. Izumi didn't even stop to speak to him or the other teachers, instead simply running and grabbing the back of his shirt in her jaws before running off, leaving the teachers and family members very confused. As she ran back down, a panicking Nizu tried to calm her. "Amaterasu, I swear I am not responsible for this. I would never order teenage girls to display their bodies like that, especially not for some show." "I know." Izumi growled, thanking her lucky stars that Nizu could understand her wolf speech. "The culprit will be punished, I assure you. I need your help to salvage this." As a wave of extreme relief flowed over him, Nizu nodded, "I'd be happy to help. What is the plan?" Izumi's eyes shone as she went over her plan. She was going to turn this humiliation of her friends into a show no one would ever forget. 5 minutes later, the girls of the hero course were half-heartedly cheering along with the professional cheerleaders, having decided that it was less embarrassing to act like it was all a part of the show and not just a prank they fell for. Some were more enthusiastic than others, and all of them were embarrassed and red-faced as they tried to mimic the professionals' moves, but that all came to an end with the sudden appearance of Izumi in her wolf form. "Izumi?" Himiko said curiously. With a flash of light, Izumi returned to her demigod form and revealed that she had exchanged her hero costume for a cheerleading uniform just like the other girls. The manager for the professionals had kindly lent it to her, and Nizu had used overhaul to resize it and make it fit perfectly and provide a hole for her tail to poke through so she didn't accidentally flash anyone. Blushing from mortification, Izumi gave a shaky smile to the girls. "Hey. Mind if I join you all?" she asked, trying not to think of how much skin was being shown, or of how both Ochako and Shoto were giving her almost hungry looks. Momo winced. "Izumi, no. This wasn't planned, I was tricked by that rotten Mineta." Izumi nodded as she turned to face the crowd and begin her own attempts and mimicking the pros. "I know. I may not be in the hero course exactly, but I'm still in a first-year hero class, I'm standing with my friends," she declared. The other girls were touched, especially Ochako who couldn't help but beam at Izumi, making the wolf girl blush even faster and making her tail wag again. Himiko was worried however. "Izumi, your scars," she whispered, looking at all the scars on Izumi's bare arms, legs, and back. Izumi smiled at her and pumped her arms, intentionally showing off the marks on her skin. "We're survivors, Himiko. We have no reason to be ashamed of our bodies. Now let's give the audience the show they really deserve." Himiko felt a little better and stood straighter upon hearing that, but Setsuna raised an eyebrow. "We're seriously going to go along with Mineta's plan?" "Of course not, you know me, I always have a twist of my own." Izumi grinned. The other girls exchanged curious looks, before shrugging and falling in behind Izumi. They synced their own cheers to hers and with their confidence increasing, they managed to pull off a fairly decent routine for amateurs without practice. In the commentator's booth, Present Mike couldn't help but laugh. "It looks like the first-year hero girls decided to surprise us all with a show of their own, with Amaterasu assisting them. Where could this be going?" Izumi smirked and suddenly tossed aside her pom-poms, revealing a microphone. Turning on the mic, Izumi brought it to her lips. "Why thank you, Present Mike, the girls and I worked hard on this little show. But I think it's fairly obvious we have nothing on the real pros over there," she said, leading the other girls in a synchronized curtsy to the pro cheerleaders, which they returned with good-natured smiles. "It seems we're not great at it though, so I think it's time we got to the real show. We aren't cheerleaders after all. Let's show what we really are, and remember boys." She looked to the boys of the hero course and winked flirtatiously, "No peeking." With that, Izumi spun in circle and painted a massive ring of green ink around the girls, which she used to cast bloom and grow dozens of small cherry blossom trees. She manipulated the trees as they grew, making them twist and spiral around each other and the girls until they'd formed a single massive hollow cherry blossom tree that all the girls could easily fit inside. Once the girls were completely hidden within the giant tree, Izumi used sunrise to make an orb of light so they could see in the dark, then flipped a switch on the mic before speaking into it again. "Principal, we're ready," she said. Before the girls could question what was happening, the ground near Izumi suddenly disassembled itself and revealed a hole, which Principal Nizu popped out of along with several robots carrying metal cases. "Izumi, what's going on? What are you planning?" Ochako asked. "What are these cases?" Izumi grinned. "These are your hero costumes. Let's remind the audience why you're really here today," she said, finding Ochako's case and handing it to the girls. None of the girls needed to be told twice, and they rushed to find their cases and begin changing into their hero costumes. The only one not eager to change was Toru, since her costume was just gloves and boots. She'd put in a request for a new costume, but it hadn't been completed the last time she checked. Seeing the girls worry, Nizu grinned and handed her a case. "Your costume, Miss Hagakure. Eraserhead ordered it fast-tracked especially for you." Toru gasped happily and grabbed the costume case. She took one glance at the contents and then began to quickly change, giddy with excitement to show off her new gear. Izumi changed back into her hero costume too, and the girls were all changed in record time. Nizu, who'd hidden in the hole he'd made while the girls changed, he had no interest in human girls, but felt it was the gentlemanly thing to do, worked with the robots to gather up the abandoned cheerleader uniforms and empty costume cases, before retreating back down the hole. "Good luck ladies," he said, before closing the hole. Once Nizu was gone, Izumi turned back and looked at all the girls, decked out in their full hero gear and looking much happier and more confident. "Ready?" she asked. "We were born ready." Itsuka grinned. "Let us show what we truly are," Ibara added. The cheerleader uniform was cute, but this is way cuter. Komori chirped. "Let's rock their world." Kyoka grinned. "Ready when you are, Izumi." Himiko beamed. Izumi grinned and switched back on the microphone. "Ladies and gentlemen, get ready as the girls of classes 1A and 1B show you their true forms. They may not be great cheerleaders, but I can promise you all, they are excellent." She slammed her hand against her tree, using bloom to transform the entire thing into cherry blossom petals which blew away in the breeze, revealing the girls to the audience. Heroes. The audience and other students gasped in amazement at the sight that greeted them. Izumi's sunrise orb was still shining, making the petals that her tree had turned into glow pink as they blew around the arena, filling the air with a sweet smell and framing the appearance of the true stars of the show, the girls of the hero course. Each and every one of them was dressed in their hero costume and posing heroically, and as Izumi snapped her fingers to make the sunrise orb and the petals disappear, so the stadium wouldn't be drowned in millions of the things, each began to use their quirk to show off their skills. Izumi and Momo used a combination of bloom and creation to create various plants and other objects that the other girls could use their own quirks on. Ibara used her vines to lift thin platforms made by Momo, which the other girls stood on to perform their own shows. Mina used acid to melt objects that were thrown at her by Yanagi and her poltergeist. Tsuyu used her frog form agility to bound between the tops of Izumi's trees and used her tongue to catch the horns being fired and manipulated by Tsunatori's horn cannon. Ochako worked with Kodai, the latter making several metal nuts grow huge with size, while Ochako used zero gravity to make them float, as well as herself so she could float up and fly through the holes in the nuts. Kyoka used her earphone jacks with some speakers and instruments that Momo had made in order to put on a mini concert, with Komori dancing along with the music like an idol and growing several giant mushrooms with her quirk. Setsuna disassembled her body and flew around the audience, pulling silly faces and giving high fives to the children, or playfully teasing the more light-hearted heroes. Itsuka used her giant hands to karate chop her way through some of Izumi's trees, then pick up the trunks and toss them into the air, where Izumi could hit them with a quick shot of bloom to make them disintegrate into petals. Himiko used transform to become Jean, then used his quirk to make 2 copies of her true self. The twin Himikos then put on a show of knife throwing, using their skills to carve patterns into Izumi's trees from a distance before transforming into Setsuna and joining her in moving around the audience and playing with people. Lastly there was Toru, who was happily showing off her new costume. It was exactly as she had designed it when she put in her request, with a few tweaks added by the support company or Eraserhead, since he'd been the one to get it fast-tracked. It was a skin-tight bodysuit that covered her from the tips of her toes, incorporating hardened soles for her feet since she lacked shoes, up to her throat, with only her head and fingertips left uncovered. The bodysuit was a very light pastel pink and incorporated a mask Toru could pull over her mouth and nose. Over the top of the bodysuit was a pure white short kimono that had been designed to look a little bit like a short, sleeveless cocktail dress, giving Toru a kind of lady spy/kunoichi look. Cloth pouches lined the sash at her waist, and the entire costume was made from her hair, thanks to the same business student that had helped Nizu with his Monster Factory costumes, allowing it to turn invisible with her. The support company had been the one to include the cloth utility pouches, while Eraserhead's contribution was a secondary sash that wrapped around Toru's abdomen between the kimono dress and bodysuit, a sash that could function like a capture weapon. It was a subtle nod from Aizawa-sensei that he hadn't forgotten his promise to train her in its use when she was ready. With her costume allowing her to turn completely invisible without disrobing, Toru began to have the time of her life dancing around the arena, turning invisible in one spot and visible again in another, making it appear like she was teleporting. She used this to tease and play around with the girls from the other courses, as well as all the boys. She made a special point of ruffling Katsuki's hair, and running before he blasted her, giving Ojiro a peck on the cheek while he couldn't see, resulting in a very cute blush, and then sneaking up on Mineta. Toru didn't lay a hand on the boy, but she did crouch behind him and whisper into his ear, "The big bad wolf is coming for you." Mineta had frozen in terror, especially as Izumi's keen ears had picked up what Toru said, making her look to Mineta with a sinister, toothy grin. After that, Toru ran over to Izumi and got her to create another, albeit smaller, sunrise orb, which Toru used her invisible body to refract and create a rainbow of lights that she could aim around in the audience like multicolored spotlights. At Izumi's signal, each of the girls showed off their quirks with one last move, then Izumi shot the biggest cherry bomb she could manage into the air and detonated it, ending the show with a literal fireworks display. The audience and other students went wild, screaming, cheering, and applauding for the girls as they gave a showman's bow, with the professional cheerleaders making a point to run over and cheer for them too. Each of the girls was panting a bit from exertion, but they were all wearing brilliant smiles, a far cry from the misery and humiliation they'd felt earlier. They'd managed to take a prank that made them into eye candy for perverts, and turned it into a show of their powers and skills, and had even made the bad part look like just a part of the show. As the applause began to die down, a grinning Midnight cracked her whip to get everyone's attention. Well, that was quite the show. It looks like the heroines of the next generation know how to strut their stuff. But now that their display is over, we have one final order of business before we can begin the recreational games, and that is, announcing the third event. Midnight said, earning another round of cheers from the roaring crowd. As usual for the third and final event of the sports festival, we have a formal tournament, with this year's tournament being an all-out combat event. The 16 members of the 4 passing teams from the second event will face off in a series of one-on-one matches to decide who will be the ultimate winner of the first year's sports festival. Midnight cried, the arena's giant screen now showing a tournament bracket with no names on it yet. Those that had passed the second event gathered in a crowd in front of Midnight, eagerly awaiting their matchups for the first round. A combat tournament. Finally, we'll get to face off in the ring we see on TV each year. Ijiro grinned, even more pumped than usual after seeing the girls show off. Isn't it always a combat tournament? Toru asked. The format differs slightly from year to year, but it is almost always some form of head-to-head contest in a tournament system. Toguro answered, it was foam sword fighting last year. Nice costume by the way. Toru beamed and thanked him, while Midnight produced a box filled with paper slips. We'll be deciding the matchups by drawing lots. Once the matchups are decided, you'll have until the end of the recreational games to prepare, so you can rest or join in the games. Ladies, as much as I love your costumes, you'll need to change back to your gym clothes before you fight. Costumes and support gear are forbidden, with the exception of support students using their own inventions. Midnight said, making a point to nod at MHA. With that, the students went up one by one to draw a lot, which had a number from 1 to 8 written on it. When they stepped back, they showed their numbers, revealing who would be paired up against who in the first match. 1. MHA and Monoma said together. Mei looked contemplative as she tried to figure out how to best show off her babies against a copycat, while Monoma wondered how best to win a mirror match in which he was at a disadvantage. 2. Himiko and Toru grinned at one another. It looked like the second match would be between friends and stealth experts. Toru didn't like her chances, but she'd made it to the third event so she was proud regardless. 3. This time it was Katsuki and Setsuna, both grinning manically at one another. Setsuna's ability to split up and regenerate her body would be a good challenge for Katsuki, and his ability to fly with explosions would make him just as challenging for her. 4. Ijiro and Toguro exchanged grins, another match between friends, though this time it was a sword versus shield match. The audience wondered if offense or defense would win the day. 5. Ochako and Juzo Hananuki flashed their numbers, before looking to each other and nodding respectfully. Ochako was nervous to be going up against a recommendation student, but she wasn't going to allow herself to lose. 6. Momo and Itsuka exchanged determined looks. The two big sisters of the first-year heroes would be facing off. Momo was confident she could win, she just needed to focus on how to counter Itsuka's strength. 7. Shoto and Fumikage were the next pair, and neither commented or looked to the other. The two stoics of 1A would both fight their hardest, though Fumikage was somewhat wishing Izumi had waited to slap some sense into Shoto until after the sports festival, as he'll be much tougher to handle with fire in his repertoire. 8. Shouted the final pair of Hitoshi and Pony. They were an odd pair that hadn't really interacted before, or seen much of the other's skills. Both had obviously seen the other in the combat trial and USJ recordings, but neither believed they'd seen all their opponent could do. And there we have it. Our first 8 matchups. Now while they prepare for their big moments in the spotlight, let's get on with the recreational games. Midnight yelled with a crack of her whip. The audience cheered and all 16 fighters chose to leave the arena and prepare for their coming fights. For Shoto, Katsuki, Himiko, and Ochako, these fights were all the more tense, because they knew that waiting for them at the end was the goddess they had all challenged. Izumi, who also left to change back into her hero costume, smiled to herself as she felt anticipation building inside her. She couldn't wait to face one of them. The sports festival's combat tournament was about to begin. Next chapter, Quirkless Duels. To be released, May 13, 2022. And now it's finally time to get back to the action. Shoto finally realized his feelings and is preparing to deal with them, and the girls got to show off their skills a bit and undo the negative impact of Mineta's prank. Speaking of, Mineta will be receiving consequences for this. For those wondering why I included this scene, I had 3 reasons. One was that I wanted Mineta to get consequences that he didn't get in canon. Seriously, the fact he was never shown to be punished for this is annoying to me. 2. I try to only change canon elements in a way that makes sense, such as due to the premise of the story or the butterfly effect of other changes. If the girls canonically fell for this trick, I can only imagine it would be easier for them to fall for it here since they don't know about Mineta's perverted nature. That's also how 1B got roped into it too. 1A and 1B are close enough that when one group fell for it, the other trusted them and went along with it too. Third, I wanted to do my own take on it and show the real emotional consequences for the girls, as well as them reclaiming their agency in the matter and turning the whole thing from shameless fan service to a message of, no, fuck you, we're awesome and gorgeous. Next chapter, Mineta realizes he isn't going to get away with his foolish actions, and the first 2 matches of the third event take place, Mei Hatsum vs Nido Monoma, and Himiko Midoriya vs Toru Hagakure. Thank you all once again, and I look forward to reading your thoughts on this chapter and the ones to come. Important notice. Okay, so most of you were no doubt expected to see me post the next chapter tomorrow as scheduled. Well, unfortunately that isn't likely to be happening. Long story short, my home caught fire last night, which is why I haven't replied to any comments since about 9 hours ago. So I've got good news and bad news. The good news is that my family and I are all safe. We don't know how the fire started yet, but the firefighters don't suspect foul play, so chances are it was an accident. We've also got a temporary place to stay with my grandparents, who were kind enough to let me borrow their computer. The bad news is that I don't know how long it will take to resolve this whole issue. Our old home is basically unlivable now and I work from home so I can't do my job right now. Since my room was in the attic and fire rises, well, my room was destroyed and that includes my computer and laptop. With that in mind, I regret to inform you all that there is a very real chance that this is the end of OkamiHeroAmaterasu. Unless one of my hard drives is salvageable, I've lost all of my fanfiction stuff, as my cloud backup was only large enough for my original work and important family stuff. For those who didn't know, I had finished the main story and was working on various post-story projects, but the main story itself clocked in at over 500 chapters and 4 million words. That means that about 3/4 of the work I've done in the last 2 years is gone and I simply don't have the willpower to redo it after all this. I seriously hope I can recover the work, but well. I sincerely apologize to all of my readers for this, I know how disappointing it is. I will update again when I know what is happening with my home, but expect radio silence from me for a few days at least, and a week or 2 tops. In the event that I can't continue the story, I will instead post some detailed summaries of the future arcs, so you'll at least know how the story goes. Once again, I apologize for this. Until next time, stay safe everyone. OkamiHeroAmaterasu. P.S. Please do not worry about money or donating or anything like that. My family aren't rich, but we're frugal and we have plenty saved, as well as a good insurance policy. We aren't going to suffer financially, so please don't worry. I greatly appreciate the offers of donations from people, but it truly isn't necessary. Please drop by the archive and commento, let the creator know if you enjoyed their work.